It's the big one, it's the Ashes.
That is sublime.
At such an iconic test ground, it's really exciting.
Trent Bridge live on this glorious Sunday morning. Trent Bridge is looking an absolute picture as we welcome back County Championship cricket here to Trent Bridge. Yes, Warwickshire are the visitors for this LV Insurance County Championship fixture, and today is day one, and that means that we get to welcome, to my right, Mr. Stephen Mullaney, the captain.
Morning.
A couple of questions for you. How are you?
Yeah, good. Yeah, obviously hectic schedule, so naturally body's a little bit tired, but you know, I'm really excited to get back into 4-day cricket. We've obviously got a lot of lads who have not played in the 2020, so they're raring to go, and their energy's obviously going to spur us on who've been playing 2020.
I like that. I like that. Two really important questions. Have you been drinking a lot of fluid?
I've just got a bottle of water over there that's waiting for me, but yeah, I've been trying to keep topped up. Yeah, obviously it's been
50?
warm. It is actually 50. Yeah, I have actually this morning. Yeah,
and I think we're going to see a lot of floppies, aren't we?
I think so. Yeah, I actually opened my locker this morning and found it, and I thought, you know what, it's sunny, get it on.
I don't think I've ever seen you in a floppy hat, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe once or twice.
Maybe once or twice. As you say, we welcome back County Championship. Excited about obviously what that brings. The toss has taken place. Warwickshire won that toss. They've had a bat. Well, they're going to have a bat.
Yeah.
You were just saying to me that a little bit 50-50. I've just had a look at the pitch. There's a bit of green on there as well, and we always say the first morning of day one is a good chance to take wickets.
Yeah, we were going to have a ball in the end, but we weren't sure. I don't think it's going to be the deciding factor in the fixture. I think whoever plays the best obviously will win, but yeah, I think it might do a bit, it might not. Hopefully the sun set fair for 4 days, and hopefully it'll flatten out. We can have a really good game and then chase some runs in the last innings.
As you mentioned, there's been some T20 cricket in this last month or so. How have the lads that haven't played that T20 format been preparing ready for this game?
Yeah, well, in different ways really. A few of them have played in the second team 2020s. A few have had a bit of time off after the last championship game, but then, so Dane and Brett, for instance, have kept their overs topped up. Ben Slater's played a little bit of T20, but then had a lot of red ball net. So very individual, which is how we do it here at Trent Bridge. And then whoever gives them the best chance as an individual to be ready for today, that's what they've done.
If we just look back on the County Championship campaign so far, 6 games played, it's very even across the win, loss and drawn. Kind of, how do you feel we are at this stage in the red ball campaign?
Yeah, I think we're pretty much where we deserve to be. I think we've played some good cricket, we've played some not so good cricket, but I think we've got things we can improve on, which is exciting. We've got to play all the teams above us, which is even more exciting. And I think if we win this game, we'll probably go second or third. So, we're in a great position, but we also know that there's a lot of good teams and the league's really jammed up, so we're going to have to play well.
Obviously, one of those teams are Warwickshire, who are above us in the table. What sort of challenge do they bring? Because they're a club that's won this trophy in the last couple of years as well. Yeah,
and they've seemed to have the wood over us over the last few years, so, which is what we've mentioned. They bring a wealth of experience. They've got some really good players. The signing of Rushworth and Hassan Ali in their attack's obviously going to be a threat. Yeah, it's going to be a really competitive 4 days. They bring a really sort of competitive element to it. They play it hard on the field. Lovely guys off the field, but they know when it's work time, between 11 and 6 that it's work time. So they're going to be a really tough team to play against. But I think our home form and how we've played here over the last few years, so are we.
I think these are the type of teams that we need to play, don't we, to get to where we want to be, really. This is what the hard yards in Division 2, we're all for, really, wasn't it? Playing the Warwickshires, these type of teams that are above us and have history of being successful.
Yeah, you want to test yourself against the best ultimately, and I think Surrey have set obviously a benchmark. Warwickshire are second at the minute. They only scraped in Division 1 by the skin of the teeth last year by Norwell getting 9th, so that's how close they were to being in Division 2. But they obviously have had a revamp over winter. As I said, a couple of good signings, and they're playing good cricket, so it's going to be a great challenge.
If we just look at the 11 that's been selected for today, it's probably worth reminding everybody, really, because it's been that long since Red Ball, but a couple of people have coming in. Jake Ball obviously making his first appearance with the Red Ball. Yeah,
2 enforced changes, so Stewart's obviously in the test squad and Liam Patson-White's got a little hamstring issue, so Tom comes back in, so obviously good to have him behind the stumps, and Jake makes his first appearance, which I know he's really excited about. He's had a frustrating first few months, but great to see him back in the T20 and performing really well, so really excited to see how he goes in this game.
And just finally, just because you mentioned that, obviously Tom Moores comes back in, takes the gloves. What kind of, just a word on Joe Clark, because he's taken the gloves in the Red Ball for a few games now, but now it gives him a chance to concentrate with the bat, and I imagine he'll plop himself at either first or second slip.
He's not actually going to be there. He's had a little bit of a niggle in his hip flexor, so he'll be in the outfield actually. We only decided this yesterday.
I thought I had good...
Yeah, no, he was supposed to be at first slip, but no. But yeah, I think he's done a great job, and I think actually his batting's got better and better, so... it's not too much of an issue for us. We just pick what we think is the best team. I think Clark will be absolutely fine. Tom's going to be absolutely fine, and we'll just crack on and try and play some good cricket.
Well, fingers crossed you do that. I wish you well with that. Thank you very much for joining us.
No worries, thank you.
Keep that factor 50 top.
Cheers, I will do.
Keep drinking that water. Thank you very much to the captain, Stephen Mullaney there. Right, we just talked about the 11, there are a few names mentioned, but let's tell you about the the Nottinghamshire selected 11 for this fixture. Hasib Hamid and Ben Slater. They'll be out there in the field, but they will be your opening pair when it comes to batting for Nottinghamshire. Matthew Montgomery, Joe Clark and Lyndon James the next 3, with Joe Clark having 350 so far in the county championship, and his highest score so far this season is 76. We've just spoken to the captain there, Stephen Mullaney, Tom Moores and Calvin Harrison. Tom Moores missed the last 4 Champo games with a finger injury, but as Stephen Mullaney just says there, he will take the gloves and he's back for this fixture against Warwickshire. Then finally, the final 3, Brett Hutton, Jake Ball and Dane Pattison. Brett Hutton currently leading with wickets for Nottinghamshire. Jake Ball, he needs 1 wicket to reach 100 first-class wickets at Trent Bridge. And Dane Pattison, of course. And that is your Nottinghamshire selected 11 for this fixture against Warwickshire. OK, so as I just mentioned to Stephen Mullaney there, it's a big game here at Trent Bridge. These 4 days are really important because if we just take a look at the table, you will see that it's very close at the top. Warwickshire currently sits second on 79 points, with Nottinghamshire just 11 points back on 68. It's very tight there at the top. Warwickshire currently played 5, won 3, lost 1 and drawn 1. And if we just look at the batting and bonus points, then Nottinghamshire will obviously be looking to build on those 8 batting bonus points that they've got, but first they'll be looking to get those all-important 3 bowling points as they are bowling here today. Now, as we are bowling, let's just remind you of who's taken the wickets so far this season for Nottinghamshire. I mentioned it in the team read. It's Brett Hutton that sits at the top with 29 wickets so far in this county championship campaign. Dane Pattison, 25, only 4 wickets behind Brett. Maybe they'll have a bit of competition this morning. We'll have to wait and see. And then obviously Stuart Broad, he's now fully focused on Ashes duty. He sits in 3rd with 15. Now, hopefully, we might be batting later on today. we'll have to wait and see. The bell's just gone, so we are literally just under 5 minutes away from the start of play. But just remind you of who has scored the runs so far this season for Nottinghamshire. And you will see that it's another person that is on Ashes duty. It is Mr. Ben Duckett that sits top, but Joe Clark sits second there. Lots of runs scored with Nottinghamshire, and they'll be looking to build on those runs when the time comes with the bat. Sorry, my apologies. Hass is second. Very sorry to Hasib Hamid with 357 runs. Joe Clark sits third with 335. Okay, just to let you know about your commentary team today, it is obviously Dave Bracegirdle, but they have a very special person with them, an ex-England Test cricketer. I'll let Dave tell you all about that, but just the schedule of play, 96 overs today, with lunch being taken at 1 o'clock. It's very warm here at Trent Bridge. Wherever you're watching us, I hope you've got your cool drinks, maybe sit in the garden, but literally stay with us and you will watch all the action here on Trent Bridge Live. But we are a few minutes away from the start of play, so I'll hand you over to your live stream cameras and your commentary team, and Dave will be the next voice you hear.
To Aaron for setting up the day on the Trent Bridge Live live stream, and you will have heard that the toss has been won by Warwickshire, who have elected to bat. So Warwickshire will be having first use of a greenish wicket, but I'll tell you more a little later on. It's a wicket that in the past has produced masses and masses and masses of runs. We're playing slightly towards the Fox Road side of the ground, in fact very close to the Fox Road stand, so it's quite a short boundary on that side. Notts, if you remember all the way back to the last county championship match 3 weeks ago against Essex, have made two changes. Obviously Stuart Broad is away with England now, so he doesn't feature, and he's replaced by Jake Ball. Good to have Jake Ball back. And the other change sees Tom Moores, the wicketkeeper, happily recovered from a broken finger. He's back in the starting 11, so a little bit of rejigging, and Liam Patterson-White misses out. So Ball for Broad, and Tom Moores back in at the expense of Liam Patterson-White. Warwickshire's side is as they were their last county championship side, exactly the same. Rob Yates, Alex Davis, Will Rhodes, Sam Hain, Dan Mosley, Ed Barnard, Michael Burgess the keeper, Danny Briggs, Hassan Ali, Chris Rushworth and Oliver Hannon Dolby. Richard Wilford from BBC WM is here. He's just doing an update for listeners in the West Midlands. He'll be back alongside me shortly. But we're absolutely delighted to say for this game we've been joined by former England Test cricketer. An absolute delight to welcome in the Trent Bridge sunshine, one Mr. Roland Butcher. Good morning, Roland.
Dave, very, very good morning to you, and what a lovely morning it is as well. The sun on the way up here, I couldn't believe it was so hot at this time of the morning. But
you drove up this morning or yesterday?
This morning. Sorry, I came out yesterday, but just walking from the car park to the East Gate. Everybody in short sleeves. It's absolutely fantastic.
It's a lovely day. Last time you and I think were on commentary together was at Kensington Oval, Barbados, and it would have been warm there, but it is warm here. They do say, the scaremongers do say there might be a thunderstorm or two around a little later on. Let's hope they're wrong. It's going to be Brett Hutton to get us underway. We'll have thoughts continually throughout the game from Roland, and as I say, Richard will be with me in just a moment. But Brett Hutton's going to get us underway here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM, and on the live stream as Hutton starts with a full toss, which Rob Yates drives to mid-on, and there's no run. Poor old Trent Bridge looking a little parched now. It was lush and green for the early rounds of the county championship, but there's signs of wear and tear out there, Roland, isn't there? You can see where they've been using the practice wickets, and there are parts of the outfield that's just starting to look a little bit. Here's Brett Hutton in once again, and bowls to the left-handed Yates, who drives this away through the offside and that's the first runs of the match away for 4. Roland, what tends to happen in these games is Notts tend to outplay Warwickshire for 3 days, and then on the last day Warwickshire come back and either easily make their way to a draw or even go on and win the games. That is always the pattern in Nottinghamshire Warwickshire games. Notts will have a good 3 days, and then Warwickshire will have a good 4 days to take the points. That's been the trend when they've met here in recent times.
Well, that means that it's going to be a good game, and the spectators will certainly get value for their money. That last delivery was a full-length half volley, and Yates did miss out on that one. He put it away nicely.
Umpire at the far end, Steve O'Shaughnessy, has just been called, I think, by I think it's Peter Hartley at this end. Both send their regards as well. And
yes, I played with both.
I did ask them both. Also Peter Moores. I guess you guys have got some stories to tell me about Mr. Butcher, and we'll save that for another day, Dave. They said as Hutton bowls, and this is played back to Brett Hutton, 4 without loss. Lovely day, lovely morning. Just waiting to do an update on BBC Radio Nottingham, then we can blather a little more about the day. Notts go into this one in 4th spot in the Division 1 table, and Warwickshire in 2nd, and with a game in hand. So a really good start to the season by the Bears. Just trail Surrey over the leaders. Next one wide of the off stump, goes through to the returning Moors. First match of the season, Roland, or in fact second match of the season, he broke the middle finger on his right hand. Tom Moores, the keeper. He has been back and he has played in the Blast, but this is his first championship game back, and quite a nasty break. He showed me his finger the other day, and it sort of zigzagged a little bit at the end. Not a nice one. Yeah,
well, very few wicket keepers, particularly at the end of their career, can show you straight fingers.
Here's Hutton into bowl, wide of the off stump, again through to Tom Moores. Got BBC Radio Nottingham in my ears, just doing an update for local radio in just a second. 1 ball left in this opening over. There are pictures available, folks, via the Trent Bridge live stream. Here is that update. The glorious morning here in Nottingham. We've started on time. Just hope those thunderstorms pass us by this afternoon. Notts have lost the toss. They're in the field. Might be a tough old day out there with the ball. Brett Hutton bowling the opening over. There's been a couple of changes to the Notts side. Of course, Stuart Broad is away with England. Liam Patterson-White not playing. So in come Jake Ball for the first time this season, and Tom Moores has the gloves after recovering from a broken finger. Warwickshire 4 without loss.
Thanks, Dave. Nottinghamshire's weather now. It's been a lovely warm morning.
And the over ends with a ball thudding into the pads, and it will be Jake Ball to bowl the 2nd over of the morning from the pavilion end. You played him many times, Roland. Is it a ground that you particularly enjoyed coming to, or a ground that filled you with dread?
I certainly enjoyed playing here because it was always a contest you had to deal with Hadley and Rice, so that was always a contest. Those 2 players were very good players for Nottinghamshire, and particularly at home, obviously, they perform well, and the likes of Bashar Hassan and people like
Randall, crackers, aren't they?
Yeah, Randall. Yeah, always enjoyed playing here. Looks a little bit different to when I played here. It is quite a superb stadium right now.
When was the last time you were here?
Oh boy, it is that far back.
We'll leave Roland just to think about that. Jake Ball back in the side. I say back in the side, it's the first time this year he's been included in the red ball side. He's had all sorts of injuries over the last 2 years, and he bowls now to the right-handed Alex Davis, former Lancashire glove man. He lets this go through to Tom Moores, and there's no run. This track, Roland, it does look green. It always looks green here on the first morning, but the last time there was a match played on here on this particular strip was the last game of last season, when Notts made 650 for 4 before declaring, and then bowled Durham out twice. So it's it's full of runs.
Yeah, I mean, I think the pitches really should look more like this. I hate the brown pitches.
Ball in past umpire O'Shaughnessy, and again Alex Davis shoulders arms, 4 without loss.
Yeah, the pitchers must have something in for the faster bowlers, and as you said, then flattens out, the batters come in, and then towards the end of the game the spinner should come in. For me, that's a good cricket wicket.
Yeah. 4 without loss. No men's Ashes test here this year, folks, but there's the women's Ashes test, and that will be the next match here. Can only presume we've got a matting strip right in the centre of the square here. That's going to be the one that's no doubt being preserved for that women's Ashes match, England-Australia, in a couple of weeks, as this one goes through to the keeper. In fact, next week starts... what date are we? No, it is a fortnight. It's a fortnight it starts. 4 without loss, Warwickshire. Will Rhodes, born in Nottingham, returning to his home city. The Warwickshire skipper won the toss and asked Stephen Mullaney's side to bat first. And should be a pretty decent contest, this one, packed with plenty of performers in good form. Sam Hain always seems to get runs here. As ball in once more, dropped on a nice line of length here. It's the pad and asks umpire O'Shaughnessy. Height, says Roland, might well be absolutely spot on there, but it's always nice just to clear the throat early on.
Yeah, good delivery, turned him round a bit. Alex Lee's certainly just straightened, and the carry on the pitch early morning would suggest that the height to that, and absolutely hit him just below the waist. Good delivery, but just too high.
Just able to see a little replay on our monitor there. As I say, pictures are available, folks, if you're just listening to us, as this one wide of the off stump goes through to the keeper, thanks to producer Kirsty and the team. I know the camera crew out and about all round Trent Bridge today, bringing you the pictures. They've got enough equipment for all weathers today. I think there's plenty of rain max been taken out there by the camera crew, but there's also plenty of the old suntan lotion, because if you sat in the sun it could be a bit of a scorcher. Here's ball again from the pavilion end. Final ball of the second over. In again to Alex Davis, leaves it alone, goes through to Tom Moores. We've had 2 overs, just that one boundary here at Trent Bridge. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire as well, and on the live stream Mr. Kevin Howells is also in the building. In fact, crikey, that was spooky, wasn't it, Roland? He just crept in behind me. What have you got to tell me, Mr. Howells? Are you telling me anything? He's telling me that I've got the umpires the wrong way round. That's what he's telling me. I've getting a ticking off Roland straight away. Telling me that Peter Hartley is at the far end, and the reason I was confused was I actually was out there for the toss of the umpires, and I'm sure Steve O'Shaughnessy said I'll have the far end. This one's worked away on the leg side, Hutton bowling, and there is no run. Well, thank you to Kevin for ticking me off there, but we'll just have a little look. We'll just have a little look with the old binos. Of course he's right. Of course he's right. Steve O'Shaughnessy at this end. Yates, a left-hander. Stands with bat held aloft. This one wide of the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Since we last met, did I dream this, or did you become a West Indies selector?
Yes, I'm a senior men's selector now.
Currently, still?
Yeah. And youth as well.
So, is that taking up much of your time? I guess just looking down the starting 11s here, there's not too many in this game that's going to get a call-up, is there?
It's taking up all of my time.
Here is Brett Hutton in again to Yates, and it goes through to the keeper. I'm sure we'll talk about that during the course of the contest. I'm delighted to say that Richard has eased his way, and he's snugly fitted in on the end of the row there, just to your right. We're halfway through the third over, Richard. I'll say good morning now, and then we'll bring you in the end of the over.
No problem. Good morning to you both.
Lovely to see you. Warwickshire winning the toss, and Will Rhodes, ball not too far away from here, said we'll have a bat please. This one just shapes back, having been left alone by Yates. He did have a bit of a think about it, the skipper, to be fair. Stephen Mullaney looked at him, and Will Rhodes had a look, and he looked down at the coin again, and yeah, we'll have a bat. So there might just have been a little bit of gamesmanship, or he might just have been in two minds, but it looks a belter once you get past the first half an hour, 40 minutes here, it generally tends to flatten a little bit. And as I said, the last time anybody played on here, Notts racked up 650 for 4 declared against Durham. As this is driven again through the offside by Yates. Second time he's played that shot. And Warwickshire double their score, Yates double their score. I suppose the flip side of that is Durham were bowled out cheaply, so you can also say it was a game that was concluded well inside 4 days at the back end of last season. But that huge first innings score from Warwickshire. Nice shot from Yates.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot by Yates. Wasn't a half volley by any means, just beautifully timed, and that really is an indication of what's going to happen in terms of the quality of pitch. So early on in the innings, still able to play that ball slightly on the up with perfect timing.
Difficult once again to readjust to the size of the crowd, because we have big crowds here for the T20 Blast. So stark contrast a little bit, just seeing some of the stands sparsely occupied, but a lot of the people tend to congregate in this stand. There'll be a way to our left in the commentary position, because they can look down on the action, and they'll also be downstairs because they've got a little bit of shade. As Hutton round the wicket bowls, and Tom Moores dives to his right and takes it. 8 without loss, a couple of boundaries to Rob Yates, 1 in the first over, 1 in the third over. So Brett Hutton none for 8. Jake Ball back in the side. He began with a maiden, he'll bowl the 4th over. And a word or two from Roland, and then, as I say, for the first time this morning, we can enjoy the company of Richard Wilford.
Yeah, first couple of overs not really threatening to the batsman. Good carry to the wicket keeper, but also showing that it could be a very good day for batting.
Nice to be alongside 2 international cricketers. I feel quite humbled, really. Italy's Davide Bracegirdle and of course England's Roland Butcher, as Jake Ball will continue from the pavilion end. And again a leave from Alex Davis, who Ball probably hasn't asked to play as much as he'd probably like to in these first couple of overs, Roland.
Yeah, the first over was quite a good one to Lees. He didn't really get a chance to put bat on ball. That first delivery was outside the off stump, but good length. Again, having to take a careful look. So far, they've been bowling quite well at him.
Davis, watchful so far, survived one appeal for LBW, and that one he leaves late. He thought about it, but just looking at the fact they've left a bit of grass on the top of this one, the leave is going to be as key a shot, and particularly when you're coming off the back of 8 T20 games, actually getting into the psyche of Championship cricket again is so important.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big changeover from the white ball to the red ball. You expect the red ball, particularly the no ball, to do something, where in the white ball game it doesn't do a great deal for very long.
Ball strides in once more. That one angling into the pads of Davis, tries to flick it down the leg side. Doesn't get on anything on it really, apart from pad. And it drops out in the offside.
And the other thing in the white ball cricket, you, as a batsman, you don't look back and see 3 slips in the gully. In this case, 4 slips.
Exactly. We've seen some really weird and wonderful games involving both of these teams so far in the T20 Blast. Notts off to an excellent start in that. The Bears won the first 4, lost the next 3, and then had an extraordinary win on Friday evening that rather boosted their morale. The ball is driven wide of a diving gully, and it'll go for 4 through third, but that was fortune there for Alex Davis. Thick outside edge, and the one thing I would say is it then raced away.
Yeah, just reaching for a wide delivery. It was pitched up, but very wide upside the off stump. And I think if Slater was in a more traditional gully, that would have been a comfortable head height catch.
It's part way between gully and point, really, isn't he, where he is?
And also he's on the move. He's not in a stationary position. He's almost like a one saving position.
Nice to see some white floppy sun hats, apart from Stuart Broad. One or two of the players just have to blink twice just to identify them, because you don't usually see them in floppy sun hats.
No fewer than 5 on the pitch at the moment. As the ball down the leg side carries through at shoulder height to Tom Moores. Just to mention that game on Friday that the Bears played, where 137 proved comfortably enough against Northants. I mean, extraordinary. On a wicket that had been used against Notts 6 days earlier, against Derbyshire, and then it was turning a bit.
as I read the scores out in the interval in our game, Warwickshire have been bowled out for 137 at home to Northants. Ooh, that's helpful.
Yeah, not so much in the end. As that one goes past the outside edge of Davis, that's the line from ball. Outside off stump, in the area, and the batsman's not quite sure, he's offered a bat at it, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. End of the 4th over here at Trent Bridge. Warwickshire 12 without loss.
Yeah, not a particularly good shot that by Davis, just playing down the wrong line. Really squaring up. Ball, fortunately for him, didn't touch the outside edge of the bat.
Been doing a few games, haven't you, Roland, for BBC Sport this year?
Yeah, just a few, obviously, because it's a busy time of the year for me. I did my first game, I think I did at, where did I go? It's a few weeks ago, actually. Last week I was in Jersey doing the ICC Women's World Cup qualifiers.
Very nice. Hutton round the wicket, bowls to the left-hander Yates. He's only bowled at Rob Yates so far. They've not changed ends. We've had 3 boundaries, and of course it's Sunday morning. We're honoured to have you here on a Sunday morning, because isn't this the day that you're allowed to drive your sheep over London Bridge now, or some sort? Have you got the freedom of the city? Did I see?
Yes. I mean,
that's terrific.
I don't
Congratulations.
Thank you. I don't think you have a specific day that you can drive your sheep over there.
That's always the thing that they say, isn't it? You can drive your sheep over the bridge. As Hutton bowls to Yates on the front foot, just rocks forward, eases it out as far as a Seba Mead, and there's no run.
Yeah, the first thing you've got to do is source some sheep. That's the first thing. And it's a bit harder than you imagine to. Where are you going to keep them? That's the thing.
But no, that's a terrific accolade, and is that for cricket and for services to the community, or what? What's the wording behind all that?
It's a combination.
It's Hutton round the wicket, past O'Shaughnessy, and left alone by Yates, goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, very good leave, just tempting him outside the off stump. Basically services to cricket, to the city, charity, its work, etc. So it's a combination of things.
Good stuff, man. That's terrific. And who bestows that upon you, if I may be so bold? The Mayor of London? Or?
Well, it's the Corporation of London, I guess. Comes out of the Guildhall.
Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Hutton, not played in any of the Blast games, had a little bit of a niggle as we came towards the end of that block of championship games. Bowls to Yates, and again he just pushes it pleasingly out onto the offside. Notts with a couple of changes from their last county championship match, but it is more or less a stable looking side. Stuart Broad, of course, away now with England. Liam Patterson-White's played in 5 of the 6 games. He's not included here. Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, does play. And Tom Moores, of course, as you will have heard, now happily recovered from his broken finger. He's got the gloves back on as Hutton bowls whipped. I say whipped, it's just really dropped on the leg side. No real intent to work it away for runs towards that short side.
So Dave, that award started back in the 12th century, and I guess at the time one of the other things that is still part of it now is that you can get drunk in London and not get arrested.
Is that right?
and not get arrested.
Does that include family and friends as well? There's Hutton round the wicket and associates. Bowls to Yates, who defends it out onto the offside. Hamid will field. Tidy stuff from Brett Hutton. 3 overs, 1 made, none for 8. It's sort of that early sparring here, Roland, isn't it? Not so striving for the breakthrough, and Warwickshire's openers want to set the platform for what's to come later in the day.
Absolutely, but the Warwickshire openers look pretty solid at this moment in time. No real scares. 1 or 2 balls going past the bat, but apart from that, they look pretty much in control. Yeah, I was just saying that last bit is wasted on me as a non-drinker, so it's,
his body is a temple. So if you need help on how to wrangle your herd of sheep across London Bridge, surely there's another former man of Barbados who's going to be more suitable, as Davis, first ball of the new over, tries to clip it through mid-wicket but gets it rather too straight. But the former Kent and West Indies all-rounder John Shepherd, surely you need to call upon a Shepherd.
Well, yeah, Shepherd, but he'd have to bring his own bell, though. That's the thing.
Very good.
So he was a man of St Andrew, you're a man of St Philip, is that right, on the island?
Yeah, I'm an eastern man.
Tremendous.
The eastern tip of the island.
Davis on 4, shorter ball tucks him up. Really inconveniences him, he stumbles forward and puts his bat on the ball when it's not even on the cut strip. Good delivery, that cutting back from Jake Ball.
So where will I know on the east side? Windward Cricket Club, that's on the east side, isn't it? Is that in
area,
the vicinity?
That's the area, because you know it's shaped like a boot right on the tip of the boot.
A pearl, they call it, don't they?
Tip of the boot, yeah.
Sultry morning at Trent Bridge. Jake Ball comes in again and he's driven down towards long leg by Alex Davis. Didn't get probably as much bat on that as he would have liked, but first single of the morning, and for the first time 5.5 overs in, the strike rotates, so the field will switch around. Warwickshire 13 without loss, Davis up to 5.
Yeah, I don't think Davis was hitting the ball in that area. He was hitting it more towards mid-on with wicket. Just a little bit too far inside the line.
Feels like the sort of day, if the batters can get through this morning session without too much damage done, that you might get your rewards this afternoon with the bat.
Yeah, it looks a nice batting day, doesn't it? Balls coming through at a decent pace and decent height.
The surface may well change colour as the day continues. Just got that greenish hue at the moment. Round the wicket to the left-hander Yates, who pushes it out to the offside for a single out towards extra cover. Hamid in quickly, but they were comfortably through. 14 without loss.
Yeah, well judged single, just dropping the ball into the offside. Early response from his partner and safely home.
Of course, both sides without some big names, as well as Stuart Broad. Ben Duckett, of course, away with England. He didn't play in that last championship match, but he's not leading run scorers so far this season in the championship. 401 runs at around about 45 apiece. And the Bears without Chris Wokes.
Ball once more, back of a length, left alone outside off stump. And I've seen more of Wokes than they would have expected this year already, to see 3 championship games and a handful of T20s. And without Moeen Ali now for the rest of the T20 campaign, which was a bit of a shock.
That red ball exponent, Moeen Ali.
Yeah.
Strange old state of affairs. You can understand in a way that they've banked on his experience, and they know what a fiery or fierce competitor he is, rather than fiery. But I don't know, a little bit of a kick in the teeth for the championship.
Ball back of a length, and that gets big on Davis, and he's very lucky that when it comes off the shoulder of the bat, it arcs down towards third, and it will beat the fielder for 4 more. But both of his boundaries have come off false strokes. 18 without loss, 9 apiece for Davis and Yates, but a moral victory there, Roland, certainly for Jake Ball.
Yeah, I don't think Davis could have done a great deal about that. Really, the length it was, it just popped up, perhaps hit the shoulder of the bat, and let's have a look at the replay there. It's a length ball and it just hit the shoulder of the bat. Could have gone anywhere, but he had the luck. Went down to third man for 4, so he needs to really ride that luck. So far he's had 2 chances that he's gone through that area, so he just needs to hang in there. Could be his day.
Who knows?
Going to be Hutton to continue. We're through 6 overs. Warwickshire 18 on the board as Hutton bowls to Rob Yates. You'd imagine Jake Ball might just have 1 or perhaps 2 more, and then generally the pattern I would imagine would be for him to come out of the attack, Dane Patterson to take over, the South African, and then Jake to replace Brett Hutton maybe when he's had a little bit longer, maybe 8 overs or so for Hutton at this end. Lyndon James will be the 4th seamer, Stephen Mullaney the 5th if they have trouble. This one shapes away from Rob Yates. There was a appreciative amount of movement there which the crowd enjoyed. That one jagged away sharply.
Yeah, he played at that one. Again, good length. On this occasion, obviously he's bowling around the wicket. That one just leaving the left-handed batsman. Most of his deliveries have tended to come back at the left-hander.
And the spin options for Notts, well, the leg spinner Calvin Harrison just playing his second first-class game for Notts. He's in the side, and maybe a little bit of off-spin from either Matthew Montgomery or Ben Slater if required, as this one's hit back to Hutton, or just blocked really by Yates on the front foot. So there's plenty of options for Stephen Mullaney. Whilst he's not been playing in the Blast side, Ben Slater's been playing for Chesterfield in the Derbyshire leagues, and he's been getting masses of wickets. Not yesterday he didn't play, but last Saturday he got 4 for 24. So Ben Slater, often an underused commodity, his right arm off spin. We may see a little bit more of him with Patterson White not playing. Next ball just finds Yates again rocking on the front foot out into the offside, and there's no run. Light aircraft activity all day, pretty much all day here at Trent Bridge. It'll be Richard's first time here since our view away to the right towards East Midlands Airport has been taken away from us. The building there of the Dave Bracegirdle retirement home away to our right is blocking the skyline. As Hutton into Yates on 9, again deep in his crease, just happy to ease it out to Asiba Mead, and there's no run. 18 without loss. It's
is it wrong that I'm disappointed that you can't see the buses?
Well,
I used to enjoy watching the buses go.
See the bus, and the old saying was the power station. If you can see the power station, it's going to rain. If you can't see it, it is raining. And of course you're here with Warwickshire being here. It means obviously you're not playing at Edgbaston, because we sort of take a bit of a weather guide from Edgbaston. If you go off for rain, we reckon to go off about an hour later. So we've not got that luxury this week. As Hutton bowls down the leg side, whipped away. There's a cry of catch, but from my perspective it was all the way along the ground, totally in control of that, and the first one hit towards that short side on the Fox Road stand is nicely put away by Yates for 4. He's on 13, 22 without loss here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, and those of you following far and wide on the live stream through the Nottinghamshire, and I'm sure there's a link on the Warwickshire Cricket Club websites as well. It's the BBC commentary, which of course you can mute should you wish, but why would you want to? Because we've got Roland Butcher and we've got Richard Wilford.
Yeah, nice shot that from Rob Yates. You mentioned the end of the previous Jake Ball over, Dave, and I'll bring Roland in on this, that it could be considered a bit of a kick in the teeth of the championship that Moeen Ali's been called up as the replacement for Jack Leach. But I'd actually suggest that there aren't really many live alternatives to that, in that Liam Patterson-White out of form so far this season, hasn't been in the wickets at all. The Bears have got Danny Briggs, who in terms of, he's seen as a better white ball player, is outstanding with the red ball in 2021, not so good last year. Don Bess at Yorkshire hasn't done a lot of bowling. As ball begins a new over, tucked down into the offside, think of a quick single. But Roland, there's not a vast array of proper full-on spinning options, are there?
Well, that should be more of a concern, not the fact that Moeen Ali is playing, the fact that you don't have a lot of options, and the fact that he can still get back into the team having retired tells you really that there is a crisis in the spinning department. So it's the area they have to look at, because Moeen Ali can't go on forever.
No, that's it, and nor can Jack Leach for that matter. There needs to be something coming in behind them.
Is there some issue here, maybe with a finger with Alex Davis?
I think it was when that one went down to third man. I think there was a bit of finger in that one that bounced off a length and went over the top.
So that was the first ball he'd faced since that one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it may be that he's felt some pain that he wasn't necessarily anticipating.
Well, I'm sure the Nottinghamshire fielders will be eager to see the 12 men rushing out with some drinks. I know we've only been going for around about half an hour, but it's going to be warm, thirsty work. But yeah, there appears to be a bit of a finger injury here for Alex Davis, so we'll just have some of that magic spray rolling.
Well, they hope it's not a slight fracture or something. That the magic spray doesn't help that. If it's a bruise only, but as you know, fingers are very delicate things, and when you get struck on it by a cricket ball, this is pretty hard, especially if it's jammed against the bat. That's can be pretty uncomfortable.
It doesn't look too distressed. But curious thing with the spin bowling department at the moment is that most teams around the circuit have got one, sometimes two, homegrown spin bowlers playing in the T20 Blast. And we are in an era now where a lot of young players coming through, whether it be as batters or bowlers, are going to have those white ball skills first and then have to learn the red ball skills, and that is a massive challenge for counties, especially with how little second 11 red ball cricket has been this year. How do you get the overs into them with a red ball?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, especially when you get pitches like this, spinners are not going to bowl a great deal. Listen, I can remember certainly when I was playing, it was accepted that, late in the season, August plus, spinners would get their wickets.
Yeah.
Because generally you are now playing on pitches that you've played on before, so second time round, and they're worn, and that's when they came into their own. They had to, early part of the season, they had to watch the seamers and the batters, but those last 6 weeks of the season, spinners would get a lot of wickets. I find now that right throughout the season the pitches are pretty good for batting, so spinners don't really get the sort of rewards that they used to.
He's popped his helmet back on, gents, so I think he's going to be okay to continue. Just very quickly before we restart, there should be, there are 8 county championship matches taking place today, and no surprise they've started everywhere else, and of course they're also playing at the Oval. Day 5 of that, the ultimate test, that they call it, the test match between Australia and India. Will in a wee while I'll give you an update from what's happening everywhere else.
Yeah, and 2 or 3 teams chose to field today because heavy conditions, sometimes you get a bit of extra movement. We've seen a bit of added bounce for Jake Ball here with his height. It's troubled a shorter batsman in Alex Davis, but he is okay to resume. 9 not out, Davis, and that's a beauty past the shoulder of the bat from Jake Ball. Perfect riposte after a 2 or 3 minute delay.
And you made the point, Richard. It has been the norm in recent seasons for sides to play 3 weeks of T20 cricket, and then the first day back of Championship cricket, sides to be 5 or 6 down at lunch, and many of the players getting out playing white ball shots.
Yeah. Don't think we'll see a ramp this morning.
No.
I'd hope not. Davis faces again, and this is into his pad, so he's grateful to steer it behind square on the leg side. For a single, he's into double figures with 10, 23 without loss. I've got a feeling that if you were playing in this year, if you were 26 now, Roland, you'd have every shot in the book, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, I mean, listen, the way the white ball game has developed, the sort of non-traditional shots that's being played now, it makes it very difficult for the bowlers, particularly in white ball cricket. You're seeing it gradually creep into the red ball as well, where people are ramping and all sorts of stuff in red ball cricket, so it's excitement for the crowd.
Balls will come round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, outside off stump, shoulders, arms. 3 slips, a rather more orthodox sort of gully and a backward point in place now.
Yeah, I would have enjoyed it. It would have certainly given me more options.
Yeah.
The white ball game I would have loved to play, because, I mean, why wouldn't you? You play on small boundaries, fielding restrictions.
Yep. Get value for your shots.
White ball doesn't do a great deal. No slips and gullies.
You'll be chasing around the mid-wicket boundary when you were fielding as well, hurling it in.
And you've got huge bats.
Yeah. As this is a good lead from Yates, judging where his off stump is. Good pace from Jake Ball though this morning.
Just quickly on that match at the Oval, India have lost 2 wickets within the space of 3 balls. They're 190 for 5. Virat Kohli out to Scott Boland for 49, and then Jadeja went for a 2-ball dug. So 190 for 5. India still 254 away. But more realistically, I guess Australia 5 wickets away from winning that.
I do think he might be the key bowler in the Ashes, Scott Boland. He's got it in English conditions, that's for sure. Another good leave. Really on height as much as anything. There's plenty of bounce and carry in this surface, for sure. We've had 8 overs so far this morning at Trent Bridge. Warwickshire 23 without loss.
Yeah, the important thing is as you said, the pace and bounce is that it is even. You don't mind that. Once it's even, that's what you look for really in a cricket pitch. You want it fast, you want bounce, you want it even. You don't want one up, one down. What we've seen so far in the early exchanges this morning is that the ball's going through nicely. So the batters will enjoy that.
I was right with the theory, but wrong with the personnel. Dane Patterson is going to come into the attack as first change, but it's Brett Hutton that has made way for the South African international. So Patterson is going to come on from our end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road end. Warwickshire 23 without loss, just whilst he's preparing to bowl. Elsewhere in Division 1, Essex batting, they're 22 without loss against Somerset at Chelmsford. Kent 23 without loss against Surrey, and Hampshire 11 for 1 away against Lancashire. Is that what? I think that was at Southport, isn't it?
Yeah.
Trafalgar Road, Southport. So Davis on strike. Here's Patterson's first delivery for 3 weeks. Wide of the off stump, goes through to the keeper. 23 wickets at 18 apiece this season for Dane Patterson. Division 2, I did say sometimes you see sides lose a whole host of wickets. Well, Derby are that side. They're playing at Chesterfield, beautiful Queen's Park. Derbyshire 23 for 4 against their border rivals Yorkshire. That's in Division 2.
In fact, a fifth has gone, Dave. 23 for 5.
Right, yep, just updated. Thanks, Rich. Glamorgan 34 without loss at Chesterley Street against Durham as Dane Patterson, again wide of the pegs, goes through to Moors. Gloucestershire 31 without loss against Leicestershire, and Sussex 20 for 1 against Worcestershire. And are they playing at New Road? They are. You may remember the Charlotte Edwards Cup final yesterday. The Blaze were batting, and after 9 overs the rains came. Kevin Howells was there. The Blaze finished on 114 for 8, so Southern Vipers need 115, and they're 61 without loss, so Southern Vipers on top there. In the women's, as Patterson with a big away swinger. It started wide and went wider still, and he might have got away with that. 23 without loss is the score here at Trent Bridge. Thanks for your company this morning. At Brace Cricket, if you want to get in touch on the old Twittery thing, how can they get in touch with you, Rich, if they've got something they're just desperate to get off their mind?
At Wilford WM. Nice and simple. At Wilford WM.
Here is Dane Patterson. Balls again, wide of the pegs, through to the keeper. And you do the Twittery thing as well, sir, don't you?
Dave, I was going to say, there's no point in asking me. I have no idea what it is.
But you do pop a bit on now and again, don't you? I managed to find a nice photo of all the commentary team. Well, I thought it was a nice photo of all the commentary team this morning. Roland smacking the ball away to the boundary in his pomp. Richard in his bars top, and Kevin Howells, who hopefully will pop in for a few minutes a little later on, tucking into his tee. 23 without loss. Davis on strike on 10. He's had a blow on the fingers, but he's not been required, I don't think, to put bat on ball in this over.
But Patterson's getting some nice shape on the ball. He's bowling a fuller length, which I think early on is the best thing to do. Pitch is looking pretty good, but he's getting some good shape away from the bat.
Generally try and find some birthdays associated with the two sides, and I've struggled for today, but it is a very happy birthday to somebody that I know you know well. Collis King. It's Collis's birthday today, born in 1951. What a fearsome hitter he was as Patterson. Again bowls wide of the off stump. I don't think Davis had to lay bat on ball. 23 without loss.
Davis was. He still is.
Yeah.
He's still playing.
Yeah. Is it Dronsfield or Dinnington or somewhere in Yorkshire?
He's still playing as a professional.
What a guy he is.
Yeah.
Unbelievable that is, isn't it?
It's unbelievable. Still playing as a pro.
He could hit a ball hard.
Yeah, I think he's well preserved. I think the rum has done its job. It's destroyed many, but it is preserved him.
It's also a great day for BBC Radio, because the first ever ball by ball on the BBC Radio was done on this day, 1927, at Lord's, Roland's former home, of course, former Middlesex player.
Wasn't playing
Middlesex.
then.
You weren't playing then in 1927. Pelham Warner did the commentary on Middlesex versus Notts.
Ball round the wicket to Rob Yates, who pushes forward in defence. Hamid comes in from extra cover to do the fielding. So we're upholding the tradition 96 years on.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
So, but even though I wasn't there, Dave, there was a West Indian connection because Pelham Warren is West Indian.
Yeah. I've got another West Indian connection with today. 15 years ago today, the 11th of June 2008, I don't know what you guys will make of this, Alan Stanford landed his helicopter at Lord's, promising all sorts of things.
It's an edge from Yates and looks like he's gone here. Jake Ball gets his man out, it's a fuller length. It may just have done a bit, and it's a good low catch there, taken by Tom Moores. And that's the breakthrough. He looked the likelier of the bowlers so far, Jake Ball, and he gets the breakthrough. Yates gone for 13, Warwickshire 23 for 1.
Yeah, full delivery there. Yates really could have driven that. I think when we look at the replay, you will see that his front foot didn't go very far forward, so he was just barely forward there, and it really played quite a loose shot, got an outside edge. Good catch by Moores. It was very, very low to the keeper, but really a technical problem there for Yates.
Can I just say that's a milestone wicket as well for Jake Ball. It's his 200th first-class wicket for Notts. It's his first one of the season because it's his first match, but that's his 200th first-class wicket for Notts. I saw his first, which was in Abu Dhabi of all places, with a pink ball. He played in that Champion County game in 2011. His first wicket was Steve Moores, the opening bat who played for Lancashire at the time. He also had a long spell with Worcestershire. Steve Moores, and a little bit with somewhere else he went, might have been Derbyshire, but he was playing for Lancashire at the time. Jake Ball's first wicket was in 2011, Steve Moores, his 200th first-class wicket for Notts today.
It's not a bad effort. Well, there's a lot less first-class cricket played these days.
He's had a lot of injuries, Richie. He only played one game last year, and I think one the year before. He's had, I don't know if it's a stress fracture of the back, but he's had side issues, had all sorts of things.
Yes.
And of course, talking of fast bowlers with injuries, this I'm sure would have been a game that in the winter Ollie Stone would have earmarked in, because Ollie Stone moved from Warwickshire to Notts in the winter, and of course we've hardly seen anything of him, a hamstring. Some players they're just dogged with bad luck and a run of injuries.
Ollie Stone in particular I would call a luckless individual when it comes to injuries, because he gets all sorts of odd injuries as well. There was a time when he got fully fit and then broke his finger in a second 11 game. Fielding. Will Rhodes, the Bears skipper, is the new batsman.
And do you know where that was?
Left alone outside of, was it in Lady Bay?
That's where you park your car.
Yeah,
morning,
Lady Bay.
Yes.
The clue was there the way you asked, was it?
His first game back last summer was second 11 game for Warwickshire seconds against Notts seconds at Lady Bay, and he got 90 odd with the bat and looking forward to a bowl, and in the field straight away he broke a finger, and that was it. And I think it was the next day that it was sort of rushed through the deals that he was coming to Trent Bridge.
Ball round the wicket towards Rhodes. That's a beauty. He's pushed half forward there. It's gone past the outside edge of the bat. These days, it's becoming increasingly popular for right-arm pacers to come round the wicket to left-handers. It didn't used to be that much of a thing. He's got the perfect line going at the moment.
Well, you say popular. These days, it's a rarity if the right-arm bowler bowls over the wicket to a left-hander. They all seem now to go around, change the angle. They do get some degree of success, so it's a good ploy.
Rhodes is able to stab at this one, force it behind square on the offside. There's no run.
Celebrating the 200 wicket ball, obviously it's a great achievement, etc., etc. I just wonder if these days you will see bowlers getting someone like John Embry got over 1,700 first-class wickets. That is quite astonishing.
You can only announce it as a milestone for what it is. You just any record today, you just can't compare it with the past, can you?
Wanting to complete the over, left alone by Rhodes. That's the end of the 10th of the morning. Warwickshire 23 for 1. We've seen a couple of fine strikes from Rob Yates before he was out, and a couple of edged boundaries by Will Rhodes, but generally not easy to get scoring out there so far this morning.
Yeah, successful over. Ball getting his first. He's now got 1 for 11, so He's done some pretty good work so far. But I mean, how do you get 1,700 wickets?
Yeah.
Just.
It's just these days. I mean, you think about it. You'd have to play in more than one country for a start, I think, to have any chance of doing it. Because a 20-year career, 85 wickets a year, is not going to happen. No chance anymore. It's not enough cricket.
Here is Patterson. Low skiddy bowler, nips it away, and has that one that just can jag back from time to time, has left many a batsman embarrassed as he loses his off stump not playing a shot. Davis leaves this alone, goes down and gardens, does a bit of gardening. One or two people have taken the trouble to get in touch. Thank you very much. Keith Havers, one of our regulars. At last, proper cricket's back. Peter Hilton, here he is, another county captain in Will Rhodes who's taller than Stephen Mullaney. Peter has a thing that Mullaney's the shortest captain in the county. This one thuds into the pad. Moores and the 3 slips go up. The bowler doesn't. 23 for 1. Yes, Peter, I know every time I put a photo on you say Moores is the shortest captain. Matthew, another of our regulars. Morning, Dave. Can you have a word with the lads to take it easy? I can't get to Trent Bridge until Tuesday. I don't want to turn up with us needing 20 to win. Matthew, that doesn't happen, Matthew. In case you missed my intro, Notts v Warwickshire games tend to follow the same pattern. Notts dominate for 3 days and Warwickshire win on the 4th. That's how it usually goes, as this one drifts down the leg side and there's no run. Damien says Will Rhodes' mum and dad are here. Heart versus head apparently today, and he comes from a family of great club cricketers, Hucknall Cricket Club. Thank you, Damien. Yes, I think this is Will Rhodes, who is out there, the Warwickshire skipper, born in Nottingham, Hucknall, I think, and lived in the Papelwick area as a youngster. Then moved to Humberside. I think Rich may know more about that. Played for Yorkshire, and then moved down to Warwickshire. There's going to be a little drop here and a run. It's going to be tight. And Mead comes in, hits the stumps. Clearly nobody animated enough to appeal, so the run is safely secured. But that from Rhodes, he only just from Davis rather, he only just dropped the ball down at his feet and ran.
It was a tight single. Isn't that, I mean, accent-wise, you would not suspect that Will Rhodes had a Nottingham connection, because he's very much Humberside.
I think he was only 5 or 6 when he.
Yeah,
when he moved,
but the joyous thing about it is that the part of Humberside he moved to, having left Nottingham, was Cottingham.
Right.
So I just like this. They only go to places that end Ottingham, which has limited them, especially for holidays.
24 for 1. Trevor's been in touch, watching, listening, very much enjoying the action from a sunny Trent Bridge. I'm yards from the Cornish coast at. And then he's written it and then said that, Dave, that is pronounced Pray. So I'm in Cornwall at Pray. Thank you, Trevor, who sends his best to Roland and the commentary team. Same to you, Trevor. Enjoy your sunny morning in Cornwall. 24 for 1 as Dane Patterson sets off. We're in the 11th over. Bowls to the left-handed Rhodes, and he lets this go through to Moores. 3 slips, Hutton, James and Montgomery. We've got backward point, an extra cover and a mid. In fact, Lyndon James is at mid off, so who's that? Calvin Harrison. I'll tell you, when they put a floppy sun hat on, I can't recognise them, bizarrely. 6 on the offside and a fairly standard leg side field, but it's a short little hop away to that leg side boundary where the Fox Road stand is situated. Patterson bowls, hits Rhodes on the pad. Might have kept a little low, Roland. End of the over, 24 for 1.
Yeah, good last delivery, but obviously missing the stumps. But I think Notts have started pretty well. It's not an easy pitch to bowl on, but at the same time, I think the faster bowlers have bowled quite nicely. And
there's a couple of things that are troubling Steve O'Shaughnessy this morning. The first is he keeps on asking Peter Hartley at the far end to adjust the stumps. That's twice he's had to adjust the stumps. They're clearly slightly skew with. The other thing is he is having a very interesting look at Dane Patterson's follow through. Whether he's getting a little bit too close to the right-hander's leg stump with a leg spinner in the team. So he's already had a little bit of a look and indicated to Patterson that he's getting a bit close. Ball back over the wicket because he's now got the right-handed Davis on strike. Looks to guide it down towards third man, but it's an interesting position that Slater has taken. He's got deeper. He's pretty much a fly gully where he is now. He's too wide to be a fly slip. You could argue short third, but he's quite... I'm going fly gully for that position until somebody more senior in the commentary team tells me I'm wrong.
Well, he's almost a short third man, isn't he?
He's looking at you, Roland.
He's almost a short third man. But by the time he gets in, because he's walking in as well.
Yeah, he is coming in, isn't he? It's an odd position. This is slapped for 4 in front of square because there's only one man on the offside in front of square. And once you beat him, it's comfortable. It was on the up, but he's crashed it through extra cover for 4, Davis, and that's his first authentic full-on boundary of the day. He's up to 15, 28 for 1.
Yeah, just a little bit too short, too wide, and on this occasion, they said there's just an extra cover.
For those of you that like your milestones, I've actually been alerted to the fact that there was another one with the fall of that wicket. Tom Moores has now taken 100 dismissals here purely at Nottingham in his 32nd game. 97 catches, 3 stumpings, 100 dismissals here at Trent Bridge. There you go, if you like a non-important little stat or milestone, but Tom Moores with his 100th dismissal.
Ball back of a length and the thick inside edge will go down to fine leg for a single. Another false shot from Davis. He's 16, 29 for 1.
Yeah, he's riding his luck. He's had a bit so far, Davis, and that could have gone anywhere. He usually could have gone onto the leg stump, but the luck was with him once more. He picked up a single.
Opening bats need a bit, don't they? On a day like this where a bit of a green top, you bat first based on what you think the wicket is going to do over the 4 days, and the fact that the skies are largely clear. There are some wispy white clouds. There might be some slightly different ones later. So we do anticipate that it could get a little bit interesting weather-wise from about 3:30, 4 o'clock onwards. Ball round the wicket to Rhodes. It starts outside off stump and looks to move off the seam and further away, and Rhodes leaves well alone.
Yeah, once again, good carry. Keeper taking that. Almost above, certainly above the waist.
I'm always sceptical, Rich, here with reports of showers and thunderstorms and all the rest of it. We often in the past have heard it, and nothing comes to pass, fortunately, so fingers crossed that that's the case.
Ball to Rhodes once more, and again left alone through to Moores. The day has the feel of one where we may get that sort of thing happen. We had a storm breeze through in South Birmingham yesterday. It'd been a glorious day. My wife and my mother-in-law were sitting out in the garden, and suddenly it sort of went grey, and they came back in, and it was get the cushions off the garden furniture quick. It's one of those. A bit like racing the covers on. It's the equivalent. It's get the garden cushions in the box. This is onto the pads of Rhodes, and although there are oohs and ahs, I think it was probably heading down the leg side, and he'll squeeze off the mark with a single. Rhodes 30 for 1 at the end of the over, Warwickshire, but this has been a good spell from Jake Ball. 1 for 17 he is through 6.
Well, I went down and watched my former side, my local village side, play yesterday, and actually sat with my old mate who watched his son score 142 not out as Cornton racked up 221 in their 45 overs, and very much enjoyed that. And when the opposition were about 60 for 5, we repaired to the local hostelry to rehydrate and wait for the rest of them to come back. And eventually, when they did come back, Gedling and Sherwood had chased down 221 with the tail very definitely wagging, so they weren't too happy when they came back. But my mate saw his lad score 140.
Your level of hydration would have been quite something.
It's Patterson bowling wide of the pegs. Good carry, good bounce there from Patterson, and Rhodes leaves it alone. 30 for 1.
Yeah, very good leave as well. Left it on length, trusting the bounce, and spot on. Yesterday I took some time out to go and visit a friend, watched him Hucknall Cricket Club, which you would know in this area.
Oh right, yeah.
They blather it. Lovely little ground, actually. It's not little, but it's a lovely ground. Very well maintained.
Patterson bowls wide of the pegs through to the keeper. T's been in touch. Congratulations to Jake and Tom then on their milestones. We definitely needed the wicket, and I need one of these. And he's rehydrating nicely. 30 for 1. Been playing nearly an hour. Roland. Over rate's not tremendous. In fact, it's only 5 to 12, so time just to increase on that. But we did have few minutes out, didn't we, with the hand injury to Alex Davis. There's Patterson in again to Rhodes, who leaves us alone, and it goes through to Tom Moores. So 3 slips: Hutton, Harrison and Montgomery. Ben Slater's at backward point. In fact, Ben Slater's at cover. Lyndon James at mid-on. Joe Clark at backward point. Mulaney, Hamid and Ball on the onside as Dane Patterson bowls again, and Rhodes happy to leave alone. He's faced 13 deliveries now, Will Rhodes, for his single, but it doesn't really matter, does it? Just about crease occupation and just blunt that new ball and just hopefully tire the bowlers out a little bit.
Yeah, he's just having a good look at it. Obviously haven't received too many deliveries to put away, so very watchful. Patterson getting the ball obviously to swing as well, so he's extremely watchful.
Back at the end of his mark, Dane Patterson, 23 wickets so far this season. That's a good one. That just squared Rhodes up a little bit. That's the first time he's really inconvenienced the Warwickshire skipper. Goes through to Moores. He did well not to nick that, actually. 30 for 1.
Yeah, once again Patterson just hitting the seam. He looks that type of bowler that if the pitch is helpful will certainly test the batsman's technique.
Any specific memories on this ground that come to mind? You had a fabulous Middlesex side that would come here and give Notts a bloodied nose a time or two as Patterson bowls. He's hit him on the pad, but pitched outside the line of leg, runs out onto the offside to Slater. 30 for 1. You mentioned playing against Rice and Hadley wasn't always easy, but I guess it was the same the other way round, because you had a fine bowling attack yourself.
Yeah, we certainly did. It wasn't easy for them, I can tell you. But I always enjoyed coming here. As I said, Eddie Hemmings and the likes. Players who were good friends as well.
It's a good thing about cricket, isn't it? The way friendships forge, certainly off the field, in the dressing rooms. It was more of a done thing, I guess, in the time that Roland was playing the first class game, just to pop into each other's dressing rooms at the close of play and share a quiet drink together. The sides, I think the sides occasionally do it, maybe once during the course of a county championship match. Brett Hutton is coming back into the attack, this time from the pavilion end. 4 overs, none for 12 from Brett Hutton when he began at the Radcliffe Road end. Changed ends now. He's bowling from right in front of the committee rooms, and he'll be bowling to Alex Davis, who's on 16, and this one gets big on Davis, who is being stereotypical, is more of a wicket keeper's height, and he plays this down from under his nose out onto the offside. 30 for 1. Lovely day as ever. Those on the Fox Road side of the ground, away to the left from where we're looking, right in the sunshine. Hutton turns. We bowl again to Alex Davis, who again stands with his bat held nice and high, brings it down and just blocks the ball, and Hutton has to do his own fielding. And there's no run. 30 for 1. We're in the 14th over, so I'll say the over 8 not exactly racing along, but there's plenty of time to attend to that. Kent have had a bit of a wobble since I last gave you the score from down there at Canterbury. They're 35 for 4 against the leaders Surrey. 3 wickets there to Abbott. Alex Davis has to play a little bit of keepy-uppy there. He played it down into the ground. I think was perhaps a little fearful that it would spin back onto the stumps, so took a kick and then realised that it was still close to the stumps and then had to kick it away with a little more force. That could have been quite embarrassing.
Well, he nearly ended up kicking it onto the stumps, actually. It came off the outside of the foot. He wouldn't be the man you want in front of goal with time running out and you're a goal behind.
It's the voice of former England Test batter Roland Butcher, who's with us here on BBC Radio Nottingham as this one eases into the offside. BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. Stevenage man, Stevenage Football Club promotion this year. I saw you tell me you don't tweet, but I saw you congratulating them at the end of the season on their successful campaign under Steve Evans.
Yeah, I mean, I do tweet. What I don't, if you ask me what is my handle, my handle, I can't tell you. But I mean, Stevenage, it's fantastic for the town. I mean, it's a small backwater place.
Lewis Hamilton birthplace, isn't it?
Yeah,
Formula
a few
1,
others. Kevin Phillips.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Ashley Young.
30 for 1. Next ball on its way now, and this is driven up to mid-off, no run.
Well, my family's been there since the 50s. But it's a small place, but sporting-wise, it produces a lot of sportsmen in all different sports.
And is the other team Arsenal?
Well, I have 2 teams actually. I mean, the team I supported the first was Manchester United when I came here in '67, and then obviously Arsenal was a later addition.
Warwickshire 30 for 1. Next ball is just defended by Davis away on the offside. We may be having a proper pucker drinks break here, something I don't think we've had in the county championship thus far this year. The umpires and players, understandably respecting that it's quite a warm day, are going to just adjourn proceedings for 2 minutes as the 12th men rush on.
County championship action today, taking on Warwickshire. Dave Bracegirdle has the latest.
Signs that it is one of the warmest days of the summer so far. The players are just enjoying a well-deserved drinks break after an hour of play, with Warwickshire 30 for 1. The 1 wicket to go down was in fact a double milestone. It was that of Rob Yates, dismissed for 13. It was Jake Ball's 200th first-class wicket for Nottinghamshire and Tom Moore's 100th dismissal here at Trent Bridge. Warwickshire won the toss of 30 for 1.
Thanks, Dave. Nottinghamshire's weather now. It's been very, very warm.
So, as we mentioned, the players just having a little drinks break, just see if anything's happened anywhere else in that test match at the Oval. India now 212 for 6. They've lost the important wicket of Ajinkya Rahane as well, since Kohli and Jadeja went early on in the morning. So India require 232, but more realistically, Australia 4 wickets away from winning that. In Division 1, Essex 60 without loss, Kent 37 for 4, Hampshire 23 for 2. That sounds like a slowish morning at Southport. In Division 2, Derbyshire 47 for 6 at Queen's Park against Yorkshire, Glamorgan 35 without loss at Durham, in fact, beg your pardon, 55 without loss at Durham, Sussex 29 for 2 at home to Worcestershire, and it's raining in Bristol, where Gloucestershire are playing Leicestershire, 38 without loss, so the rain perhaps just starting to sweep across the country. Queen's Park, Chesterfield's where the wickets are, Roland. Derbyshire 47 for 6.
Yeah, I was fortunate to go there last year. Game Middlesex against Derbyshire, a game that was won by Derbyshire quite easily, but place that wickets can fall.
It's going to be Patterson to begin the 15th over. This one left alone wide of the off stump and through to Moores.
Patterson starting to work up. Some good pace. He's not an out-and-out quick bowler.
No.
Sort of in between a fast, just medium swing bowler. I guess depending on the conditions, he would adapt. Quite a very tall man. Looks quite strong.
He's only gone for 1 run so far, and Rhodes can't get him away. Chops it down in the ground. He's into his 4th over. Couple of maidens. Stephen Mullany just directing traffic. Who's he trying to move around? Captain trying to get the eye of somebody. Joe Clark maybe. At backward point. These two sides occupy the top 2 positions in the North Group of the Blast. Notts have played a game more, but nice to go into this round of matches with sitting up towards the right end of the table. This one difficult for Tom Moores to take. Does really well scooping it up just before it hits the ground for a second time. 30 for 1.
Yeah, that one just kept a little bit low. Lengthish delivery, but just almost went along the ground.
Into the 15th over now. Just the 3 bowlers used, all right arm seamers, Hutton, Ball and Patterson, and might be a healthy diet of that, with Lyndon James and Stephen Mullany also offering right arm seam. Oh, leg side 4 runs. Just can't stray there, and Dane Patterson immediately turned and walked back to his mark. He knew it, just straight onto the pads, and Will Rhodes all over it, clips it away into the boards for 4.
Yeah, food and drink really. Just watching a run out shout, which was obviously given not out, but that ball full length delivery on the pads, and first class batters don't miss out on those type of deliveries when the pitch is good.
Down, bread and butter shot, wasn't it? Just whipped it away for 4. Didn't give you the when I updated all the scores around the country. I didn't give you all the scores around the country as Patterson bowls and Rhodes a little push into the offside. Now there's a sharp opportunity here. Slater clean pick up and shy, but Davis is quick, gets down to the batter's end. That's where the throw went in from Slater. He missed the stumps. The Charlotte Edwards Cup, the women's T20 competition, if you like, is very firmly going the way of Southern Vipers. The Blaze 114 for 8. I don't think they were handicapped by rain coming after 9 overs yesterday. They had to continue this morning. 114 for 8, but Southern Vipers closing in on victory. They're 97 for 3 after 13 overs, and the damage appears to have been done at the top of the order by Danny Wyatt, who made 50. She's gone now, but they only need 20 or so runs in 7 overs, so that looks as if the Vipers are going to win that. As Patterson bowls to Davis. They've taken 1 or 2 sharp runs. This time Davis says, "No, stay there, go back, skipper," and the skipper does, and it's 35 for 1. After 15 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, the Nottinghamshire live stream, the Warwickshire live stream, and
anywhere else?
Anywhere. I presume we're live in the Caribbean, Roland. I'm not sure, but it is nice how the live stream just brings in listeners and viewers from all over the place, and you're very, very welcome.
In terms of the Charlotte Edwards Cup, I have to say, if the teams were at full strength all the way through the tournament, I'm not sure the Blaze lose to anybody. They're like the Globetrotters. I was lucky enough to watch their game against the Central Sparks at Grace Road. Nat Siver-Brunt made an unbeaten 96, 97 there. That was just sensational. Her 360 degree hitting. She doesn't have to use all of her power. She's just very, very good at timing it as well. As Hutton will continue to the left-handed Rhodes. It's short and it's pulled and it's dispatched very nicely by Rhodes for 4. So handbrake has been released a little bit since that drinks break. He goes to 10. It's 39 for 1.
That's the benefit of being watchful for half an hour, isn't it? You know, you're there, you've got the bounce, you've got the pace of the wicket, and when the bad ball comes in, bosh, like Roland used to do.
Yeah, just too short. Just stood up nicely and put away with some degree of confidence there by Rhodes. So I think what he needs to do, Hutton, is to get back on that nagging length on the front foot.
Hutton just little wander round at the end of his mark. He comes in again round the wicket on this gorgeous morning for watching cricket, and Rhodes leaves the ball alone outside off stump, and there's no run. It's great to be back in the box with you actually, Roland, because I've much enjoyed working with you down at the Oval last year, where we had the added joy of Jeremy Coney working with us for the game between Surrey and Warwickshire, and Eva Gray came up for one of the days. But yeah, it's just nice to be back alongside you. I enjoyed that.
Well, yeah, yes, I enjoyed certainly the Oval, and it's great to be up here with you.
As Hutton gets the inside edge from Rhodes, it's very fine. It'll go for a rather fortunate 4. Second boundary of the over. Rhodes 14, Warwickshire 43 for 1. It is one of those mornings where you're going to need a bit of fortune to get through to lunch.
Yeah, when the luck is with you, it is with you. Really, that one came off the edge. He's leaving it outside the off stump, and it's gone past the leg stump. Could easily have been bowled, but to add insult to injury, it also went for 4. So people would look and see that the ball has gone for 4, but no idea how it actually happened.
Rhodes, sort of player that if he gets a start, if he gets up into the 30s, then he becomes a different player. It's similar true with Rob Yates. It needs to be more consistent at the top of the order. But this morning it is difficult. These conditions will give the bowlers some encouragement. This is stabbed into the offside. Better length delivery, just outside off stump. Hamid is in quickly from the covers to do the fielding. That game at the Oval, look, the Bears were in a good chance of a draw in the morning session of the final day until a rather odd decision against Sam Hain, you may recall, who was in the 90s at the time and was caught down the leg side by a ball he didn't get terribly close to. It was just that Kemar Roach at the time was hooping the ball. He was bowling a brilliant spell, Roach. And,
well, basically, Warwickshire was winning the game for the most part. It was just that morning.
It led to a bit of a tumble, that one, as this is driven by Rhodes, not with enough timing to get beyond mid-on and mid-off, but it's between the two, so he can scamper through for another single. 44 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of play, really, what was very much on the cards was Warwickshire declaring and setting Surrey a target. Roach bowled well, but I think you would find also that I think Warwickshire contributed to their downfall.
They did, particularly after he'd gone. There were some injudicious shots, I think is the polite way of putting it, after that, and then Surrey knocks off the runs in great style as Davis pushes the ball out into the offside, and there's no run. Of course, Surrey look odds on to repeat with the title. They are an outstanding cricket team, that's for sure. They're in the wickets again this morning, and we've got Kent 4 down already at 41 for 4. So you can fancy him from there. Abbott's taken 3 of those. Does look a little bit like there are 2 halves to the top division this year. These 2 teams at Trent Bridge, you'd say, were in that top half of those, along with Surrey, Hampshire, maybe Lancashire, and the rest are going to be scrapping a bit to keep their heads alive above the surface, I think.
I mean, do you feel, Dave, that Richard, that the divide between those teams you just mentioned and the others, do you think it is because of their financial clout?
As Patterson begins a new over, driven off the outside edge by Rhodes. It beats the infield and goes far enough for them to scamper through for 2 more. Rhodes to 17, 46 for 1. Financially, the teams that are struggling are the ones who haven't got test grounds. Very kind young Dave Bracegirdle brings a cup of tea in. Thank you very much, Dave.
Doesn't seem hot enough there, Richard. I'll send it back.
Tremendous. But yeah, I mean, look, you could have a point, but then we also see teams that have got decent budgets who find themselves playing second division cricket. As Patterson bowls, and this is driven into the offside. Good tumbling stop, low to his right by Slater, prevents any runs. And a lot of it as well is to getting the overseas signings right. In that Kent have now got a couple of overseas bowlers, which might make a difference to them. It's difficult to know where the balance lies, isn't it? In that it's not just about money. It's about these grounds attract players as well, don't they?
Yeah. The reason I ask that is that the more wealthier counties can get a better level of overseas player.
They can. This ball from Patterson is left outside off stump. It doesn't always work that way. I think contacts are really important in terms of overseas players as well. And I think in recent years, because Warwickshire was so well served for so long by Jeetan Patel, for instance, who was a throwback to the era that you were playing, where you'd have an overseas player. In your case at Middlesex, you think of the years that Wayne Daniel was playing there, who would come back year after year after year, and it was accepted that was the case. Norbert Phillip would be playing for Essex every year. At Warwickshire, Alvin Khaled-Charan would be back year after year after year. But we're not in that era now. This is full and driven by Rhodes. It won't beat mid-on.
Well, these days they work by weeks.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, people come on games. They come for 4 games and 3 games, and I don't like that idea, actually. Hence, my theory was that I believe the overseas players should be increased to 4.
Right.
And 2 of the overseas players must be season-long players, so they must remain for the season.
Yeah.
Which means the county gets full value out of them, the team gets value out of them, the young players. The other 2, you can do what you're doing now, bring people for T20 or whatever. But 2 must play the whole season.
The thing is, it really limits it, doesn't it, in that international cricketers aren't going to be available. Those who play, especially now you've got this American league coming into being this year, it's going to be harder and harder to keep people around for long. It's defended into the offside by Rhodes. But
there are enough players available who are overseas, who are just outside the Test first 11, that wanting to get in, that's hungry to perform.
But who can also get a work permit, then becomes the balance, doesn't it? And it's hard to answer. I prefer overseas pros who are around for a full time. You think of the years that Andre Adams had here as well. People who are giving more than just playing a few games of cricket, but who are being part of the club. This is driven by Rhodes, this next delivery from Patterson up towards mid-on. It's the end of the over. Warwickshire 46 for 1. And I look at the difference that Warwickshire for the last 2 years had Carlos Brathwaite playing for the T20. But last year when he was captain, pre-season he was around because he lives in the country. So he was around pre-season, he knew all of the players, he knew what their strengths and weaknesses were. There were a few early season T20 friendlies that he was involved in, and then another set of friendlies just before the competition proper. So you felt that he belonged and he was part of something that was broader than being paid to play cricket for 4 weeks. And that's what you do need, isn't it?
Yeah, you need to have that presence in the dressing room over a long period, where the young players in your team can benefit from that, and obviously the second 11 players as well.
So I didn't know whether you were going to jump in there, Dave, as Brett came in.
I was enjoying listening to you both. 46 for 1. Davis been very watchful, hasn't he? 42 deliveries he's been out there for, but hanging around. Kevin's been in touch. Dave, I'm watching the Blaze on one screen and listening to your commentary. Sadly, the ladies didn't set enough. They're well on their way to defeat, but can I just congratulate them on making the final. Thank you, Kevin, as the next ball is almost played down onto his stumps by Alex Davis, who remains on 16 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, and every BBC commentary station on in the West Midlands. It's WM, Coventry and Warwickshire.
It's BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR.
Right.
This week's branding.
CWR, there we are. Houghton into his 7th over, none for 21. Past the umpire's left shoulder, balls to Davis. And again, he's just happy to stop it. It's almost ball hitting bat than the other way around, isn't it? He's not most of the time trying to impart any real power on the ball. He's just happy to stop it and block it and survive, which isn't a bad way to go.
He's had to really, really battle to survive. He's had 2 edgy boundaries. One that was a lovely smack through extra cover, but generally he's having to do anything he can to keep his head above water. The ball is doing a bit. Like I say, if you can bat through the lunch, you might get your rewards later.
Yep, indeed. Houghton bowls. He leaves this alone, goes through to Moores. Right now, you wouldn't necessarily say that either side would claim to have any sort of advantage. A wicket goes down and Notts think they're pretty much in clover if, as you say, if they can just eke out a few more runs and get to lunch 1 or maybe even 2 down, then Warwickshire will be nicely poised for the rest of the day.
It's kind of 0-0 if it was football.
Yeah.
It's the tactical battle that the Champions League final was last night.
Did you watch it?
Oh, I did, yeah.
Yeah. Next ball on its way, and this is pushed back by Alex Davis to bowler Brett Hutton.
In truth, though, my mum, who's just into her 80s now, she's tremendous. She loves her sport, and she's a massive Pep Guardiola fan. Has been since her Barcelona days. Once after she and Dad had retired, I took them to watch Barcelona play, and just I'd not been either, so it was great for all of us. And she hasn't got the necessary TV channel. So when I said, right, you're coming round on Sunday to watch the final, Saturday rather, she was thrilled.
Hutton, in again, bowls driven by Davis this time, but can't beat mid-off. End of the over. 18 overs gone, 46 for 1. Yes, we didn't particularly have it, but it was live streamed for free, wasn't it? So everybody could have have a little look.
But she wasn't about to sit at a laptop and try and find that stream. She only lives about 3/4 of a mile away, really. So it was a bit of Chinese takeaway, which she doesn't get very often, and to watch Steve Peck wins his title, so she loved that.
An absolute treat.
Well, it was, no, she did. She loved it. Linda James is going to come into the attack for the first time today, the tall, fair-haired figure who has taken strides forward, I think it's fair to say, as a bowler this year.
Well, he has, because he pretty much couldn't bowl for most of last year. He had a side strain, scored masses and masses of runs, had a terrific year with the bat, played for England Lions as well in the winter. He's taken 13 wickets this year at 27. Used either as fourth seamer, as he will be in this particular game, or fifth seamer in 1 or 2 others, where Notts have gone in with sort of 4 frontline seamers. But they've got so many missing at the moment. Ollie Stone, Stuart Broadaway, Luke Fletcher.
He's going to start round the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes, over pitch, but Rhodes doesn't time that, just stabs it up to Patterson at mid-off. No surprise that bowlers are generally going to be not looking at spells anything longer than 5 or 6 overs in this heat. It's not quite the heat that we had briefly last July when we had Championship cricket played in what I would call was seriously hostile weather.
Well, I've been doing the blast commentaries with a former Warwickshire player, but blink and you missed him, Kyle van Vollenhoven, who's very much part of this parish now.
Oh, of course, he played a bit of Royal London in 2021. Back of a length turned off his pads by Rhodes. Certainly get one. It's a short boundary, but Hamid will slide and keep it in. And a little bit of a relay there for ball to hurl in underarm, but 2 more runs to Rhodes. He's the first man today to get into the 20. Oh, no, he's not. He's just one short on 19. Because, of course, the scoreboard here, which is the best anywhere on the circuit, is also very quick, 48 for 1.
Yeah, it's huge praise to Ian Smith, who looks after the scoreboard. We've got Roger Marston and Mel Smith, scorers, doing the notching for this one. I'll come back to Kyle in a second.
T20 match on Friday, by the way, was Mel Smith's 400th match as scorer for the Bears. So the ball is defended by Rhodes. He didn't quite judge the length of that from James and just managed to jab at it.
Yes, the reason I'd sort of linked Kyle to what you said, the warm temperatures of last year. Kyle, after he left Warwickshire, as you say, played a little bit in the Royal London in 2021. Last year he played some not second 11 games and actually fielded for the first on that hottest day of the year when the temperatures reached 40.
Wow.
Hamid and Duckett battered through a day putting 400 on, and poor old Kyle was having to run on every over with a bottle of water for him.
That is hard work. James ran the wicket left alone by Will Rhodes. And Hollenhoven, for those who haven't seen him, is a leg spinner. He would kill to be 5 inches taller, Dave. I think he would, because he has to give it a lot of air. I don't think I'm being unfair there.
Well, he may. Hopefully, he'll pop in and see us at some point, because it's fair to say he resides within walking distance of Trent Bridge.
There are a lot of players given a chance in 2021 by the Bears. They had a stronger lineup for the Royal London One Day Cup last year. James, full of length, pushed into the offside by Rhodes, and he does make it to 20. 49 for 1 at the Bears in the 19th over. And I like the fact that competition has given some players some proper first team opportunities on big grounds with some good crowds, particularly last season in the One Day Cup. We had a memorable tied game at about 320 apiece down at the Oval against Surrey that ran 3,500 people in, and there were players on both sides who'd not been part of any sort of occasion like that at all, playing some really startlingly good cricket. And players have experienced it before they come onto this sort of stage. There may not be as many bodies in here watching, but Championship cricket still matters so much. As pushing forward in defence is Davis, and James is through his first over. 3 runs came off it. Warwickshire 49 for 1 with Rhodes 20 and Davis 16.
Josh the Bear's been in touch to us both. Were you talking about overseas players whilst I was fetching your cup of tea?
Yes.
Do you want to look after that one?
Kindly fetching the cup of tea, yeah. Let me grab it right there. Here we go. Overseas players should be signed on a full contract, says Josh. Players who use teams for a payday that don't play the game situation correctly doesn't sit right with me. Compare Hassan to Maxwell. Hassan is enjoying his time here and making a positive impact. It's slightly harsh on Glenn Maxwell, although he hasn't gone well, particularly with the bat, except for his first game. He has bowled very well, but I know what he means. I know what he means. The short-term contract.
I'm saying nothing because he's still got to come here for the second match in the Blast, and lots have been Maxwelled in the past. Here's Hutton to bowl. A little gentle push forward from Will Rhodes. Only he will know how much intent was there to actually play the ball. Didn't get anything on it. Yeah, certainly in both his Yorkshire and his Lancashire days, he's taken great delight in smashing the Notts bowlers to far-flung parts of the respective grounds we've played against him. So Notts were delighted to get him cheaply last weekend.
But you know, and Maxwell batted beautifully at Leicester in his first game and has struggled since. But he could. You're right. He could win another game or two yet.
Hutton bowls again. Rhodes happy to leave alone.
Whereas Hassan Ali has the air of an overseas player, rather like Dane Patterson, where he wants to be part of the setup. He wants to belong. His commitment is not just about turning up to play a game of cricket and earning a bit for the bank balance. I'm
looking forward to seeing him actually, because I've sort of become a little bit of a follower of Pakistan quicks this year, you'll understand, with Shaheen Shah Afridi coming to Trent Bridge, and all the razzmatazz and glamour that brings. He's been very much the very definition of a superstar with his followers, as this one is played by Rhodes onto the leg side. I don't know if you've done any of the Derbyshire games and seen Zaman Khan bowling.
I've seen them beat the Birmingham Bears twice. I look. They have 2 young Pakistan international cricketers, and I love them. I love their commitment. They field like dervishes.
I like Hyder Ali's fluorescent lime green boots.
His lime green boots.
You can pick him out.
But he's a good bat as well, Hyder Ali.
He is.
And Zaman Khan, he has got the Malinga, the slinger action. Not quite as low, but he's pretty accurate. I think those 2 are tremendous young cricketers, and I think the game benefits from players like that are coming over. I mean, Hyder Ali's playing all formats as well.
Yeah. Well, that's the Mickey Arthur link, isn't it?
Played with utter joy in both those games that we've seen, those 2.
50 up, 50 for 1 as Brett Hutton bowls to Davis. Edge short of Montgomery at third slip, and it's actually fielded on the bounce by Calvin Harrison. It was it appeared to be a genuine edge, but it went straight to ground, and that could have just sped away for 4, but for the fact that Montgomery got his body in the way, it bounced off his body and popped up for Harrison to take it at second slip.
I think he was hoping to guide it down towards third man and then got an edge instead, but might have been a slower ball that from Hutton. I know you don't see a lot of them in Championship cricket, but it certainly didn't look like it was going to carry, and we've seen quite a bit of carry.
We have to
particularly
listen.
The bowler from Pavilion.
You have to listen for the Sharapova grunt. Oh, it wasn't. It was only a quiet one there, but when Brett Hutton's bowling, you certainly know the effort ball, because you get the very loud as he releases it. Single taken, 51 for 1, worked away square.
Was that your way
of
advertising? Is it not Nottingham Tennis Week this week as well?
I don't know if it is this
week. Is it this week?
I think it is.
It is this week, isn't it?
It's
from tomorrow. And then this Edgbaston Tennis Week the week after.
Yeah, may well be, yeah.
I think it is this week.
I've been to that a couple of times when Joe Conter was playing, and sad to say, I couldn't tell you who's performing this week. We'll have a little look at that. I'm sure David Jackson will be down there bringing reports, as has done for many years on BBC Radio Nottingham. We'll have a look out for that this week. 51 for 1. Hutton from the far end of the ground and bowls wide of the pegs. You perhaps heard the grunt there as it goes through to the keeper, and it's the end of the over. 51 for 1. Breton's figures 8 overs 3 maidens, none for 23. And as we often get here when they're playing on this particular strip, or one very close to it, an area in the Hound Road stand lower has been kept completely clear, just a backdrop of white seats there as they go round the wicket. But of course when they go over the wicket there are a backdrop of spectators, as there normally is whenever they sort of play in front of the pavilion seats. 51 for 1.
Yeah, it is over to the left as we look down, still maintaining that light green hue, which I do suspect will diminish today and tomorrow. You do get value for your shots, but it's not been easy. A lofted drive here by Davis. I think that's a sign of frustration, but he clears the infield. It is a short boundary, but it's an excellent chase from Hamid, and it'll keep them down to 2. Davis to 19, 53 for 1. But that wasn't the best of shots, going the aerial route there, Alex Davis, but the value for him and the Bears at the moment is to stick around, keep that wicket intact. James, for me, his build has changed a little bit, Dave. He looks like his shoulders are broader.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think you've got the broadest set of 4 pairs of shoulders that I've seen in any bowling attack this season. He's filled out a little bit, in a very healthy sense of the word, as this is guided down towards point, and Will Rhodes had committed quite a long way down for a single. He was sent back by Alex Davis. Rhodes called technically, I mean, for those of us who were taught our cricket that way, and Jake Ball was in very quickly. And for a big lad, he's a game fielder, is Jake. From a man with his injury history.
Yeah, 2021, Lyndon James got a 5 against Warwickshire in the Royal London. He didn't bowl again in 2021, and only bowled in the first match last year. That was at Edgbaston, a match that Hamid got a century, and Kyle van Vollenhoven played in that.
Into the pads of Davis, the next ball from James, but he can't penetrate the field on the leg side. Slater does the fielding. Talking of pace bowlers who field really well, I note that Craig Miles has got the first wicket of his loan spell for Durham. Glamorgan 80 for 1, but Craig Miles has got Zainul Hassan caught and bowled for 24. Hope he goes well. He's played in all of the T20 Blast games. Hasn't bowled in some of them because of the amount of spin they've used, but he's a lovely lad, Craig. And it's a really good idea for him to get some championship cricket under his belt in a season where there's been very little red ball for the seconds. Short of a length, defended by Davis out into the offside, and no run.
Henry Brooks was in the squad for this game. Now, before the Blast, he was away with Derby.
He played 2 games at Derby, took 6 for on his debut. He's played in every Blast game until Friday when Hassan Ali was fit. He wasn't meant to have played in the first one, but Hassan turned his ankle in the warm-up on Blast off day, and Henry took 4 wickets, scored 10 not out in a stand of 42 off 14 balls with Sam Hain, and took a catch, so he cemented his place for a while. It was left out at the weekend. James rather lopes in and then bowls outside off stump, and Davis leaves it alone.
And of course, last year's last day hero, Liam Norwell, is he injured at the moment?
He hasn't played this season yet, and he's, I mean, we talk earlier about Jake Ball and Ollie Stone and the misfortune they have with injuries. Liam Norwell, absolutely the same. He's had issues with his back in the last couple of years. When he was fit at the start of last season, he then got hit on the head and genuinely concussed. I mean, it was a proper staggering around when he got hit, and that kept him out for a long time. Short ball clipped into the leg side, called through for a single. Well judged that by Davis. He reaches 20. Warwickshire 54 for 1 at the end of the over. And then last day heroics, he shouldn't have played that game.
No.
The coach of the medical staff said he can't play. He's got an elbow injury. He's got it all strapped up, and he proves
that's his autobiography, isn't it? 9 for when as and when he deems to get a ghostwriter in to do it for him, because there's enough stuff there to fill a book. That was an extraordinary last day.
Well, it was a remarkable year in that he was put on the backup list for England, nearly went to the Caribbean. When his second child was born, he was born...
We've got a ball issue, Rich, just whilst you're talking.
I mean, there haven't been so many of those this season. His second child was very unwell when born and was in intensive care for some weeks. And Liam and his wife, and it's good news at the end of that story, in that the family's all doing fine now. And then he had an injury-plagued season. So to have that moment of utter joy And the memory of the last half hour of Dominic Sibley at mid-off cajoling him to keep going. We're not going to win it unless you keep on going. The language caused us a few issues on the effects microphone because he was making the point quite forcefully. And you know, give credit to Dom Sibley, who obviously has gone back home to Surrey now. And I think the move to Warwickshire for him was great for all parties. And for him to go home, you know, I think it was the right time. But he was determined not to leave on a low that day. He couldn't do anything to control it except just pump up the enthusiasm of Liam Norwell to keep on going and going and going as we await a ball change, which won't do a lot to improve the over rate, which is understandably slow in this heat today. It's very, very sticky and tricky out there to get through the overs.
Mentioning Dominic Sibley, this match in 2019 is quite extraordinary in that I just see Luke Fletcher wandering around the boundary edge. I saw him heading this way earlier. Wondered if he was perhaps coming up to say hello, but I'll give him a ticking off later that he hasn't. He's maybe been and done some gym work or physio work.
I feel there's a schism in the bond between the two of you now.
Well, the good thing I was going to say, Rich, is that he's no longer on crutches. He's had ankle surgery and he is walking under his own steam. But yeah, in 2019 in this match, Dominic Sibley, 215 not out and 109, sort of overshadowed a terrific performance individually for Joe Clark, 125 and 112. So you don't often get that at all, 2 centuries in the same match, but two different players doing it in the same game.
The astonishing thing about that game, because I was here working with you for
were,
those 4 days, in that the first innings, Notts had scored hugely. So Dom Sibley's first innings was 215, very slowly over about 150, 160 overs. The selectors were here. He was called up that week for England for the first time. The second innings was a dash. It was a dash because it was a run chase, which they were successful in. It was a game where a day and a half in you would barely have given a price to Warwickshire to win that match, which rather bears out what you say about matches between these two teams.
Same again in 2021. They've changed the ball as Brett Hutton comes in and bowls and Davis defends, or at least they went through every they gave the impression they changed the ball. You never sort of officially get, do you, that it has been definitively changed, but I'm pretty sure they've swapped it for
the due consideration, and having been through every ball in the box, they've chosen the squash ball. Like an episode of Taskmaster. But,
do like that actually.
Oh, it's a great show.
Hutton only in the 22nd over, bowls now, and Davis just gives the impression that perhaps just squared up a little bit, but thrust the bat well in front of the pad and made a solid enough contact. Notts were in Division 2 last year, of course, so these sides didn't meet, and Warwickshire won both matches in 2021. That was when we still had the conference, did they call it, the respective conference groups, and Warwickshire and Notts went through to the last phase as this one is defended out onto the offside, but for the certainly the defeat here at Trent Bridge, Notts would have been county champions because they didn't carry any points into the next round and then won 3 of their last 4 at the end of season.
Yeah, it was the remarkable win here, wasn't it, where Tim Bresnan, with support from Danny Briggs and
Ollie Stone.
Yeah, got the Bears over the line. That was considered the day that changed the season for the better.
There was a really intense period of play. Stuart Broad bowling to Sam Hain, and then later on to Bresnan and to Stone. But Broad was giving it everything, and Hain just wouldn't submit. Nice looking drive. Not seen too many of those this morning. Straight drives, just to the onside of straight and away for 4. And well, Alex Davis has been workmanlike and watchful this morning, but that just a reminder of how good a player he is. 4 down the ground, 58 for 1.
He's had to curb his instincts a little bit, but you're going to have to do that sometimes as an opening bat. And you know, for all the obsession at the moment with the national media with Bazball, largely articles written by people who don't see an awful lot of county championship cricket, sometimes you've just got to play the conditions.
Hutton in Once more, and a little drop onto the leg side, and maybe Will Rhodes, no, I was going to say maybe on his heels a bit, maybe was being a little unfair. I think he was just waiting for the call and responded instantly, and it was a well-judged single, 59 for 1, Davis under 25. He dropped it and ran, and was sort of halfway down before Rhodes had gone out of the blocks, but just found something there. Will Rhodes has just found a penny or some such on the strip and handed it to the umpire.
Could be a lucky penny, in which case Steve O'Shaughnessy is going to get the good fortune.
Left-hander back on strike. 3 slips. Lyndon James at first. Only ever stands there when Brett Hutton's bowling, as he is now, and is defended. The slightly unusual thing as the over ends is that Joe Clark is not fielding at first. He's been out of the slip cordon this morning. He's out in the deep. Took over the gloves on Friday when Tom Moore's got another blow on the hand in the blast match at Derbyshire, and Clark again kept wicket, but Moore's happy enough and able to play today. 59 for 1 after 22.
I wonder if he's got a sore finger or something, Joe
Maybe,
Clark.
yeah.
Field in the deep, don't run the risk. It makes some sense.
Where are we in? We don't have to sort of peer towards the clock at the far end anymore, because it's now on the board, a new addition to the Batman board, bottom left, 12:40.
And just that stands out because he's on a white background in black numerals. As this is going to be a half volley whipped through square leg for 4 by Davis. That wasn't the best from Lyndon James, just over pitching into the pads of Davis, so he gets his second boundary in successive overs. He's up to 29, and the Bears are 63 for 1. Got a few spectators choosing the shaded areas of the ground away to our right. The design of those 2 stands is just, I just love it. I just love the shape of the roofs. Just makes this ground even. I've always loved it. It's always been my second favourite test ground after Edgbaston, of course, because. But I love the shape of the stands here.
Nathan Lyon has just enjoyed life with 4 quick wickets. Australia have won the ultimate test by 209 runs, and the last 4 wickets went down in a bit of a heap, all to Nathan Lyon, Bharat, Thakur, Yadav and Siraj.
Driving Davis without timing. Puts a hand on it, James, to slow it down, so there's no chance of a run. Tell you what, I thought the finger spinner, I thought the era of the finger spinner was gone, Dave. And then Nathan Lyon, what is it now, about 468 test wickets or something ridiculous like that. He's an exceptional bowler. Unflappable. Absolutely unflappable. Comes over very well in that documentary series about the Aussies as well, Nathan Lyon. Not everybody does.
Queen's Park, Chesterfield has seen 8 wickets this morning. Derbyshire 92 for 8 against the Yorkies.
Good toss decision from Yorkshire. I think they won the toss and put them in there. As that's a beauty from Lyndon James on a just outside off stump line. Bit of movement off the seam, well taken low down by Moores. Davis glad to see that go past without any contact.
Or to give them their full name, bottom of the table, winless Division 2 Yorkies, as they've cruelly been described.
It's going to take a while to get things right there, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, have they got the right people in place for that to happen yet? Perhaps not. But it might be a little while before we see them back in Division 1. James into Davis again. Defends back down the wicket. Picked up by a lithe young man in Lyndon James. And then he gives it to Patterson to do the shining for him.
Joey Everson, late of this parish, of course, former Notts man down at Kent, is at the crease. He's 12 not out at Canterbury, where Kent are 66 for 5 against the table toppers Surrey. That's, I guess, bad news for both Warwickshire and Notts, really. Dearly will be hoping that Surrey lose some games sometime soon. Might not happen.
Such a talented unit. Davis awaits again and guides this down to third man for 4. That was very neatly played. Just waited and held the bat in shape, and it's kind of the acceptable face of bringing a T20 shot to the championship, that, because he was in total control. And Davis has started to get the scoreboard moving a bit now. He's on to 33 and Warwickshire 67 for 1.
Lightning fast outfield here at Trent Bridge. You know, whether it's 4-day cricket or T20 cricket, you beat the fielder and generally the ball will go to the ropes. There's 1 or 2 places that you go to and it will pull up in the lusher grass in the outfield, but Trent Bridge isn't one of them.
James approaches once more onto the pads of Davis, and it's one bounce into the hands of Slater, falling back. He then throws and hits the stumps, but Davis has his bat planted. We have had 23 overs now. Warwickshire a 67 for 1. The outfield at Edgbaston on Friday night was the slowest I've seen it for a long time, and I ought to have. I should have sent the direct message to the groundsman Gary, who does such a sterling job.
Yeah, Gary Barwell used to be here.
Exactly. Like any ground staff on a test ground has an extraordinary amount of matches to prepare for. And I just wonder whether he'd let it grow a bit long to prepare it for the test match this week, to just give it a bit of a cushion and then to do the trim nearer the time. Don't know whether that's logical at all. Frankly, I can't look after the grass in my own back garden. I'm not going to call it a lawn, because that would be to seriously flatter it. Dane Patterson's going to return with a change of ends. They rotate the seamers in sensibly short spells.
This is earlier burst, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. Went for a boundary in his final over. Just slightly spoiling those figures. Here he comes to bowl to Rhodes, definitely squared up again, but plays it safely along the ground to Lyndon James. Just mentioning Queen's Park Chesterfield there, of course, Ben Slater, very much a man of that parish. He plays his club cricket, has been playing, as I mentioned earlier, his club cricket for Chesterfield when not required by Notts, and there's strong family links to the Queen's Park Club. Chesterfield Football Club supporter as well, so he's had a bit of stake from the Notts County element inside Trent Bridge. 67 for 1 as Patterson bowls, and a leave with a bit of a flourish from Will Rhodes. Not quite the Asiba Mead flourish, or even the Tom Moore's flourish, but there was the merest hint there of a complete 360 degree wand. What was it? Zorro. It was Zorro, wasn't it, who swished his blade.
Oh, I like that. Zorro.
Rhodes doing that as it went
Saturday
through to
morning
Moores.
TV when I was growing up.
67 for 1. Next ball pushed back to the bowler. Was that one of its own show, or part of the old banana splits and all that sort of stuff?
No, it wasn't within the banana splits. It was separate. It was when they'd run out of black beauties or white horses to show, or Flash Gordon. But
it was a strange old thing, that banana splitters, wasn't it? And then they'd go off and have the 5-minute feature, like like Zorro or some such.
There was a British rip-off of that in the 70s called Animal Crackers, which didn't have the same charm as the banana split.
Next ball on its way, worked into the gap on the leg side by Rhodes. He's run the first one quickly, but there's no chance of 2.
I can come here with total neutrality and say I am delighted that Nottingham Forest stayed in the Premier League, primarily for one reason and one reason only, and that is I think Steve Cooper is tremendous. I've got a lot of admiration. And 2, I can say I'm delighted to see that Notts County are back in the Football League, because I'm a real traditionalist and that's where they belong.
Yeah.
And the supporters have had to suffer long and hard in recent years there, but seeing Notts County back is only a good thing. So hopefully I'll make the journey across when Walsall are here next season.
You'll be gaining lots of friends amongst the listeners and viewers to the live stream. Strong Notts County support of the cricket club as well, as there is with Forest. This one's chopped down to Montgomery at 3rd slip, 68 for 1. Yeah, they had a right old battle with Wrexham, didn't they, in the National League.
But I would say that the vast majority of teams, but every team that didn't make the playoffs this year in the National League, are delighted that Notts County have gone up with Wrexham, because it is very, very difficult to compete with teams when they've got things going in order, and they will have had a better budget, but not compared to Wrexham. Crikey! I mean, Wrexham needed to be out of that division as well, didn't they? For everybody else's sake.
Final ball of the 24th over. 12 minutes to go until lunch. Cut away. This will be runs. Nobody down. Unprotected third area, and Alex Davis. He'd only got 16 by midday. I commented at the time. He's now on to 37, so that represents a significant pickup in the second half of the morning. And no real surprise, because Once again, runs do start to flow the longer you're at the crease normally, and he's cut this away for 4. He's on 37, and this partnership, Rich, 49, 72 for 1.
And these, of course, 2 of this season's captains for Warwickshire stroke Birmingham Bears. In Alex Davis captained the first 4 games in the T20 Blast, won them all. Then Moeen Ali comes in, 1 win out of 4. I was kind of relieved for him that they did win the game on Friday. And Will Rhodes captained in this format and in the One Day Cup when we reached that point of the season. So this is the brains trust at the crease at the moment. James will continue, he's 4th over. Coming in round the wicket to Rhodes, and that will bring up the 50 partnership. It was a drive that was probably intended to go square, but instead it squirts down to 3rd. But Rhodes is up to 26, and the 50 stands 76 for 1. And they've got that 50 stand up in 89 balls, so a bit of acceleration in the last few overs has got them there.
Nicely played. Just a case of getting through, I'm sure, now until lunch. Congratulations to the Southern Vipers. They have duly won the Charlotte Edwards Cup by 7 wickets, beating the Blaze. Great campaign for the Blaze, but it's the Vipers that get the honours.
Rhodes waiting again, straighter ball, plays it back down the wicket. And it's partly stopped in his follow through by Lyndon James, who's had the misfortune to see the ball travel to the fence on a few occasions. Now he's 18 runs conceded in his 4th over. He has beaten the bat on a couple of occasions. He looks slightly more comfortable against Davis than he has against Rhodes, if anything. As he comes in past the umpire and bowls to Rhodes onto his pads, turns it down towards long leg. Jake Ball moves to his left to gather. Rhodes to 27, 77 for 1.
Since the BBC, and certainly BBC Radio Nottingham, got the rights to do ball-by-ball commentary on every single ball, and I've been privileged to do it in 2010. Just looking, Notts won both matches in that first year, 2010, when they went on to win the title. And they also won here in 2015, but that's it in the last 14 years. And since that last Notts win, there's been 7 meetings home and away. Warwickshire have won 4, and there've been 3 draws. So it's been lean pickings for Notts against the Bears in recent times.
What you're saying is that you're due, Nottinghamshire. Clipped off his hips by Davis, set off fast, but then realised it would only be a single as Clark came into field.
It's one way of looking at it.
Yeah, well, we could use stats and all sorts.
You can. You can.
So the obsession last night on the TV commentary of the football was that stadium had been used for 2 Champions League finals, and all the goals had been scored at the same end. I'm thinking, well, that's a sample size of 2 games, folks. That's not really a stat. It's a matter of slight curiosity, mild curiosity. But yeah, they're due a win. Left alone outside off stump. It's a no ball called by Steve O'Shaughnessy against Lyndon James.
First extras of the morning.
Indeed. It had been immaculate. They hadn't even managed to get a neatly clubbed leg by.
No.
At this point.
Now, should we have a free hit here? You've been watching free hits in T20 cricket. Actually, not as many. I don't know about in the Bears games that you've covered. There's not been very many. Bowlers don't do it anymore.
Not much overstepping now, is it? It's amazing what a strong punishment can do.
That said, Notts beat Derbyshire the other day with a Zaman Khan no ball.
James onto the pads of Rhodes. That's very fine. That will taste Jake Ball, who decides not to bring out the dive. And do you know what? I think it's a really good choice on his part. So I don't think he would have got there. No. It rapidly went along the outfield. Once you get down towards that boundary, you can see it's a little bit barer as well. So it would have raced along. Rhodes into the 30s. He's 31. Warwickshire 84 for 1.
The boards, the advertising boards, are just at an angle there where it hit the board and ran up it and over the top into the seats.
Heads.
You just got to be careful, haven't you? I mean, funnily enough, I've heard about 2 injuries here on Friday night. Send best wishes to the injured parties.
This one back of a length, defended by Rhodes, out in the offside. I shall disappear in a moment to get the lunch update for local stations that I'm working for.
Thanks very much.
It's been a very competitive morning, hasn't it?
It has indeed. Very much enjoyed your company for the last 2 hours. We'll bring Roland in for the last knockings of the session before we go to lunch. But yeah, I heard from a family friend who'd gone with somebody who tried to catch one in the Fox Road stand on Friday night and broke 2 fingers. And I was talking to a steward this morning, and he said, yeah, well, somebody actually fell over in the stands and hurt his jaw. So if either of you are listening, we send our best wishes and hope you're feeling well and fit and soon. 84 for 1, soon on the mend. Just having a quick flick through Roland Butcher's excellent autobiography over the last couple of days when I knew I was working with Roland. You had your fair share of injuries, didn't you, fella? As Patterson comes in to bowl to Davis, who works it away on the leg side, and come back for an easy 2. It will be cut off by Joe Clark. 86 for 1. Davis on to 40. George Ferris ball, nasty one.
Yeah, just only one serious injury really in my career, as you said, that where I was struck under the left eye, had multiple fractures, but apart from that, occasional, I think I fractured a finger once. And
was that at Leicester or at Lords?
That was at Lords.
At Lords.
Yeah.
And what, you were playing a hook shot, or it just got big on you?
Just played a little bit too early and paid the price. No helmet.
Davis on 40, and he's had a little bit of a loose flash at that one. Since you just had a 5-minute little break at the back of the box, Davis has just started to expand his shots, Roland, a little bit, and he was almost there, just getting carried away, I think, with the momentum, because that's one that he was certainly leaving in the first hour and a half.
Yeah, he's had a lot of luck today, there's no question about that. He's ridden that luck, and in between he's put away a few boundaries. He's now going into 40, so he's done the hard work. Really just get to lunch and come back after.
Nice foundations being set here as Patterson just bowls one that holds its line just 6 inches outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. 86 for 1. Could see Stephen Mullaney there. Those of you watching the pictures on the live stream will have seen Stephen Mullaney, the Notts captain, just loosening up. So I think maybe rather than the pre-lunch over of spin, which almost always happens, maybe that Mullaney's going to come on with his slower variations, his little dibbly-dobblies. Certainly the slowest of the medium pacers, but looks as if the captain's getting ready. 26th over, 86 for 1. This one's worked onto the leg side, fielded by Hamid, and there's no run. Assuming a wicket doesn't go down, we've got to put this down as a Warwickshire session then, haven't we, at 86 for 1?
Yeah, it's been a good recovery. Pretty tight bowling to start with, but they're hang in there. I think Rose has come in and batted well. He's relieved a lot of pressure on Davis, who was struggling for a while. Davis has now started to pick things up, so overall I think the session has been a good one for Warwickshire.
They'll be pleased to win the toss, and the captain clearly opting to do what he wanted to do, and he's out there watching on as his batting partner Alex Davis, who's on 40, pushes this back to the former South African test bowler Dane Patterson in his 3rd season with Nottinghamshire. Fields off his own bowling and then trudges back to his mark. See them sat on the committee balcony at the far end. Don't know if the president's there. The new president is Chris Broad.
Is it?
Roland, yeah. Oh. Former Notts Open. Of course, he was an ICC match referee for many years, a role he's just stepped away from. Here's a little scampered single once again. The ball was only about 8 inches away from the stumps. Montgomery races in to try and kick it onto the sticks, but Rhodes was home. Sharp single, end of the 26th. The Bears are 87 for 1 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC CWR, BBC WM, and those of you following on the live stream.
Yeah, very good runs. That last single just balled probably a yard away from the stumps, and yeah, Stephen Mullaney will come in, but easily single to complete the over. And it really has been an excellent morning. Weather-wise, it's quite unbelievable.
Fabulous, isn't it? Fabulous.
This is like August weather.
Well, those 2 or 3 days in August where we get sunshine, is that? You've been here long enough to know what the British summer is like.
You can't complain about last year, Dave. I mean, last year was exceptional.
Yeah, it was. Well, some would say too hot, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It's nice if you're in an air-conditioned commentary box. It's not nice, I'm sure, if you stood out there fielding for 90 odd hours in a day. So it is going to be Mulaney.
Or sitting in the stand.
Yeah, very much so, yeah. Moores is standing up. There are two slips. I always think this is awkward for the slip fielders, Roland. Get your view on that. When the keeper's standing up to the medium pace, if you're fielding at slip, as Mulaney bowls, it goes through to Moores. It's difficult, I think, for the first slipper. You know, when the keeper's stood back, it's easier for you to sort of get the right position to stand in. But when the keeper goes up, you can sometimes be a little bit unsighted, can't you?
Well, I mean, what you should actually do is go a little bit wider. First slip should take up a position slightly wider because he's got to be outside the right foot of the keeper.
There's Mulaney in to bowl to Davis. Ball of fullish length, Yorker length, dug out by Davis.
Yeah, he can never get himself in a position where he's blocked up with the keeper.
No.
And the ball is coming up from behind the keeper.
Doesn't bowl that often these days in the Championship. Usually Notts have got plenty of other options. He's taken 4 wickets this season, Stephen Mulaney, at 29 apiece. He's having a good blast though with the ball as the next one is worked into the offside. I'll go for 4. Just a gentle push, and it's almost like I think Luke Fletcher describes it. It's almost here at Trent Bridge. It's like there's a vacuum sucking the ball towards the rope once it beats the fielder, and away that went for an easily pushed 4.
Well, it was more like a defensive push,
yeah,
really, and because there's no cover, there's an extra cover. We'll just run down the hill. It's not a longish boundary, but very quick outfield.
91 for 1. Davis with just about half of the runs. He's on 45 now, and he's tried to cut that one away and gets nothing on it. Well taken by Tom Moores, son of the Notts head coach Peter Moores. He was another one you'd have played against, Peter Moores, back in his day for Worcestershire and then Sussex. 91 for 1. Teammate down at Hove of your old mate Franklin Stevenson. After Franklin left here, he went down to Hove for 4 seasons. Next one is pushed up to mid-on, fielded by Patterson. And this is going to be the last ball of the session, Roland. The board has just clicked on to 1 o'clock, so it'll be lunch. We've got BBC Radio Nottingham in our ears. We'll be after a quick update. This is just a quick 10-second update in just a second. Mulaney then to end the session, bowling to Alex Davis on 45, lets it go through to Moores, and that will be lunch here at Trent Bridge, where Warwickshire won the toss, opted to bat first, a 91 for 1 after 27 overs. Here is that update. And the players are just leaving the field here to go for lunch. Good session for the visitors. Warwickshire who won the toss. They're 91 for 1. Jake Ball with the only wicket, that of Rob Yates, who made 13. 91 for 1 at lunch, the visitors. And that's an update for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners. For everybody following us on the BBC Sport website and app, just a quick word from Roland Butcher as we go to lunch. We just pretty much covered it, didn't we? Warwickshire's session.
Yeah, very good session for Warwickshire. Proven a good choice to bat first. Obviously they backed the weather to make the pitch a good one. It's been a good one so far, just the 1 wicket to go down, but I think generally the batsmen have been in control. It's a good spell by Patterson. I thought he was perhaps one of the better bowlers. Didn't have any luck, but at the same time Warwickshire's morning.
Very much enjoyed your company, Roland. More from Roland Butcher, from Richard Wilford, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, when we come back after lunch. Hope you'll join us then.
Thanks, boss.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. Trust you're all suitably fed and watered or during the luncheon interval, which has just finished here, and the umpires and the players are making their way back to the middle. You've managed to stumble once again upon the BBC commentary of this LV County Championship, or LV Insurance County Championship Division 1 game between second place Warwickshire with the visitors here. Notts beginning this round of matches in fourth spot, having played a game more, and it was the visitors who won the toss this morning, reached the interval on 91-1 with Will Rhodes, the skipper, who won the toss this morning, 31 not out. Alex Davis, who opened the innings, 45 not out, the one out. Rob Yates, who was caught behind by Tom Moores from the bowling of Jake Ball for 13. That was in the 10th over when the score was 23. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Former England batter Roland Butcher is here with us. We'll hear from Roland in the not too distant future. Kevin Howells is looking after things from 5 Sports Extra from time to time. We're threatened the headmaster will pop in and say hello, and he'll be joining the commentary team, which is fully complemented and completed by this week's voice of Warwickshire cricket, Richard Wilford. Are you all right?
I'm very well. I mean, we share it out because we've got a lot of passion for the game. That's
exactly.
the thing. So
it's not a bad thing.
So sometimes you get Clive.
Just don't let my bosses at Radio Nottingham hear that sharing is a good thing.
Yeah, no, it's just a great opportunity, and you make the most of the games when you get them. As a result,
a nice bit of pie was your summary of the last half an hour.
The steak and ale pie downstairs here was outstanding.
Well, my good lady did my sandwiches today. I usually do them myself, but she looked after things, and if you're listening, absolutely fabulous, on a par with anything that Trent Bridge could offer. I have to say that.
the charcoal and mayonnaise is an unusual choice, but you know.
Go on, take it away, Rich.
OK, it's going to be the return of Jake Ball, who bowled a 6-over spell this morning. Took the only wicket to fall, actually, and he's in to bowl to Will Rhodes, who leaves this ball alone outside off stump. Good full length, 3 slips and a gully in place. Asif Hamid is at extra cover. There's a mid-off and mid-on. Deep square leg and a long leg. So with square leg back on the boundary, you wonder whether Jake Ball might test the middle of the track to Will Rhodes a little bit.
I'm indebted to Mark Dawson, who has informed me, and I've looked it up and it's true, that Andy Murray has a wild card for the Nottingham Tennis Open this week.
Ball in once more and driven beautifully through extra cover for 4 by Rhodes. Lovely way to start the afternoon from a Bears perspective. The skipper goes on to 35, 95 for 1.
Lovely looking shot. Yes, we briefly mentioned, or Rich did indeed, that it's Nottingham Tennis Open week. Liam Brodie and Andy Murray spearheading the GB Challenge in the men's, and the two Katies, Katie Bolter and Katie Swan, are the home interest in the women's half of the draw.
Well, they've both been in great form at Surbiton. If Katie Swan wins the final at Surbiton today, she overhauls Emma Raducanu to be the British number 1. So you're seeing some up-and-coming players at Nottingham next week, as well as the outstanding Andy Murray, as Rhodes stands tall to turn this off his hip, and they'll run 2. It was quite the chase in from deep square leg. Is that Clark, who's been out in the deep most of the day?
Yes, mate, yeah.
And 97 for 1, Rhodes to 37. And the immediate response to that is to take one of the slips out. So they're going to go down to 2. Hutton, one of the old school seam bowling slippers, who looks like he's warming up to bowl as well very shortly.
John Pearce says, how on earth is Alex Davis still there at lunch, Dave? He must have used up 8 of his 9 lives already. I don't know about that, John, I don't know.
Here's ball once more to Rhodes. Rhodes driving, bounces up into the hands of the bowler. Now, look, there have been some little nicks here and there. Nothing went to hand.
Well, 1 or 2 that he sort of played with soft hands that nearly rolled back onto his stumps. He seemed to be more danger of doing that than edging.
He needed a bit of fortune, but with a green tinge, bit of grass on this first morning surface, and the fact that in this sort of heavy heat you do get a bit of movement in the air. Probably not so much now, but there was. You're going to need a little bit of fortune, aren't you?
Yep.
Rhodes prepares once more, and that's whipped off the bails, and on the way through he's left a ball that's clipping off. Will Rhodes has gone for 37, And that is a vital breakthrough. He's misjudged the line of the ball. He looks skywards and can't quite believe what he's done. The end of a stand worth 74, and Rhodes' promising innings ends at 37. Warwickshire 97 for 2.
Yeah, fifth ball of the afternoon session. It was a miscalculation from Will Rhodes that has cost him dear. He was at the crease for an hour and 23 minutes, faced 56 balls. It's 6 sparkling fours, and we always talk about these things, don't we? At lunch, 91 for 1 was it? Yeah, Warwickshire's session, but there's always the, well, what if this happens and this happens? Well, this is a new session, and right now it's essentially 6 for 1 since lunch, and Nottinghamshire have begun their session brightly. They'll be pleased to have made the breakthrough there, and again Nottinghamshire indebted to getting Jake Ball back on the park, essentially, because he's showing what we all know. Get him out on the park and he's a terrific player. Speaking of terrific players, here's a bloke that averages, I know it's not white ball cricket, but what is it? He averages 470 here in the Blast or something stupid. Sam Hain he's only ever been dismissed once here in the Blast, and he's got, you look it up, folks, he's got the most phenomenal average here at Trent Bridge in white ball cricket, and he's not a bad red ball player either.
But his only 100 in T20 Blast cricket came here.
Yep.
Nearly got his second against Notts last week. He's actually averaging over 130 in this year's T20 Blast. But this is a different circumstance. He has been in very good championship form as well this year. And he is one of a generation of cricketers that are nudging at the door for England selection at a time when, of course, the England ranks are almost overburdened by good middle order batsmen, really. If he was an opener, he might have had a chance before now. But we've seen Ben Duckett seizing his opportunity last week. And, Zach Crawley still very much a man that the England camp like for the way that he plays. But here's Rhodes. Third slip is back in now. And also that gully moving in as Hain comes forward and gets full face of the bat on that, steers out into the offside. Slater comes in to do the fielding in the covers. Warwickshire 97 for 2, and a good round of applause for the man who's taken both of the wickets to fall, Jake Ball.
7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 23. Jake Ball's figures, and I think Richard was probably spot on in that it was going to be, well, no, we thought it was going to be Brett Hutton who was loosening up. It's going to be Dane Patterson as we welcome listeners to 5 Sports Extra to a gloriously sunny and indeed very warm Trent Bridge here in the East Midlands of England. Nottinghamshire playing Warwickshire, and Notts have grabbed a priceless wicket early in the afternoon session. 91 for 1 at lunch. The Bears, having won the toss, opted to bat first, but a huge miscalculation there as Will Rhodes lost his off stump, and Dane Patterson starting the second over after lunch bowls to Alex Davis, who clips this firmly to the right of Lyndon James, who's fielding at mid-on, but James sometimes got him Mr. Tickle with those long rubber arms, almost able just to extend them like the Roger Hargreaves character and cut off runs, and he did so there. 97 for 2. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham, with me Richard Wilford from BBC WM, BBC CWR. Roland Butcher's here, the former England Test batter. He'll be with us in a moment as Dane Patterson bowls to Alex Davis. He drops this on the leg side, and there's no run. Second year at Edgbaston for Alex Davis after his move from Lancs.
It is his second year, and after what was a frustrating year because he sets his standards high, he's looked a bit more comfortable this year. Got 100 in the opening championship match of the season. Has led the side very well in the first 4 T20 Blast games, and by all accounts gave a rousing huddle speech when they were trying to defend 137 against Northampton on Friday, which they successfully did. So better second season for him.
Dane Patterson again runs away from us, and this is guided down towards third man. There is some protection down there. There wasn't for most of the morning session. So Davis on to 46. And of course, Alex Davis leaving Old Trafford means that Lancashire have only got about 15 first team wicket keepers. Slight exaggeration, but every time I see Lancashire there's a different wicket keeper, with be it Josh Butler or Phil Salt or George Bell or George Lavelle. Plenty of wicket keepers. 98 for 2. The esteemed and trailed Mr. Butcher is now back with us with a copper in hand. Bring Roland in just a second. 98 for 2. As Patterson runs away from us, and this is dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. 98 for 2. I know you've just had a few minutes in the press box, Roland. I hope you weren't on the stairs when the wicket go down. Did you see it?
I was. I was standing right next door looking at it, and yes, I did. And really, it's a good breakthrough for Notts, because it certainly came against a runner player leading up to lunch.
Miscalculation, wasn't it? Just misjudged it and lost his off peg.
Yeah, Warwickshire were very much in control at the lunch break.
Sam Hain on strike. Sun glinting off his bat as he holds it aloft, and then it goes through to the keeper. That's must be one of the worst and most frustrating ways to get out, when really you're almost conceding your wicket, aren't you, with your bat pointing towards the sky. That's got to be one of the frustrating ways to get out. And the other one is when you're at the non-striker's end and it deflects off the bowler and runs you out. Well,
that it's also a technical flaw. It is best when you're leaving the ball. I'll come back to that in a minute.
Patterson into his 8th over, none for 17. Bowls to Hain on the front foot. Nudges it up as far as Lyndon James at mid-on, who in the time-honoured and modern fashion fires it down to the other end of the over. 29 gone, 98 for 2 Warwickshire. And Roland will not only have comments on the technical flaws, and he'll also talk you through the next over.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, instead of if your hands are up above your head, if the ball comes back or it keeps low, you've got no chance. It is best to be looking to, when you leave the ball, to be looking to leave the ball either playing on the inside or the out, so that if it does keep a bit low or comes back, you can get the bat done. But the moment you do that above your head, you are asking, if it goes straight on, you're fine, but if anything happens, there's a chance to get him bowled, get an LBW.
No idea what's going on at the far end, Roland, and I'm not asking you to clear up the mystery. Maybe it's the ball. Has the square leg umpire got the ball? Because yeah,
maybe they're trying to get it changed. And
well, I wouldn't have thought that was going on. Asiba Mead and the square leg umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy chatting over the ball, and everybody at the business end were just waiting for it to go round the ring.
Was there, Roland, the one time you could leave the ball with your arms in the air is if you're leaving on height? If it's a short ball, you're leaving on height.
On height,
if it's short,
but if it's pitched up, you don't want to be up there, because you're right. And we are now back as Ball will come into ball to Davis. He's got 2 slips in place. He's in, passes the umpire now, bowls, and that's run away down to third man. There's just going to be a single because there's a third man in place, but just slightly squared up. He gets a single. Davis, he goes to 47, brings Hain on strike, and the field changes slightly for Hayes. There is a third slip coming in place. Third man comes up to that shortest third man position that we saw earlier today, and he's got an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. I would imagine there's a man down on the long leg boundary, and there is. As again the ball is thrown to the umpire, and
it could be on
after one ball, they've decided to have another look, and I would suspect that Notts are trying to get the ball changed.
I think there was a thing, Rich, a couple of years ago where you could only twice officially in the day challenge the shape of the ball, and it must go through the captain to the umpire. Anything beyond then, and the umpire would say no, unless in one of their just random cursory inspections they felt it had gone out of shape. But that seems to have gone this year, because I'm seeing games where continually they keep going up to the umpire.
But imagine if that was done last year. What would happen?
What
have happened last year?
I think the rule may have been relented because they know that they had a poor batch of balls around the circuit last year, and the manufacturers have admitted it themselves that last year, for various reasons, things weren't quite right. It hasn't been so prevalent so far in 2023, but today seems to be One of those
Yeah,
days where it all goes wrong.
I mean, good afternoon to Stuart Broad if you're listening, Stuart, because we know when Stuart's bowling, if he feels he might offer it to the umpire a couple of times. But I'm sure he's following. And also Ben Duckett, wish you both well, of course, for the forthcoming Ashes. Nothing happening here, Roland, at the moment. So
well, the umpire's doing something. Is he cutting something off the ball, or is he?
They've got the new box out, or the box of balls again. So ball number 3 for the day. He's going to find one. It's almost exactly 29.1 overs old, and has been hit to the fence 7 times or whatever. It's a bit of a guessing game, isn't it, to choose the new replacement ball?
I mean, one of the games I did last year, the ball was changed after 7 overs.
Yeah. It's the only time you ever hear the word batch when cricket commentators are talking about cricket balls and they say last year's was a bad batch.
Bad batch. Right. It looks as if
unless you work for Greggs.
Yeah.
It's a baking term, isn't it, batch? Or a batch loaf.
Right, looks as if perhaps it has been changed. It's getting a good polish, and the ball is now with ball, and he'll be bowling to Sam Hain, who's yet to get off the mark. It's 99 for 2, and he's in first delivery to Hain, and this delivery he's turning off the pads. He's going to get off the mark. He's gone for 1. I think he was settled for the single as Hamid gets onto it very quickly. The 100 comes up for Warwickshire, so 100 for 2, and Hain is off the mark.
He's averaging 72 in the championship this season, Sam Hain. A couple of hundreds and a half century as well. He's not 100%. He's got a bit of a hip flexor problem that he's been playing through in the T20. It's less of an issue really in the championship than it is with the type of fielding and running between the wickets that you'll do during the blast.
Right, the field changes once more for Davies, who's been there right from the start. 100 for 2. It's 2 slips, and there's a deepish gully catching position, and ball in bowls to Davies, and he's dabbing this one down to third man, and he's going to get a single, just coming onto the front foot and just guiding it down to third man. Gets an easy single, moves to 48. Score now to 101 for 2.
The thing they did better in the second half of the partnership between Rhodes and Davies was starting to rotate the strike. They picked up some quick singles. It was early going. I mean, first 5.5 overs they didn't change ends when Rob Yates was batting with Alex Davies.
Yes, and as Richard said, Sam Hain's having a terrible season. He's averaging 72 as ball is in, no balls, and he's down the wicket, and lovely shot. He's definitely in the T20 mode. Second delivery as Hamid at square leg. Well, he's at a straightish mid-wicket. He's down the wicket to his second ball and just clipping it firmly to Hamid, who does the fielding.
We're talking this morning about your role as a West Indies selector. It seems England don't want Sam Hain averaging 72. He was born in Hong Kong, wasn't he?
Was he? Well, that's close to Barbados. That's close to Barbados.
That's got a bit closer to the Caribbean than it does to England, doesn't it?
Yes, and ball in once more to Hain. Bowls, and he allows this one a shortish delivery. Good pace to go through outside the off stump. Taken cleanly there by Moores. So the 3 slips in place for the new batter. Yeah, I mean, Hong Kong is close to Barbados if you go in that direction.
There's been 1 or 2 sort of slightly curious selections over the years. Was it Brendan Nash? What was the?
Nash, yeah. He was part Jamaican. His father's. As ball will come in out, in ball to Hain, and he's standing up on the front foot, defends the ball to shortest mid wicket. Hamid does the fielding. That's the end of the over. At the end of the over, it's 101 for 2. Davies, he's on 49, and Hain on 1.
Of course, actually, if the England selectors did drag their feet while Hain's in form, it's not the West Indies that are the concern. But if the Australians were interested in Sam Hain, they do have a call on him. And of course, he did really well in the Big Bash last season at the Brisbane Heat. Got into their side in the second half of the season when they'd been struggling, and helped them get through to the final where they were the runners-up in the end. So did wonders for his reputation.
And of course the other former Bear, Adam Hose, has now gone to Worcestershire. He got in the Bash, and every time I watched him he got runs as well.
Once he's got his confidence sorted, he's a great player. As Patterson begins a new over and he's guided down to third by Davis 49. Again, which takes him to 49. Keeping that board ticking over. 102 for 2. 1 or 2 people applauding there, I think, who don't realise how quick the scoreboard is here.
Yeah. brace girdle amongst them, because he did me. I was just about to tell you he'd got his 50 and he hadn't.
I wasn't going to draw attention to you, Dave. It was much more the fact there was a ripple of applause for the 49 down below us a while later. But he stands at the non-striker's end now. Patterson of Boulder Haynes, 3 slips in place, backward point, extra cover and mid-off. And that one goes past the outside edge. Bit of extra pace about that one from Patterson.
Knots -2 on the over rate as well. No real surprise. It's one of those days where they're just going to be glad to get off the field as and when, aren't they?
Yeah, excellent delivery that by Patterson. Really just outside the off stump. Made good pace, good height off the pitch.
As if we get an uninterrupted day today, I think it's going to be nearly 7 o'clock before we finish. I really do. I don't think the over rate's going to speed up because there's something in it for the seamers. This is turned through square leg by Sam Hain. There's enough of a chase around the boundary for Clark for them to come through comfortably for 2. 3 to Hain, 104 for 2. It might be a while before we see Calvin Harrison on any of his leg breaks. 5 seamers used in the opening session. Mulaney just that one exploratory over before the interval, the one that you might otherwise give to a spinner.
Yes, I think with the greenness in the pitch, obviously, and the ball still relatively new, they will certainly bowl the seamers.
Hain leaving outside off stump. It's a brave leave after seeing what happened to Will Rhodes, and it was done in a style that doesn't make Roland Butcher happy because it was raising the arms. We know now, and we're gonna grimace every time it happens.
It does. When I see a batsman put his bat above his head and leave, it does worry me.
I've got to find a photo of you shouldering arms somewhere now over the next 2 or 3 days. I'll have a look.
Yeah, but in this case, it was probably a delivery from Sylvester Clark whistling past his ear when Roland left it. As Patterson approaches once more, Hain walking forward into a defensive shot, picked up by Patterson in his follow-through. For those who just joined us, by the way, on 5 Live Sports Extra, it is, as you might imagine if you're in the UK today, a really hot day. Sultry, heavy heat, and not a surprise that the over rate straggled. Just 27 overs in the 2 hours this morning.
Yeah, I was out like that in the last Test match against the West Indies in Jamaica, padding up to Colin Croft.
So good lead from Hain outside off stump end of the over, 104 for 2.
And was LBW.
Oh dear.
This is the stuff we want to hear, Roland. This is the stuff that keeps me me going. Because
that was
Roberts, Holding, Garner, Croft,
Marshall,
and then Malcolm Marshall came in that series as well.
Yeah, that was the proof that you don't do that.
Yeah.
Was he as awkward as anyone you faced, Croft, because he went wide?
Yeah, he was the worst of them, really, because his arms were all over the place. He bowled really wide of the crease, and from that angle you expect the ball to come in, but it went the other way. And ball will continue. Davies is on strike, just looking for the single for his 50, and he will get it as he plays this one on the out to cover point. He'll actually get 2, so he gets a ripple of applause here from this pretty good crowd here now. Crowd is coming nicely. The weather, I suppose, would make the impression he's faced 89 balls for his 50, so he goes to 51, and he's hit here 4. So well played to Alex Davies. He's had a bit of luck, but he's ridden his luck, and now he's got to his half century.
Yeah, one of our correspondents says he's already used up 8 of his 9 lives. I don't think he's necessarily had that amount of luck, but perhaps once or twice a slightly false shot.
Ball is in once more now and bowls, and he's looking to whip this on the onside. There's a stifle appeal by Ball. He's struck on the pad, but clearly the ball going on the angle down the leg side. So Hamid from shortish mid-wicket comes in and does the fielding.
Sounds like a double contact as well. But you see, when to go back to your correspondent, Dave, the suggestion that somebody's had lives would suggest that he's been put down 2 or 3 times, or there are a couple of plum shouts for LBW.
No, that's what I was saying. There was one that flew for 4 that, had there been 9 slips there, it might have gone to hand, and there was one that he nearly played on when he just played it down softly and it rolled past the stumps.
Slips go down, ball bowls, and he's on the front foot of the ball, comes back at him doesn't play that one particularly well. He's on the move, Davies. That's why sometimes he gets himself in a little bit of trouble. Doesn't have a strong base. His body is always on the move, and at times ends up squaring up when the ball does a little bit. On this occasion, he just came back. No harm done. He's still there. When you talk about luck, the sort of luck that you want is the luck that Marnus Lamachene has. As ball is in now and balls, and that's going to be 4. Beautiful shot off the pads. Food and drink to a man who's been at the crease for so long. He's just clipped it past square leg and into the boundary for 4. So the score goes to 110, and with that he goes to 55.
Yeah, I saw quite a bit. Fortunately, I've had a couple of days where Notts have just played T20 at night, so I've been able to watch a fair amount of that test, but I didn't see the Labuschagne incident. What happened?
Well, the reference I'm really making about Labuschagne is that statistics has proven, I'll wait till this delivery is completed, ball in now once more and balls, and that's a better shot. He's going to get a single as he punches it up to mid-off. Good piece of fielding. Throw at the stumps, backed up by Hamid, and he gets a single. He's going to get an overthrow. Sloppy cricket there, Hamid throwing back to the keeper over Moore's head and going up to third man. So 2, and the bowler I don't think would be very happy with Hamid there. Really, he's given away 2. He moves to 57. It's 112 for 2. Getting back to Labuschagne, it's proven that of chances given, over 50% of his chances are dropped, and that is quite astonishing.
50%?
Over 50%.
Astonishing.
Yeah, that's astonishing.
Is there anything about his stance or his technique that makes it hard for to maybe slip corner? But you can't imagine there is.
That's the sort of luck that I would want. Ball in though, and balls, and he's just opening the face here on the front foot, Davies. Running it down to third man, gets the single. He will maintain the strike. At the end of the over, he moves on now to 57. Scoreboard's got 58. Yeah, he's on 58. It's 113 for 2.
Given that both Dave and I have read your book, I do note that Bridget Lawrence, who wrote it with you, does say that 122% of the chances you gave were caught. So, you know,
what it tells you is that I was unlucky.
Yeah.
I would have liked Labuschane's luck for sure.
All I can say on Labuschagne is I've only seen him once. He came here last year with Glamorgan, and all I would say is, as a dispassioned person looking on, I've not seen anybody who, since Derek Randall, who seemed to love his cricket as much. He signed every autograph. He stopped for every photo. He was playful in the outfield. He was geeing everybody up. He was clapping. He was laughing all the time. Really did look as if he loved his cricket. Rich.
Patterson to continue, left alone outside off stump by Alex Davis. Getting increasingly busy as the innings go on. See that when we've talked a lot this morning, and again those who listen to 5 Live Sport Extra, just to say we were talking about the fact that overseas players dip in for 3 or 4 weeks now. Roland, that's what you love about an overseas player like Labuschagne, who's done a few years at Glamorgan and is part of keeping, cricket alive for kids. We're doing that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic. I mean, he's a great example of an overseas player who loves the game, wants to improve, and he just wants to keep playing.
Patterson, attempted drive by Davis, edges it onto his pads out towards Hamid, who picks up. I often mentioned years ago doing a Worcestershire game at Old Trafford against Lancashire, and it was when Worcestershire briefly had Glenn McGrath playing for them, and he bowled beautifully. It was when Sunday League was 45 overs briefly for some reason, and he bowled 9 overs, 2 for 19, immaculate as you can imagine. And as he's leaving the field at the end of the game, there's autograph hunters all descend around the bit where they walk up to the pavilion at Old Trafford, the old pavilion, and he's brushing them away, and you think, well, this is a shame, but I'll tell you what happened after this ball. As Patterson comes in to Davis, just pats it up to mid-on, where James does the fielding. They'd been in the dressing room no more than 3 minutes when out comes Glenn McGrath carrying a chair, puts it so it straddles the boundary rope, sits down and sits there for 45 minutes, gives every autograph, and it was in the days before all selfies and that sort of thing. Yeah. Just everybody got their little moment with Glenn McGrath who wanted it, and that was, for me, brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, that's the way it should be. Don't forget, most of the time you were a young kid yourself doing the same thing.
Whacked through the offside behind square for 4 Davies. It's over pitched outside off stump. And a slightly horizontal bat on the square drive, but dispatched by Davies. It's to 62. And Warwickshire 117 for 2.
Yeah, a little bit too full and wide. And Davies not going to miss out on that. He said it's a shot you don't see too often, the square drive, and usually you see it when the weather's good. And that gives the field inside a good indication of what's to come on this pitch. That it's full of runs.
Wickets have to be earned. Ball has taken both. Yates for 13 and Rhodes for 37. Davis, I think it's a ball that's full outside off stump alone. He's had to earn his half century. It's one of those days where, as an opening bat, you have to set your stall out. Can I get through to lunch? However I get to lunch, that's doing my job for the side. And now you think about cashing in.
He was 16 not out after an hour, wasn't he? And then he, right, that's the first hour out of the way, and then he visibly went through 2 or 3 more gears as we got closer to lunch.
Yeah, as we said earlier this morning, you've got to ride your luck. When you have luck, you don't just give it away after that. He's had his fair share, but he's fought it out.
And he awaits Patterson once more, and he's driving into the leg side. That was in the air for a while. It's a diving stop on the bounce by Slater. And he hit that one slightly more uppish manner than he would have intended, but comes through for a single. He's rather farming the strike at the moment. He's 63. Warwickshire 118 for 2. Dave Bracegirdle will take the next over.
Well, just quickly to tell you what's happening elsewhere. Of course, 2 results today. Day 5 of that Test match at the Oval. The what do they call it? The World Test Championship. Australia won by 209 runs. India bowled out for 234 today. So the Aussies going into the Ashes off the back of a big win over India. And congratulations to the Southern Vipers, who have won the Charlotte Edwards Cup. They defeated the Blaze, Nottinghamshire's or Trent Bridges women's side, by 7 wickets in the final, held over from yesterday. Elsewhere in Division 1, Essex now 134 for 1 against Somerset. Sir Alistair Cook is 57 not out. Don't know if that means he can march his sheep over Tower Bridge as ball comes in and bowls, and this is pushed back to the bowler. We were congratulating Roland this morning on his was it Freedom of London?
Freedom of the City of London.
Freedom of the City of London. At Canterbury, Kenton 99 for 5. Joey Everson, formerly of this parish, former Nottsman, is 32 not out for Kent. And at Southport, beautiful Trafalgar Road, Hampshire, the visitors there 72 for 5. They're the other Division 1 scores. In Division 2, if it's wickets you're after, they come at Queen's Park, where Derbyshire have been bowled out for 111. Here's ball in, bowls to Davis, a little drop onto the offside, there's no run. Yorkshire just beginning their, well, in fact they're 14 without loss, Yorkshire, early in their reply. At Chesterley Street, Glamorgan are the visitors there, 121 for 3. They got underway for about 40 minutes this morning at Bristol, and they've had no play since in the Gloucestershire-Leicestershire game due to rain. Gloucestershire 38 without loss, and down at Hove, Sussex 118 for 3, with Worcestershire the visitors. All the scores continually updated on the BBC Sport website and app as ball bowls again. And this is pushed back to him. Can't go any further in the day, Roland, without just getting your thoughts, your recollections, your emotions when he walked out for your Test debut for England at Kensington Oval, not too far, of course, where you were born and brought up, to play for England, and the reception you got from the Barbados crowd and the reception you got in the middle from the West Indies players. Just after this ball, because Jake's already coming down the runway. 118 for 2. Davis stands with bat held aloft, and he's edged that down to third man. Joe Clark's down here. It'll be just a single. Couldn't see Clark initially, that's why I sort of felt he'd got a rather fortunate boundary, but it goes to 64, 119 for 2.
Yeah, incredible feeling. I mean, it's, when you play your first Test match, it's really the fulfilment of a dream you've had from a kid that you want to play international cricket, and then when it's actually happening, and you're just so excited about, slightly nervous as well, but more nervous excitement about actually playing, and you want to get out there and get started and get it done.
Ball 2 for 36 in his 10th over. Sam Hain just 3 runs to his name, drops it on the leg side. But did you know the the home crowd would respond as well to you as they did, or were you a little fearful of, you know, how you might go down?
Well, I never felt that I would have a problem in Barbados. I felt perhaps in other places it might not be quite so friendly, but Barbados crowd and the players, the West Indies players, were extremely generous, and it was an amazing experience.
Jake Paul to conclude this over, and Hayne, well, he didn't push at that one in the end. He got the line nice and early, left it alone, goes through to the keeper. 34 overs have gone, 119 for 2.
But did you see where his bat was?
Well, it was sort of tucked well inside his pad, wasn't it?
So he was, you know, if the ball had come back, his bat was in the position to get to play it.
I'd worry for him if he does that to Dane Patterson, because he can jag one back. We might see that.
Yeah, Dave, you asked me earlier about experiences here personally at Trent Bridge, and I can tell you of one, and it really highlights also the change in how things are done now. I remember we played a championship game here against Nottinghamshire, started on a Saturday. Patterson's in, and that's short of a length, and it's just run away off the face of the bat to point. Hamid does the fielding, can't score. Score stays on 119 for 2. Davies is on 64, Hayne on 3. Championship game started on the Saturday.
So I think I know where you're going with this then.
Yeah, so Middlesex, Nottinghamshire, we played on the Saturday. Then both teams drove to London to play the Sunday game on the Sunday. We went Saturday night, played the Sunday game at Lord's on the Sunday, as Patterson is in once more. Bowls to Davies, and this is driven firmly up to mid-on from about middle and off. Can't score. Ball fielded at mid-on. Still got 2 slips in place, and backward point, extra cover mid-off. There's a third man and also a man on the fine leg boundary, as Patterson now, he's in his 11th over. He's got none for 25. He's bowled pretty well in terms of what he's done with the ball. He's threatened the edge on a number of occasions, and he would really like to find the edge of Davies' bat, who has rode his luck, and he's on 64 as Patterson in now and bowls, and that's off the pad as he's coming down the wicket. Davies, the ball coming into the right-handed batsman, just lobs out onto the onside, and there's no run. Yeah, so we're playing at Lord's, so both teams pack up Saturday night, go to London, stay in London Saturday night, play Sunday, finish the game Sunday, and both teams drive back to Nottingham to start again on Monday.
Incredible.
Absolute madness. Why couldn't the game be played here?
Yeah, because people tend to suggest that happened more often than it did. It didn't happen that often, but when it did, it was a nightmare.
Absolutely. Patterson in bowls, and that's on the front foot, just easing the ball out to extra cover. Hamid does the fielding.
I wonder if it was more common when it involved 2 counties with test grounds, whether that might be part of the problem, that certain fixtures couldn't be played later in the season and it was your turn to play away to them, but the only time they could fit the fixture in was when...
Rich, it makes no sense to me.
It makes no sense, but...
I mean, you're asking professional cricketers who've had a hard day's cricket to now jump in a car.
And playing 7 days a week in those days as well.
As Patterson in once more. Bowls, and that's... He's running this one towards third man. He only reaches the man at backward point. Good delivery again, just testing him outside the off stump.
When Notts won the NatWest in 1987 against Northants, there was rain in the first part of the day, so even though play went on at Lord's in the final till 7:30, they had to pack up and then come back up here to Trent Bridge to play a Sunday league game to go back to then resume the final on the Monday.
Yes, 1 ball remaining in this 11th over for Patterson. It's 119 for 2. He is in now to Davies, who's on 64 in bowls, and he's working this to mid-wicket for 4. Beautiful shot, just allowed the ball to come onto him with the inward movement, clips it through mid-wicket and gets a boundary to finish the over. So he now goes on to 68. Over finishes 123 for 2, and just before I cross over, I would just like to say that was so dangerous in those days. Imagine 2 professional teams playing the whole day, and it's not like now where you can jump into a coach.
No.
The players had to drive themselves, so you're putting 2 teams at risk to drive to London tired. play a game and then drive back.
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
And it was more often than not with the same 11, because you didn't have your one-day specialist.
Yeah.
And you go back to on that occasion, you come back here for 2 days, finish on the Tuesday night, starting another championship game Wednesday morning, which could be anywhere. Be anywhere.
Well, no, you say that. I can remember we played at Scarborough in 1980. We played at Scarborough, finished the game at Scarborough, and then went to Hove to play the next morning.
Unbelievable. And I mean, there's so many tales of dicey moments on motorways at 3 in the morning and all this sort of thing. It is a wonder that we didn't lose anybody to it. Lyndon James is going to come on for his second spell of the day, and this time he'll be at the Pavilion End.
But just quickly on that and that format, what was the most you played consecutively? Because you'd play a 3-day game, you'd play...
August you played 21 days straight.
Yeah.
That was the norm. 21 straight.
You were grateful when it was a Gillette Cup week, because you'd have slightly less cricket in a Gillette Cup week. As Lyndon James comes in to bowl then to Sam Hain, who's on 3. He's rather been watching Alex Davis make runs, and that's a beauty. No hint of needing a loosener there. Just followed the bat of Sam Hain. Taken low down by Tom Moores. He's kept wicket very neatly so far today. That's a beauty from James.
Kept a little bit low. That would have been the disconcerting thing for Hain. It just kept a little bit low. But to be honest, those 21 days, I enjoyed playing those 21 days, because once you got on the roll, right, it was so easy to get through it.
James in to Hain, who stands tall, defends it back down the track, no run.
And you know, when you're playing well, you want to keep playing.
Yeah.
I didn't like long breaks. I found you lost the rhythm. But those 21 days, and it's usually at I would say, the best part of the season.
Yeah.
I used to always enjoy that period, and the bank holiday, August bank holiday, always played at Hove.
Oh, nice.
So the weather was like this, nice pitch.
James bounds in again, short of a length, and Hain does well to get up again on his toes to tame the bounce. Got an extra yard as to where he was last year, Lyndon James. So given that you might be playing 21 days in a row, including a whole lot of driving, and if you're lucky there were 2 of you who'd share a car and share the duty.
Yeah, but you did the driving. Whoever you did the driving. The other person just laid back and enjoyed the scenery.
You're a very cautious man, Roland. You didn't trust anybody else with the driving.
No, that was always the case.
Fair enough.
Because
James in once more, back of a length, left alone by Sam Hain through the moors.
Well, how it actually worked is that obviously everybody had a sponsored car, but it makes no sense everybody driving the car. So what would happen is that if I use my car this game, right, I would do the driving, you're the passenger.
Yeah.
The next game you probably do the driving, because it's your car.
Okay.
And I'm the passenger. So that's how it's done.
Oh, okay.
So you never change the driver on.
I thought you were insisting on being the driver.
No. I would insist the other way.
There is a follow-up question coming. Is James in to Hain, who advances a little bit down the track, but then just defends it to short mid-wicket. So therefore, if you got out on a nice warm day and it's about 2 o'clock, did you have a nap? No.
Too angry. If the pitch is good and you have to sit and watch somebody else cash in, it's not a very nice feeling.
Did anybody that you played with, were they regular nappers? Because I've heard tale that 1 or 2 used to go and get their head down.
Well, the Philip Tufnell's name. Philip Tufnell's. I'll tell you in a minute.
Back of a length, defended by Hain out into the offside.
But Philip Tufnell's nickname, the Cat, gives you a good impression of what he was like.
It's catnaps. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there were a couple of seasons where the physio had a lot of trouble using his table at Edgbaston because every time he went in there, Brian Lara would be asleep.
He was asleep. All right.
Yeah, he was a big
Well,
sleeper.
I mean, but he would be asleep because he did so much batting. But I don't think Tuffers had the same problem.
That's a reasonable comment. 123 for 2, Warwickshire.
I mean, after scoring 500, I think you might want to rest.
Yeah, I think the Durham fielders wanted to rest even more, didn't they? Wow. Especially the poor lad who dropped him when he was on 4.
Chris Scott, wasn't it?
But the point I was trying to make, Rich, now is that at least now you're getting common senses in the game these days. You travel by coach, and you don't go play one game on Saturday and somewhere else on Sunday. That's a good thing.
Dane Patterson to continue from this Radcliffe Road end. He's just pushed Slater out on the square leg fence, and ball's on just short of a length outside the off stump. Davis had a little look to see if it was there to cut, but let it go through to the keeper. I want to ask you specifically, Roland, about the John Player League, because continually every year there's people discussing the schedule, and we can't do this and we can't do that, and we've got to squeeze all these competitions in. I used to love, as a spectator obviously, to watch the John Player League. I know it's difficult if that's going to be your starting point. We'll have a 40 over competition every Sunday, but memory serves, it filled the grounds as Patterson bowls this time, and he's cut away for 4. He just got himself into a position the previous delivery there where he thought he was going to play that shot. This time he did go through with it and cuts it away, moves on to 72, and Warwickshire 127 for 2 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM and BBC CWR, and also all our friends who are with us on 5 Sports Extra and on the live stream where you can see the pictures. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and alongside me Richard Wilford and Roland Butcher.
Yeah, too short, too wide. The previous delivery put a lot of energy into it. Much more pacier delivery, but that was just short and wide.
What's Patterson got by way of a comeback, one that is harrowing in on the stumps, and Davis was expecting it.
Yeah, just to answer your question. Yeah, I think the way the game is going now, where there's pressure coming on the 50 over game, I think the 40, go back to 40 would be a good move.
So many empty grounds on a Sunday, isn't there? They either don't have any cricket at all, or like this, it'll be the start of a championship match, or even worse, it becomes the 4th day of a championship match, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, when a lot of games finish in 3 days as Patterson bowls, and the next one's worked up to mid-on. You will have had a different perspective, as you say. You might have had to drive here, there and everywhere on the Saturday night or the Sunday morning to actually play the game, but in terms of filling the ground in a competition that was relatively easy to follow, each county played all the others, and at the end of the season whoever comes out on top deserves to win it.
Yeah, I mean, I think now is a good time to actually have that competition. I would get rid of the 50 over competition, because I think 50 now it's just a little bit too much.
Patterson bowls again, pulled away onto the leg side. It was slightly uppish, but Slater's out on the fence on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground, so an easy single, one more to the total, 128 for 2.
Yeah, I think it would satisfy those people who are not T20 junkies, who want to see a little longer form, but still not too long where you're here the whole day.
Yeah. The 50 overs is a long day, but I thought the crowds at a lot of grounds last year for the One Day Cup were a sign that there is still an appetite for a longer form, whether it be 40 or 50 overs. There were some really good attendances around the circuit.
Patterson to bowl to Sam Hayne, who's on 3 against shoulders, arms, and this goes through to the keeper. When he had 37 overs, they tend just now at a lot of grounds, including Trent Bridge, just to change the over rate in the intervals, so we won't really know until tea where knots are, but I would suggest by approaching at 2:30, I would suggest we're a little way around, behind where we should be, with 59 overs still to go.
Yeah, that's a long day.
We won't see tea till about 4:15, will we?
You'll have to wait for your scones and your jam and your cream, Roland.
Yes, score's been a 128 for a little while. Davis will take strike, he's on 73, and Haynes just on 3. James will come back into the attack. He's got 2 slips in place as Davis gets ready, and this delivery is dabbed away towards third man. He's not going to get a single as the whitish gully comes across, does the sliding stop.
Who were your skippers then? Was it Brearley when you first got into the team, and then Gatt?
Yeah, when Brearley retired, then Gattin took over. Those were the two main captains.
You ever do it?
Yes, yeah.
I thought you did.
I did, yeah. I captained 80. I think it was 88. 88, yeah. James into Davies in bowls, and he's reaching for this one. Doesn't quite get the ball off the middle. He gets it off the inner half of the bat. He's going to get a single though, as it goes out towards mid-wicket. There's not a mid-wicket in place because Hamid has been put out onto the square leg boundary, so he gets a single. Goes to 74. Score moves to 129 for 2.
Yeah, they're starting to look for other ways to get a wicket now, aren't they? In that the ball's going to be doing less because it's 37 overs old. The green hue is still there on this surface. I know Brett Hutton stretching there, although he fooled me earlier with that.
The odd ball will still do something. James no to Haynes, in bowls to Haynes, and Haynes is going to get runs here. He clips it off his pads up to deep square leg. The over is fielded there by Patterson, who returns neatly to the keeper, but Haynes gets a single, advances to 4, 130 for 2.
Dave Patterson doesn't enjoy having to do those sort of pieces of fielding when he's been bowled a relatively decent spell in these conditions. He was, I thought he was ice skating around the boundary there a little bit. It's so slick as well in front of that rope.
It's funny, he's South Africa, but he doesn't like the extreme heat. Once or twice the others have laughed at him.
Well, who does? There's James in no balls and on the front foot, stands up straight.
I know last year in the really hot matches, it was Dane who was wilting more than the others, and the rest of the players were giving him absolute stick. You come from South Africa, you must like the heat. No, I don't want any of that.
I bet it was the batsman that was giving him stick though.
And there's his teammates.
Well, what he needed was the same setup as we had at Edgbaston, the Ollie Hannon Dolby cocktail lounge down at Long Leg. I shall explain what that means in a minute.
130 for 2. James into Davis bowls, and he's going to get a single here as he just gently works this one up to mid-wicket. And there's no mid-wicket in place, so he crosses for a single, goes to 4, 131 for 2, brings Davies back. So Davies goes to 75, bring Hayne back on strike, who is on 4.
Hannon Dolby very much the leader of the attack, and during that 40-degree plus day, when they knew he was going to have to bowl a lot of overs, they put an umbrella and a seat and a little table at Long Leg for him, with drinks, with ice packs, and he had a towel, and then he was fielding down there with his trouser legs up above his knees.
James, final delivery of this over in bowl to Haynes outside the off stump, wide, and Haynes offers no shot, taken by Moore. Over comes to an end, and at the end of the over it's 131 for 2.
This is from the Philly Blue Nose, Roland. One of the great things about the John Player League was it was always at the same time on a Sunday, so that meant people and families could get into a routine. Also, it was great to get on the pitch at the tea break, have a run around and play cricket ourselves. Absolutely wonderful. That's from the Philly Blue Nose, Birmingham City supporter, obviously, because there's the Birmingham City logo on his social media. What's it? But thank you very much.
Hashtag KRO. That's all I'm saying.
Obviously a cricket lover as well, so that's great.
There's a great affinity between Blues and Warwickshire in the same way as Notts County and Notts. It's Saturday when you started championship matches on Saturday, if it was still the football season, there'd be a lot of people there for the morning session, and a whole lot of them would then disappear over to cricket. So over to St Andrews rather for the football. 5 Sports Extra just left us for the moment. There'll be some other excellent sport going on as the ball is bowled onto the pads by Hutton, who has come back into the attack, so he wasn't fooling me this time with his warming up. Single for Davis. It's ticking along nicely now. 76 for him. Warwickshire 132 for 2. In my mind I feel it's a Monday, and of course it's a Sunday, so there's all sorts going on today, aren't there? You've got things like the French Open tennis final, so the Novak Djokovic will win his 23rd Grand Slam, which blows your mind. No, is there any major motorsport this week?
No, not this weekend. No.
I've noticed nobody has congratulated Man City. I mean, I guess you.
Shorter ball turned into the leg side by Hayne, rapidly around his Montgomery, and he's no run.
Well, you did make some Manchester United reference right at the start of the day, so we both thought we'd perhaps better not.
We did this morning, because I was saying that my mum lives not too far away, and she didn't have the right channel to be able to watch it. She loves Guardiola, so we had a round. I said on Friday, I said, so pick you up at 6:30 on Sunday then, on Saturday, Mum. And she said, what? You're going to watch the match, don't you? Oh, she said. She loved it.
Made her day.
She really loved it. She's easily pleased, my mum. This ball just back of a length from Hutton is defended, striding forward by Hayne, back to the bowler.
Yeah, you can't help but admiring what's been happening at Man City. Not just the change and transformation, but the football played by the club is.
Yeah. I think Dave may be in a similar boat to me. I admire what they do from a football point of view, and I admire Guardiola hugely as a coach. The way in which it's been funded, I might be slightly more dubious about. number of breaches that they're guilty of, but they are winning all the trophies.
Allegedly.
Well, ball back of a length, defending to the offside.
The lawyers are
there's no
listening.
run. Yeah, no. Some of which, yeah, and they have previous that they were punished for, but yeah, the many accusations that they're facing. It's
Just wondering, is there a light on the way to our right, or is that the sun glinting off it, or is it just where I'm sat?
I can see it. It looks like a light. If they're doing some work in there, I don't know, in the building site away to our right.
Doesn't it look bright?
The Dave Bracegirdle retirement home. Full floaty half volley here from Hutton, but he can't past the fielder with the drive, Sam Hain. He's picked out Hamid in the covers, and there's no run. He'll feel that was one that got away, Sam Hain. He goes on a Jonathan Trott-like wander. The similarities aren't quite as strong as they used to be between Hain and Trott. There's still a little bit of it. And he doesn't produce such a groove that you end up with the next batsman in falling down it.
Did you see Warner's groove?
Oh. This Fuller and defending out into the offside, and there's no run. Well, Smith does one as well, doesn't he? And it can cause the grooves that both of them do can cause some other batsmen who are really uncomfortable playing certain shots.
Go over on your ankle, can't you?
Yeah. End of the over, Warwickshire 132 for 2. We still have 25 overs to go until tea, which feels a long, long way off.
It does indeed.
I think it's warm in here, isn't it? We are in a very warm room, but quite a lot of technology. Still honoured to be watching a game of cricket, but it's you know, I've made Roland wipe the sweat out of his eyes now just by mentioning that. Power of suggestion that was.
I'm not entirely sure which Mr. Blatherwick you were with yesterday and his relation to
Michael.
Jack, but Jack has just taken a wicket for Lancashire. He's got Nick Gubbins out.
Jack is Michael's brother's son, so Michael's his son.
Nephew.
Michael's son. Yeah.
132 for 2. He's just taken a wicket. He's playing for Lancashire at Southport against Hampshire. It's just me. Here's Lyndon James bowling to Alex Davis. Eases this out onto the offside. Producer Kirsty is onto the air conditioning. She says, trying to get somebody just to come and have a little look. 33 for 2. Thank you, producer Kirsty, who keeps us very much in check through the course of the day.
That makes me feel bad because I wasn't meant to be moaning. It's a hot day. I don't mind being hot on a hot day.
You know when your phone rings and it will have the same ringtone and whatever, just when there's a little bleep there, and it could be any one of a million people as the next one goes and this one's dropped on the leg side. There's just a certain something about it when producer Kirsty's getting in touch. You know straight away you're in trouble. It's one of those, but on this particular occasion she's not telling me off. She's just saying she's working on trying to get the air conditioning sorted out in the commentary boxes. 133 for 2, but we can't complain, can we, really? We're watching cricket. It's a lovely day, and we're chatting about all sorts of manner of things, different anecdotes. Very much enjoying the company of Roland Butcher. Learnt a lot of things today as Lyndon James is in and bowls worked on the leg side by Sam Hain, and he'll make it down to the other end. I know you two went down and had your lunch. I had a bit of a chat to some of the supporters, the patrons, the members on the concourse at lunchtime. There were some of them already, even at lunchtime, with bright red foreheads and bright red noses and cheeks. I think if you sat out in it, it's a scorcher. 134 for 2.
You don't believe me that we'll be curtailed by rain today, do you?
No, it'll be lovely. It'll be lovely today. It doesn't rain here. Lyndon James bowls to Davis, who eases it out onto the offside. There's no run. State of West Indies cricket is one that we could perhaps talk about for the next 4 days, but is
that long enough? Is that long enough? 4 days? Is that?
Where are we?
I'm very optimistic about West Indies cricket. I mean, we've got some good young players coming through now. We've done exceptionally well in this just concluded a tour of Bangladesh, where Bangladesh played most of their test players, and then
James bowls, Davis. He just glanced this down the leg side. It went softly though, so we'll just have to keep half an eye on the umpire. I think he's going to tap his knee, isn't he? So he hasn't glanced it. It came off the thigh pad or the left leg of Davis 2 more, 136 for 2.
Yeah, I'm very encouraged about what's happening in the West Indies. I mean, if you look at our performances at the beginning of the year, won a Test series in Zimbabwe, won a T20 series in South Africa, drew a 50 over series.
James is in and bowls. This one's just defended by Alex Davis, and is it the end of the over? It is the end of the over. Lyndon James just threw 7 overs now, none for 31 for Lyndon. Brett Hutton, he's bowled 10 overs, none for 29. Warwickshire 136 for 2. And I think they're going to have a drinks break, so you can pretty much take as long as you want, Roland, till we get some more cricket here.
Yeah, so just very briefly, as I said, why I'm optimistic is that, you know, we're starting to play some decent cricket. As I said, playing away from home is never easy. Since the start of the year, all of our series have been away from home. So Zimbabwe, we won the Test series. South Africa, we won the T20 series. We drew the
And are you getting to go and travel and see much of this?
I mean, right now Desmond Haynes is between the two of us. He's in Dubai and now Zimbabwe for the qualifiers.
We lost
the Test match. We lost the Test match series.
Sorry, Ron, it wasn't a drinks break. It was just a helmet being brought out. Tom Moores is going to stand up, but it is going to be Brett Hutton still.
Yeah, Hutton starts his run in now. He's got 2 slips in place, bowls, and that's nicely played as he stands up tall, Hayne, and just strokes it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
That probably tells us a lot, doesn't it? Brett Hutton, one of the I mean, he's not express pace, but he is one of the new ball bowlers, and the keeper's standing up to him.
Yeah, I think right now he's probably not going to try and bowl as quick as he can. Maybe just try and group some balls in good areas and see if he can find a thin edge, as he's in now to Hayne and bowls to Haynes, and Hayne just stands up again, this time with a straight bat, pushes it out to extra cover.
Yeah, also, Sam Hayne likes to bat out of his crease, so it's quite often we see wicketkeepers have stood up this season to him.
And there's no run. Yeah, so just finished quickly. So he drew the one-day series, won the T20 in South Africa, they lost the Test series, just had an 18 tour to Bangladesh, which we've won. Just UAE, we won at 3-love, as Hutton's in once more. Balls, and this one is nice, good delivery, just slanting in to the right-handed batter, who just strokes it to a shortish mid-wicket, can't score. And in that period, a lot of young players have come through, both batsmen and bowlers, and performed. So, you know, I'm really looking forward to the future. Got some very exciting players, and you know, a player on debut a couple of days ago broke the world record for the fastest 50, as this delivery is driven sweetly through the offside. Just a little push, it's running out towards the boundary. There's a long chase there for Hamid. He does get around, but in the meantime, should have been 3, but the batsman decided on just 2. So Hayne goes to 7, just stroking that one to the right of extra cover, and he goes to 7. It's now 138 for 2.
Yeah, world cricket's in a much healthier place when West Indies cricket's in a healthier place, isn't it?
Yeah, the West Indies are on the way back. No, there's no question about that. Some very exciting players, as Hutton in bowl to Hayne, and he has to defend a good delivery that straightens a bit. And Hamid coming in from extra cover does the tidying up.
And England, is it a 3-test tour just before Christmas?
No, that's it's a white ball.
It's a white ball tour.
It's a white ball tour. You know, so basically the team's now in Zimbabwe for the qualifiers. Really looking forward to getting through that, as this delivery is worked into the onside, but he won't be short mid-wicket. And tidy over there by Hutton at the end of the over. It's 138 for 2.
This time it will be a drinks break as well. I like the fact you're confident that you are. We're looking forward to getting through the qualifiers.
I just am confident getting through. What I'm saying is that I believe that we will play the sort of cricket there that will get us through that series.
Fair enough.
You know, it's going to be a tough one, because it might even be tougher than actually playing in the World Cup, because you're playing regularly. I think that drinks break has been cancelled.
No, they did come. They did come on with the. The 2 of them were appearing with the bottles. Maybe it's because they're so behind with the overrun, they want to get on with it. James will continue, and he's turned off his pads by Davis. If the last 10-15 minutes he's just scored regular singles, he's 78, 139 for 2. You're pointing at something,
I'm
Dave.
pointing, they have changed the over 8. Like I said, they normally just do it at lunch and tea and at the end of the day here at Trent Bridge, or have been for the last couple of years, but they have changed it just then from -2 to -4, so perhaps,
On the hour. On the hour, each
Well,
after an hour,
maybe.
yeah,
Maybe.
hour into the session.
perhaps the umpires have said, it's your time.
I mentioned earlier the link between Blues and Warwickshire, between Birmingham City and Warwickshire, for those who aren't quite so familiar. I had a good tweet about that, which I'll come to in a second, after Lyndon James bowls to Hayne, wraps him on the pad. I'll get through for what I imagine will be a leg by, 140 for 2. John Edwards has been in touch after the interview. John says it's always been predominantly Blues at Edgbaston. At one time, Blues would play Villa at cricket. In the early 60s, Blues had a former Yorkshire and Warwickshire second 11 quickie, England football international Mike Hellawell. He terrorised the batsman in front of a crowd of around 5,000 watching Blues play Villa at cricket. How good is that? He made one first-class appearance, my subsequent investigations have revealed, Mike Hellawell. Played about 170 games in the league for Blues, as James' next delivery is patted back down the track by Davis. Again, getting a little bit square on, as Roland has pointed out, but back to a fairly innocuous delivery. But he does just find himself almost playing French cricket at times.
Yeah. Just to give Dave some information, as I say, we've got a lot of. You should keep an eye out for these guys: Alec Athenaeus, Brandon King, Kurt McKenzie, Kevin Wickham, Kevlin Anderson. Those are young batsmen that.
Davis in, turned into the leg side by Davis. No, what about bowlers?
Fast bowlers: Jay McAllister, and Kevin Sinclair, and obviously Moti's just played in the Test match. He got 13 in his first Test match, so there is real talent there.
And we've seen in the last
and they're
few...
young, and they're young.
Seen in the last few years, been heavily Barbados dominated, hasn't it? I think the last time they played a test here, there were 7 or 8 Barbados players. Is it becoming now more spread across the Caribbean once again?
Well, it's going to become a little bit harder now because these youngsters are.
Davis again turns the ball towards short mid-wicket for no run, 140 for 2.
I mean, these youngsters are passing every test you put in front of them, which is going to put a lot of pressure on the guys in the team, and that's good because. You know, that's what you've wanted for a long time.
Competition for places.
You want young players to be performing well, and they're doing that right now. I mean, this last season, those young players that I just mentioned there have been outstanding.
James in to complete his 8th over. His second spell has been far tighter than the one before lunch. He will be pushed behind square on the offside for a sharp but steady enough single. The threat of an overthrow is halted by the fact that the ball rolls out to Hamid on the boundary after Montgomery had missed it backing up. That single takes Davis to 79. It means he can keep the strike with Warwickshire 141 for 2. And rather quietly, this duo have now added 44 for the 3rd wicket.
Yeah, Warwickshire going along nicely. After a decent start, really, they have certainly in front of this game at the moment. The wise decision to take first knock, obviously judged the pitch perfectly, and really in a good position now to get a decent first innings score.
Brett Hutton still without a wicket, 11 overs, 3 maidens, none for 31 for Hutton. Wicket-keeper Moores is going to continue standing up. Had to leave the field on Friday night at Derby after 9 overs. He went off with a hand injury, and we just feared it would be the same one that he broke in early April, but he was okay, came out and battered, and he's made the starting 11 today. Bowls to Davis, who's on 79, just drops it on the leg side, and Dane Patterson goes and fields and just stands and holds the ball, wondering if he's supposed to throw it back to the keeper or whether he's to turn and lob it back to Brett Hutton. Of course, Notts are missing their ball polisher. I think every team has a regular and specialist ball polisher, and it's Liam Patterson-White for Notts, and they sort of miss the regularity of just tossing the ball straight to him when it goes dead, as this one's guided down to third man for a single, and Davis goes on to 80, 142 for 2. Normally if you see Notts, the ball comes into the keeper, he throws it to Liam Patterson-White, somebody will field it, they'll throw it to Liam Patterson-White, and within about 10 overs his whites will be bright red, a regular ball polisher, but he's not in the starting 11 today. is a bit of a specialist job, working on the ball, and if you've got somebody who knows how to do it, knows how to do it well. Hutton bowls taken by Moores outside the off stump.
I take it when you're talking about the West Indian bowlers coming through, Roland, I take it that Sinclair was a spinner, or either that or you're auditioning for a Bollywood Bhangra routine with the hand gesture you were doing, change the light bulbs that you were doing.
He's an off spinner.
Yeah.
He's really an all-rounder, but an off spinner.
Yeah.
It's good to hear. Is Hutton getting runs away from his bowls and then has to quickly react to field off his own bowling as Sam Hain drives it back to Brett Hutton.
I think this, to join things together that we've spoken about today, you see relatively few West Indian cricketers now being contracted by counties, certainly for anything other than a short-term T20 contract. And it would be a wonderful part of their development if more got that opportunity.
Hutton in again, and that's nipped off the seam a little bit. It strikes Hain on the pad and then makes a couple of bounces on its way through to second slip. Good bit of bowling from.
Let's have a look at
Brett
that
Hutton.
and see whether that was a little nick to the keeper or not. It seemed.
Thought it was the thigh
To
pad. If we get the
then
chance to
die,
see
I guess
a replay at the end of the over, perhaps, producer Kirsty. 142 for 2. Keep an eye on the monitors that we can see at the end of the over as Hutton bowls now. This one's cut away for 4. It's always the way, isn't it? After a bowler feels he's been denied, the next one will go away for runs. 146 for 2. That was nicely put away.
Yeah, that's a high quality shot. Just getting on top of the bounce and just easing it past cover point.
Haines on to 11, Davis on to 80. This partnership worth 49. The second wicket partnership put on, was it 74 between Rhodes and Davis, before Rhodes, right at the start of this afternoon session, just miscalculated, shouldered arms and lost his off stump to Jake Ball, who'd earlier removed Rob Yates for 13. 146 for 2.
Yeah, looks as if we're not going to see that just yet, but it may have just been a little thin edge. But James will continue. It's 146 for 2. Davies, he is on 80. He will take straight, and there's 2 slips in place. There's a extra cover mid off. He's right arm over the wicket now in and bowls, and he's met with the full face of the bat. He strokes this one on the on side of the pitch. Mid on comes around, does the fielding, and there's no run. He stays on 80.
So some physical activity at second slip, Roland, would suggest that we're close to seeing some spin, because Calvin Harrison has done some arm whirling. He's followed that with a bit of thigh stretching, and now he's down on one knee, and it's not to propose to Brett Hutton.
Yes, let's hope he's not praying, because the team's in a bit of bother right now. 146 for 2 as James is in and bowls, and that's going to be an easy single as it's dabbed away towards the gully area. Second slip has to come across, throws to the non-striker's end, but batsman safely hung. Third wicket partnership now, 50s on the board, and a very good one indeed. Mainly dominated by Davies, but at the same time Hain has played his part. He's got 11 and 42 balls, Hain, but at the same time he has done his bit. He's now on strike. He is on 11 as Hutton will come in, as this delivery now is bringing him on the front foot, just slightly short. Just squared him up a little, hits the top of the bat, but goes safely out onto the offside, and there's no run.
Still to come, Rich. Got Dan Mosley, exciting youngster. Ed Barnard, who got a big 160 not out here for Worcestershire last year. Michael Burgess has got form against Notts. He had a ton against them a few years ago playing for Sussex. So there's a bit left in the shed yet.
There's a fair bit, and let me tell you, if Hassan Ali comes out the bat, that won't be dull.
James in now and bowls, and he's on the front foot, stands up again, plays it on the up once more, but it goes straight to extra cover, and there's no run. Just to continue with the field placing for James, who's just a really gentle medium. He's in his 9th over. Apart from those 2 slips, he's got that sort of backward point. He's got an extra cover and a mid off, and just a short mid wicket in a catching position, just hoping the ball will be played uppishly in that area at mid wicket, mid on, deep square leg and fine leg. He bowls. And this has worked beautifully off the pads, but he won't beat Hamid out on the boundary. The return comes in, it's a good one, but he gets a single, goes on to 12. Haynes now, and the score now moves on to 148 for 2.
Let's look at the stand away to our left, Roland, the Fox Road stand. There's only the top 6 rows that are in shade, and everybody sort of made their way up to the very back of the stand just to get the last bit of the shade over there.
Yeah, but those brave souls down to the front of the stand, lapping the sunshine up as this delivery is short and just defended into the onside. Can't score. Fielded that short mid wicket. Over comes to an end. 148 for 2.
Looks as if now we're going to have a drinks break. They're certainly not going off for tea. There's still 20 overs to go in theory before the tea break, but we are going to have a little bit of a hiatus here.
I've noticed at the end of the previous over that Alex Davis and Sam Hain went over to Peter Hartley, because we had seen an attempted drinks break that was halted, I think, because they realised that this session is going to last 2.5 hours. We've still got 20 overs to go to get to tea, so that's going to be about 4:15. And I think Hain and Davis went across to say, well, look, we're absolutely parched, and it would be really helpful if you let us have a drink now. So I think perhaps the umpires need to bear in mind that you can't punish the batters for the fact that the bowlers are a bit slow in the over 8 given the weather.
The medics are suggesting it's so hot, umpire, we have a proper timeout.
There was an amber weather warning, wasn't there?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
148 for 2. There's 1 or 2 grounds that we go to around the circuit where there's an ice cream van not too far away, but unfortunately up here in the Gods and the Radcliffe Road stand there's no chance of a 99 or a Mr. Whippy or anything to.
Well, when we were having lunch, someone inquired about ice cream, didn't they? The lady told him there's a van up the back here. So
is there?
So we can. That's what she told him.
Wow. You're telling me I'm going to go down and get one?
I was just going to say I'll quite happily nip if you gents.
Talking about ice cream, I had a shock of my life last year up at Southport, Lancashire, Somerset. That wicket was flat. I think Keith Jenner's got 300 and
oh right, yeah.
the Somerset guys, 2 or 3 guys got hundreds as well. And we were like here, and probably on the far side was the ice cream van. And obviously it's the first time I'd been to a ground for a long time. I was off here, fancied an ice cream, so I just decided to walk right round to the ice cream van. We got around there, ordered the ice cream, and then found you had to pay by card.
Oh.
And I didn't have the card. I didn't have the card with me. I couldn't pay by cash.
That old trick.
Yeah. So I'm sure he was thinking that. So needless to say, I didn't have an ice cream because I only had cash.
I'll see what I can do. I'll leave you 2 in charge.
Oh really? Oh crikey! That's right. It's Calvin Harrison who's going to come on for the first time. He's beyond an accommodating host, Mr. Bracegirdle. I have to make sure it's my round tomorrow. That's the fair way of doing things. But yes, we're going to see the first over of spin. It comes in the 45th over of the day. He's bowled regularly in the T20. Preferred to Liam Patterson-White for the championship today. So we'll see what Calvin Harrison has got in his locker as he prepares to bowl to Sam Hain, who's on 12, and he loses his footing on the way through. He looks rather quizzically at a green patch just before the popping crease, as if he maybe slipped on it a little bit. Hain regains his stance, and Harrison floats this up. It's met on the full toss, but it won't beat the man at mid-wicket, who scuttles to his right to gather. That is a 12th man wearing 12, so as I haven't got a squad list, I almost caught the name on the back then. We'll have to borrow Dave's binoculars in a moment to see who that is in the what would be the inner ring. He's fielding it again now, inevitably, and there's no run. Yes, there's nobody in the starting team who's got the number 12, so I'll have to call up the not squad numbers in a moment. Next over, Roland, as again comes Harrison pushing forward Hain just deadens the ball. Maybe hasn't seen an awful lot of Calvin Harrison, certainly not with a red ball, so he'll have a little look. Sam Hain. It's been a very becalmed start, 12 runs off 48 deliveries. Considering what he's been doing in recent weeks in the T20, forward sturdily in defence again. Not sure we'll see an awful lot turn off the straight at this point on day one. Might get a little bit more as a leg break bowler, as a wrist spinner. Hain awaits again, it's quite full. He drives it past the left hand of the substitute fielder. Patterson moves to his right to field, but they will get a single. Hain to 13, 149 for 2.
Yeah, that one just nicely worked on the onside against the spin. Obviously there's no spin at this stage, so just driving it all along the ground.
Don't be taking too many liberties just at this point in time, the Bears. As Davis surveys the scene before waiting for Harrison to come in again, and that one offered to turn a bit from outside leg stump, hits the pad of Alex Davis, and a ripple of applause for what was a very tidy first over from Calvin Harrison, viewed with discretion, I think, by the Bears under the circumstances. 149 for 2, and we're going to see Brett Hutton with a change of ends.
Yeah, tidy first over. Both batters just having a good look to see what's on offer. But Hutton will no change ends. He's going to come into bowl 2. Hain really has been in for a little while, but he's had a real good look at this bowling. He's just getting himself in, and just obviously hoping to go on and get a big one. 149 for 2. And Hutton also operating now with 2 slips and a short mid-wicket. Those are the catches. Keepers up to the stumps. He's in now, right arm over the wicket to Hain bowls, and Hain's worked off the pads out to deep square leg. Hamid off the boundary, so the 150 comes up. Doesn't get much of an applause, and I would imagine you can hear it now. There's a ripple now, so I think they just realised now that it's 150. So he goes on to 14 with that single, and brings Davies on straight. Davies is on 81.
My suspicion is that the substitute fielder is Ben Martindale, but I don't know for sure. I don't know whether he's still out there now.
Right. So
I've been looking down trying to do the research.
Offside strengthened as Hutton's in now, bowls to Davies, and Davies is working this one down to fine leg. This one could go into the boundary. I think it's a futile chase, and he gets buys. That one just slanting down the leg side. He went for the leg glance. Looked as if he'd got a touch on it, but it wasn't to be. But anyway, a 4 goes on to the total.
It must have come off the glove of Tom Moores. It certainly lost some pace, didn't it, on its way through. I was expecting leg buys, but
154 for 2. Hutton in bowls, and that's a good delivery. Just straightens up, and Davies on the walk. Just dabs it out on the offside. No run. Offside field has been strengthened in that shortish mid wicket now has come across. He's at extra cover. Mid off, the 2 slips and the third man, that completes the offside field. And then on the onside is a mid on, and then a deep square leg and a fine leg. So there's a huge gap either side as Hutton's in and bowls, and that's cut away over the top of that man at point. It's going up towards the boundary. He won't get 4. Fielder comes around from third man, but he will pick 2 up. So he though goes on to
85, yeah, the scoreboard
is very, very quick. He's on 85, the score is 158.
Joe Clark down at third man. It's interesting seeing him just fielding in the deep all day, whether there's a bit of a niggle or whether he's just a bit under the weather, because so often in the slip cordon, but he's been out in the pasture.
As Hutton's in now, balls, and that's cut away. This one time it will go for 4 though. Nicely played there by Davies, just allowing that ball to come on and placing it to the right of the cover point fielder and into the boundary for 4. So with that he goes to 87, and the score moves on to 160 for the loss of 2. That was very nicely played. He didn't hit it too hard, just the timing was right and obviously no one in that area, so he's picked up 4.
Both umpires are standing in position. Knots were changing over for a new over. The scoreboard has the end of the over, but I note on the feed that was the 5th ball of the over, and the umpires did consult with each other when Tom Moore's already got to the other end. Yep. There is another ball left in the over.
Yeah, they've changed back now. Davies still on strike. Fine delivery of this over from Hutton. Bowls, and he's going to get a single here. Not conventional shot. He was on the front foot. A little bit of suspicion. The ball comes off the inner half of the bat, runs to that short fine leg position. So he gets a single. He'll maintain the strike as well at the end of the over. It's 161 for 2. Davies, he's on 18, and Hayne on 14.
Yeah, 12 runs all told off that over. Davies now 12 runs away from a century. He's got 1 so far in the championship this season. Determined to prove his worth as an opener. Doesn't keep in this form of the game. Michael Burgess will have the gloves and has kept wicket beautifully the last 2 years. Really has. But you feel he's got a chance. Oh, I can't believe this. He's turned up with an incredible bunch of ice creams that are dripping everywhere, as Mr. Bracegirdle. He's a very kind man as the ball is drifted up to the batsman Alex Davis by Harrison and his no run. I'll let you lick during this over, Roland. I'll lick during the next one. If anybody's just joining us, that sounds awful. But yeah, we've just had ice creams brought in, and they're of course quite melty. As forward and pushing into the offside is Davis, and no run.
Yeah, well flighted delivery that one there by Harrison, just bringing the batsman onto the front foot.
161 for 2. This over might be unlistenable to with these on the go. It genuinely might be. Tasty they are as well. As Harrison is in once more for a full delivery, and Davis just happy to get over it and block it back into the bowler's follow through.
Yeah, Davis just being very watchful, having a good look at Harrison. Obviously he's nearing that century mark. He doesn't want to give it away. He's rode his luck all day. He's got this far.
Forward in defence once more. Harrison has really hit the spot since he came on. Nothing loose from him. He often, I think, a leg spinner or maybe drag one down. I suppose there was a full toss to open up. Bit of a loosener, but since then, very much hitting his straps. Davies on the back foot again. All he can do is defend.
I'm back.
I think Davies is doing well. I think Davies is doing the right thing, just having a good look at.
You need to watch your chin there, Dave. By the way,
leg spinner.
Ice cream everywhere. Final ball is over. He does drop it short. Davis makes room. Can he beat the man in the deep? He can't. Settles for a single. He's 89. 162 for 2 Warwickshire. And our thanks to Dave. I think you've looked after the production team as well, haven't you? What a kind man you are.
You have to look after them.
Quite right.
We didn't go as far as the old chocolatey thing in the middle. I think they're out of them, but
it's a shortage this summer, apparently.
And you took the credit card, Dave.
Long queues. Took your credit card, Roland. What have we missed then? Not a deal. Warwickshire continuing to make healthy progress. It's very, very warm out there. 162 for 2. 1 or 2 people. You're in the best place, Dave. I guess it's not quite in the full glare of the sun here in the commentary box, but I think it's a warm old day wherever you are. Here's Hutton. 13 overs without a wicket for Brett. Bowls to Alex Davis, the former Lancashire man. Well, he's still a Lancashire man, but the former Lancashire player. Drops it on the leg side, and another former Lancashire player who once opened with Alex Davis, Asiba Mead, does the fielding. Of course, wicketkeeper Tom Moores, he began his first-class career with a short loan at Old Trafford, and actually made his first-class debut at Southport for Lancashire in 2016 against Durham. Stephen Mullaney, the not skipper, another one who began his career with the Red Rose. 163 for 2. Hutton's in bowls, and this one strikes Hayne above the knee roll. Oh, you're all right, Roland. I think we've lost the governor. 163 for 2.
Yeah, ice cream has reached some parts that, including the microphone cover, but we'll deal with that in just a moment.
163 for 2 in the 48th over.
You must switch it off first, it would help.
Hayne on 14 allows this one to pass through until Tom and to the gloves of Tom Moores. So we're not yet at the halfway stage, but we will be in 3 balls time.
He's a meticulous man, Roland Butcher. We've just seen that. He's saying just a little bit of ice cream on his kit, and then he goes to the trouble of making sure that he fixes it. That's who we're working with, a professional, not like us.
163 for 2. Hutton is in, and bowls cut away, fielded by Joe Clark at backward point. I think you can. I think anybody would certainly be able to follow my trail and see where I've been. I think there were 1 or 2 of the ice creams that melted between the lift and here. 163 for 2 is the score.
Trying to find out who's available to talk at any one time at the moment, isn't it? That's the challenge. Yeah. See, I might repeat the dose tomorrow, but I don't know if I can carry 6 in one go.
Montgomery's at first slip and Calvin Harrison at second. And this one's nudged back to Brett Hutton, and it seems he, like everybody else, is just starting to wilt. It didn't seem as if he could be bothered to bend down and pick that up, so he just scuffed it up to Dane Patterson at mid-off. So we're 1 ball away from the halfway stage, and we're only we're half an hour away from where tea should be, and we're 16 overs away, so tea's going to be pretty late. Next ball just nips back from Hutton, the grunt, putting the effort in. So we're 48 overs in, 163 for 2. Warwickshire's day up to this point, but again we can see things turn around. Not expecting, the old saying, 1 wicket brings 2, but if nots were just to winkle a couple out quickly in a row, put a different complexion on things. That's not just wishful thinking, that's cricket logic, cricket talk. 163 for 2, 180 for 4, 210 for 5 or 6, and suddenly Notts will feel, well, perhaps they've not had the worst of the afternoon, but they've got to get those wickets first, haven't they?
Yeah, still a long way to go. As the leg spin of Harrison, he's in his 3rd over. He's got a short extra cover in place now. 2 Davis bowls. Davis works this one out to square legs. He won't get a single, as is the man just behind square on the leg side. Does the field in. He's got a short 3rd man. He's got cover point on the boundary. He's got a very short extra cover and a mid off. He's right arm over the wicket, down bowls, and that's good delivery. Just strikes him on the pad, looking to perhaps turn it onto the onside. So well flighted delivery. He's got a strong onside feed as well. He goes straightish mid wicket, mid on, as Harrison in bowls and drags him forward, defends the ball to short extra cover.
For Warwickshire supporters, Roland and Richard, who haven't seen too much of Calvin Harrison, it's a little bit like the Chris Benjamin story. I'll top that up at the end of the over.
Harrison bowls, and this one is just gently pushed to cover point. There's no cover point, so Hamid has to come in from the cover boundary. Gets a single, he goes to 91. It's 164 for 2, and he is now on 14. He's been there for quite a while, Hayne, but faced some 56 deliveries, but he's offered good support for Davies, as Harrison passes the umpire now in bowls. That short, and it's going to be an easy single. It's just whipped off the pads out to square leg. The deep square leg fielder comes in, he gets a single, goes to 15.
And we welcome back listeners to 5 Sports Extra here at Trent Bridge. Warwickshire 165 for 2. Hot old day here. Warwickshire piling on the runs. We're blessed to be joined by Roland Butcher on commentary.
Harrison with the final delivery, and that's down. He's going for the big one. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't get to the pitch of it, but it goes out to deep square leg. He gets a single, he'll maintain the strike, but not in control of that shot. Davies, he finishes the over on 92, and it's 166 for 2.
Well, you were looking up in the air for that one. I was. It came down the track and seemed to have all the intent in the world to take the aerial route, didn't he?
Yeah, I think that's where he was looking. He was looking at this deep long on position, but he was quite fortunate then.
Yeah, for those that aren't too familiar with Calvin Harrison, he came as the Oxford University skipper a couple of years ago here in a pre-season game and scored a century, and obviously, you know, not like the look of him. It was pretty much their first choice side going into the new season as Hutton starts a new over, and Davis with a little push and run onto the leg side, 167 for 2. So if a student gets 100 against you, young man, bowls a little bit of leg spin, they obviously wanted a look at him, invited him for a trial. He did well in second 11 games, took him on, played in the Blast of 2 years ago, got a lot of wickets. He was picked up in the 100 competition, got wickets in that, and it sort of mirrors Richard, which would clearly be able to tell us more, but a little bit like Chris Benjamin, almost came from nowhere and suddenly he's on a 100 contract just through, you know, sheer presence and power of performance in his first few first team games. So sort of an elevation very quickly.
Yeah, and he'd played for Durham University against the Bears. They followed his progress from there and had an outlandish 2021. Chris Benjamin with the bat.
Hutton into bowl to Sam Hain, Trent Bridge specialist, as we've been saying. He always gets runs here. He blocks this one. I keep saying that and can't get him out, can it? 167 for 2. In case you hear the occasional crunch, we're enjoying an ice cream. It's that sort of day.
Don't confess to a national audience.
Well,
you know,
hopefully they're all. Man, there are areas of the country. I see down at Bristol, they've hardly had any play today. It's rained. If you're in Bristol, I do feel for you as Hain eases this into the offside and there's no run.
That's a bit of an outlier today, that's for sure. Alex Davis' shot, that end of the last over, to say it was a tribute really to the first few overs that Harrison has bowled, and he's kept them tied down. But when you're in the 90s, you don't want to be giving it away, do you? You're trying to hit the ball over the top. Right now, he should be thinking, got to get through the three figures, got to do it, got to prove my point as an opener here.
167 for 2 as Brett Hutton comes in from the pavilion end here at Trent Bridge. Played away square of the wicket on the offside by Hain out to Lyndon James, wearing as he always does, a long-sleeved, not sweater, never like that. And I know it can very often preserve the elbows when you're diving in the deep. I could never wear a long-sleeved shirt when I played, albeit at the very poor level I played. But seems to be the fancy with a few players. Montgomery's another one, Ben Slater's another one. Brings Davis back on to strike, 2 balls left. He can't go to 3 figures in one hit. This is outside the off stump. We'll bring Rich in when he gets within 1 hit. A nice moment for BBC WM listeners, I'm sure, if Alex Davis can go through to 100. Slotted in nicely, hasn't he, Rich, since moving from Lancashire?
Yeah, he's shown a good character, good personality. That's how he's become vice captain and leading the T20 Blast campaign when Moeen Ali's not available.
Hutton to bowl to him and seizes out into the offside. There's no run, and you know the vacancy became a vacancy when Dominic Sibley left.
Yeah, well, last year he did open with Dominic Sibley, and Rob Yates had a brilliant year the year before with 5 championship centuries. Found himself down at number 3, and he had a really rotten year of it. And you know, you can argue as a coach, well, there's not much difference between opener and number 3. But if psychologically it feels that way to Rob Yates, it's quite hard to explain to him otherwise, really. And his form did suffer. Calvin Harrison to continue. Sam Hain, his score matching the number on his bat now, 16 of 60 deliveries. Unusually quiet for him. But the Bears have put themselves in a position to try and bat long in this match. Given the weather, not a bad idea to try and grind a team down, and Hain just pushes a single out towards the cover boundary, quite a short cover boundary, and not side of the ground. Hamid picks up 169 for 2. Were you nervous in the 90s, Roland?
Not at all. I mean, I was nervous or not. If you get to 90s, you want to get nervous then you're in trouble.
Davis defends the next ball from Harrison, back down the wicket.
It's an area that I love to be in because you can see 100 approaching. Start of the innings, it's slightly different.
Davis on 93. Just appeal for LBW, and he's going to go. It was a very full delivery, and he whacks the back of his bat with his hand because he can't believe he's given it away. Maybe it was the nervous 90s. Harrison picks up his wicket. Warwickshire 169 for 3. Davis trapped LBW for 93.
Yeah, really not a best delivery to get him. It was full. He really should have driven that hard down the ground. And just really trying to be over cautious. Just being very, very careful. He's just pushed forward there and he's just struck on the pad. And really, he's played well, but he's missed out on 100 here. No question about that. Really, not the greatest delivery to get him out. But either way, I think Notts will take the wicket. Davis goes for 93, and he's in 68 for 3.
Yeah, it's hit him on the full on the boot in front of off stump. So the umpire, in that situation, you don't have to worry about whether it would have turned or what it was going to do, because there it is. It's right in front of off stump and hits him in the full. So Davis goes for 93. He'll be well. You could see his frustration. You could see his anger at being dismissed at this point. That was a very timely breakthrough for Notts.
Well, he obviously knows why he's so angry. He knows he's missed the boat. There's no question about that. He's battled all day. He's had a fair amount of luck, but in between there, he really was in total control, and only himself really could have got himself out, and he did manage to do that.
Exciting youngster makes his way out to the middle. Dan. Now in the T20 games I've been calling him Mousley, but I've been corrected by Richard today, although they nickname him the Mouse.
They nickname him Danger Mouse, but he absolutely insists that his name is Moseley, like the suburb of Birmingham that is no more than a few hundred yards from Edgbaston. So yeah, he's Dan Moseley, and he's had a good summer so far. He's been a revelation in the T20 as much as anything with his bowling. 2 3-wicket hauls, including the one on Friday. Took 3 for 14 in his 4 overs against Northants. Unlikely to see him bowl in this match unless, if not bat long, you might see him bowl, but he's down the queue a bit as a spinner in 4-day games, but he's batted well so far this season.
John Peers has been in touch and said Davis certainly rode his luck. I don't know, early on in testing, green top.
Moseley to face Harrison, and that squirts off the outer half of the bat down to point. Maybe he pulled out a googly first ball there, as I presume he's got it in his arsenal.
Just changes the complexion a wicket, doesn't it? Did you hear all the animation there from everybody?
Especially on a day like this, an energy sapping,
yeah,
high temperature day. Just got them on their feet. James will come in a bit closer and short extra cover. There's a short mid wicket as well. Don't want to make it easy for Moseley to get away. This is flighted up, driven back to the bowler, who goes down on one knee to field in his follow through. 169 for 3. Notts have scrapped away to try and find a method to take a wicket, and they did, and Moseley will defend the final ball of what has been an excellent over from Harrison. He's 4 overs, 1 for 6. Kane has 17, Moseley noughts. Warwickshire 169 for 3.
Yeah, successful over there for the leg spinner. So Harrison gets his first wicket, and the important wicket of Alex Davies, who just fell short of 100. So it looks as if there's a change in bowling as well, as Mullaney will come on.
He just had an over just before lunch, didn't he? Went for 4 runs. Just quickly, earlier in the day, Australia wrapped up that test match at the Oval, winning over India by 209 runs. And in the Charlotte Edwards Cup final, Southern Vipers defeated Blaze by 7 wickets. Division 1 batting scores: Essex 197 for 3 against Somerset, Kent 173 for 7 against Surrey, and Hampshire 116 for 7 against Lancashire. I'll give you Division 2 in a moment.
Yes, and Mullaney with his second over of this innings. He's got just 1 slip in place. He's in now and bowls, and this is a good delivery. He brings the batsman forward. Hayne just defends it back to the bowler, and there's no run. He's got a short third man. He's got an extra cover. He's got a man on the point boundary. Mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and man out on the long leg boundary. So just the two fielders in catching position. He comes in now right arm over the wicket, now bowls to Haynes, and Haynes just guiding this one on the front foot out to deep point. He's going to get an easy single. Return is on its way. So Mosley will come on strike now. He's yet to get off the mark. Haynes with that single, he goes to 18. It's 170 for 3 and changing the field for the left-handed batsman.
Would you believe it, by the way? They finally got back on at Bristol at 2:45. Now it's raining again. They're off again. What's going on there today? Subclimate they've got.
And Mullaney also now will switch and come around the wicket to the left hand. He's got a slip, short extra cover and a short mid wicket. Those are the fielders in catching position. He's in right arm round the wicket now, ball to Mosley, and Mosley comes solidly forward. Defends a good delivery back to the bowler, who doesn't quite field it cleanly. Ball bounces off his hand, goes to that short mid-on position. Can't score. Yet to get off the mark, Mosley. 170 for 3. And it's been a hot day for the bowlers. I think not so toiled hard in these conditions, as Mullaney's in and bowls, and this one's driven up to mid-on. Bowler happy with that one. His arms went up. He thought he was going to get an LBW there as he walked across his stumps and just tried to play it on the onside. But he's yet to get off the mark. Haynes still fighting. He's been there a long time. Haynes for his 18. He's faced 63 deliveries. Not in any great hurry. Mullaney's in bowls. He's going to get off the mark now as he whips this one off his pads out to deep square. I think that's all they'll get. And return, not particularly good one, bounces in front of wicketkeeper Moores, so he gets off the mark, goes to 171, bring Haynes on strike.
Just quickly then, Derbyshire 111 all out. Yorkshire already have the lead at Chesterfield, 116 for 2. Glamorgan 219 for 3 away against Durham, and Sussex 190 for 6 against Worcestershire. They're the Division 2 games where play is in progress.
Yes, and Mullaney in bowls, good delivery, has to defend it straight back to the bowler. Over completed. That's the end of the second over for Mullaney. 171 for 3.
We've seen all day Warwickshire just gradually going about their business, putting runs on the board, scoring. We gave them the first session, said they're in a nice strong position. Somebody lands in here who knows nothing about cricket, and you say who's winning, they look at the board, Notts 1, Warwickshire 0 on the points. That's the strange scoring system of cricket, isn't it? I mean, that will all unfold obviously as the respective first innings go, but right now Notts have got a point and Warwickshire have got nothing for their efforts.
Yeah, absolutely. That will change pretty soon, no doubt.
As Harrison will bowl, and Mosley comes down the wicket and hits him straight all the way into the crowd at this near end. Well, Dan Mosley quick to impose himself on Harrison there. That was a lovely clean strike. He's up to 7, 177 for 3, and that was a sign of urgency from Dan Mosley.
Confident young man.
Positive intent. Just floated up, used his feet and just hit it straight back over the bowler's head. The moment he played the shot, he was always hitting it eerily, so it's a good boundary.
So that'll just test the nerve of the young bowler.
Sin has already had a win because long on or mid on has been pushed back to long on,
which potentially just gives you an outlet to push a single when you want it. Haynes seems to be happy just to let people bat around him at the moment. He's been the quiet partner each time. As Mosley meets full toss, and it's a good stop short in there. Is it Montgomery in that position? Because that probably should have been 4 more. So his reaction to being hit for 6 was to bowl a full bung, and now Mosley is forward in defence. That's a much better length, and it's squeezed out into the offside for no run.
I do like it when a leg spinner's bowling. Something always happens, doesn't there? There might be a bad ball or two, but there might be an absolute jaffer or two.
It just changes the flow of the game nicely.
Yeah.
Speeds up the over rate a bit as well. Quite appreciably, actually, this afternoon. So he comes in again to bowl to Mosley, who's forward resolutely to defend out into the offside. It's the umpire looking at here. He's looking at his follow through. And Steve O'Shaughnessy will say to him, look, you can't follow through there. And that's another thing that he's going to have to deal with now.
You start looking where your feet are landing instead of where you're pitching the ball, don't you?
Yeah. You don't have to change the angle from which you release it because you've got into a bit of a rhythm. Montgomery moves to the other side of the wicket now, so 2 short extra covers, one rather shorter than the other. You can argue that he's a short mid-off as it's defending into the offside. It means that there's no actual direct route for the ball to go to Dane Patterson, who's an orthodox deep mid-off. It's a slightly odd field that you don't very often see one fielder almost directly behind another. That's where they think he might hit the ball, Mosley, as he defends the final ball of the over. Warwickshire 177 for 3 with still a further 11 overs to go until tea.
See, all the umpire needs to say is I've given you one LBW, but I certainly won't be giving you another one because I can't see. You're coming right across in front of me, I just can't see.
Well, you could do that.
177 for 3 is the score. Of course, that first batting point for Warwickshire when it arrives won't come at 200 as it has been in the last few years. It's 250 now.
I'm hoping this is a single season aberration, Dave. It's too high. It is too high. And again, whether it's a knock-on effect of Bazball or what, whether they wanted to at least accept one recommendation that had been offered, but I think it's asking an awful lot, especially the 450. As Mullaney is going to continue his medium pace, straight delivery. Hayne is forward watchfully and defends. You know, yeah, it was good that they pushed it up from 150 some years ago to 200 for your first point. But 200 through to 400 for your 5 points, that seems to be the right place for it to be. Mullaney in again. Turn it to the leg side by Hayne for a single. He's to 19, 178 for 3. Where are you with it, Dave?
I think I agree with you. My pet peeve, and regular listeners will go, oh, here he goes again, was always why, 110 overs, yes, but why did you have to stop at 400? If you were good enough and scored quickly enough to get to 450 inside 110 overs, why couldn't you get an extra point? That was the one I always...
I have a counter-argument for it, though, as Mullaney will bowl round the wicket to the left-handed Mosley, who pushes it out to extra cover for a point. It's a little bit like the danger of goal difference deciding a group in the European Championship qualifier, where the difference between two sides is whether they scored 6 goals against Liechtenstein or 12. And it is, okay, well, we actually managed to score 500 in 110 overs against a really lousy attack. Maybe can warp the table a little bit as Mosley pushes forward into Mullaney's follow-through.
But I just like that, you know, you might be 25 points behind somebody who isn't playing in that round of matches, and right, let's go all out to get maximum points, and if we can get to 450, we can pinch another point and catch them up. I don't know. I've got a sub-fielder on. His name's Ben Martindale down here at long leg number 12.
As Mosley again defends back down the surface up towards mid-on this time. That's good. That means my guess was right that it was him, because when you were away getting the ice creams, we noticed he was on, and I wasn't sure who he was. And it's very hard on a lot of county websites to find squad numbers at the moment, so this is not a criticism aimed purely at Notts, but I found his picture and I thought, I think that's him from here, and I couldn't quite make out his name on his shirt.
His dad played for Notts in the 80s.
This one is driven by Mosley. It's parried an extra cover.
Of course, what we need to find out is who's gone off. So we'll have a little scout around whilst we're going through the next few overs. There's a helmet off. That's Mosley's taken his helmet off. Why?
Because it's hot, I think. I think I think taking it off as much as possible is not a bad thing to do.
If it's spin at both ends, should they be able to take their helmets off? You can in some places in the world, can't you?
You can't in this country, can you?
No, and pop a cap on. Harrison to continue. Martindale's going off now, so it was Matthew Montgomery who'd gone off purely during the course of that over, and I think he's gone to put the protective pads on. That's what he's done, so it made sense. I hate it when we have to watch people getting dressed on the field and nothing else is happening, but Montgomery went off the field, popped the protective gear on, and we had a sub-fielder on and we didn't lose any time.
I think I'm with you with that. I mean, that's what I would say is an allowable reason. Let's keep the game moving. We're a little bit behind with time, catching up a little bit with these two bowling.
Harrison to Hayne, who's on 19. Just drop this down on the onside. Cry of no as Lyndon James is quickly to it. So there'll be 9 overs after this one until the tea break, which I'm sure the players, certainly the Nottinghamshire players, will be looking forward to. I'm sure the fielders are. Oh, now then, that was crafty by Matthew Montgomery, who was hitting fairly close, shortish extra cover. The ball was drilled to him and he sort of flicked the ball round his back towards the non-striker's end, hoping that Mosley had gone wandering down the track and had been a little tardy in getting back, tried to run him out. This one is missed really by Hayne. It was just short of a length. He tried to whip it away on the leg side. It was sort of along the lines of a mankad with the ball actually being bowled, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a splendidly sharp piece of fielding, and unlike a mankad, well
nothing
within
wrong,
the honour of
nothing
the
wrong
game.
with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. This next one is again turned square, and there's no run. Slater Fields.
It's the trend that since it's become the thing to do, the running out of the batsman whilst they're backing up, or whatever you want to call it, 'cause they don't call it that. They call it a mankad necessarily anymore. The number that have been allowed that actually don't even fit the laws of the game has been bizarre.
Next ball is driven down the ground to Patterson. He'll shy at the non-strikers and narrowly miss. I think Hayne would have been home, but he moves to 20. 179 for 3. We played Lancashire here last week in the blast, and could never really work out if Liam Livingstone was just waiting for the opportunity to mankad, or he couldn't get the ball properly set in his hand. He only comes in bowling his spinners off 2 or 3 paces, but no end of times. He was sort of stopped just right at the point of delivery, and like I say, we didn't really know if he was waiting for the batter to be out of his crease. I don't think he was. I'm just thinking perhaps just couldn't set the ball right in his hand. Single taken by Mosley, moves on to 8. 180 for 3 at the end of the 55th over.
I've seen a number of those dismissals allowed around the world in 20 over competitions, where the bowler has gone as far as his delivery stride, stopped, turned round and done it. Well, that's not the point of the rule.
Like that.
It's meant to be if you've left the crease before the delivery stride, not stopping and mugging you off. I mean, that's not the idea at all. There we go.
There we go.
Is it the end of the world if somebody steals half a yard? I'm not sure it is really. 180 for 3. As always, we've seen 2 sessions of really competitive cricket here. Still 41 overs left in the day, and it's Mullaney continuing round the wicket to Mosley, who drives this through the offside, and that will beat the fielder on the cover boundary for 4. Very crisply struck by the left-hander, and he's moved rather swiftly into double figures. 1614 for Mosley. He's 12. 184 for 3.
Looks good, doesn't he? Nice.
He's going to make sure he turns starts into runs now, Mosley. And he's coming in with a ball that's 55 overs old, and he's looking positive. It's about building big scores now for him. Mullaney strides in once more. This time off the back foot, Mosley pushes it out to Hamid off the cover boundary. Another single, 185 for 3.
Tony T feels I was being a little generous there. He says Livingston definitely looked like he was trying to pull a fast one. Thank you, Tony.
Fortunately, in this country, you can only try it so many times before you start worrying about getting your overs in and losing a fielder outside the ring, which you've seen happen a few times this season. Bears have bowled so much spin, they've been getting through 65 minutes, 68 minutes for 20 overs. Clipped off his pads by Hayne for a single, out to Hamid, who's in quickly. 186 for 3. So this is one thing that the IPL could actually learn a bit from the T20 Blast is getting through the overs in that sort of rate, and that it's unconscionable the number of times they spend 2 hours bowling 20 overs.
Lots of adverts to squeeze in there.
Well, they only account for about 7 or 8 minutes, the 2 strategic timeouts. Or times out, which is it? Clipped towards the leg side by Mosley.
Lots of hands on head there all of a sudden.
Inner half of the bat, wasn't it? And if it's through him, it's either hitting the stumps or hitting his pads in front. But it was enough on it. Lyndon James picks up. Mullaney will always bowl a pretty straight line. Not a lot of pace on the ball. See him produce miserly spells against the Bears in white ball cricket. There's not much pace in the wicket. He's very hard to get away. This is left outside off stump by Mosley. Taken cleanly this time by Moores. He's generally kept well, but he rings out his left hand briefly. Is that the one that you've been hurting this year, the left, or is it the right?
No, right. The middle finger of his right hand that he broke.
That's probably as awkward a one as you could wish for, really, as well. The wicket once more. Mullaney, and is there a bit of bat and pad, or is it half appeal as to whether there's a diving catch at mid-wicket? The umpire shows no particular interest. Either way, his decision, as it is not out. And that is the end of the over. 56 gone. Hayne has 21, Mosley 13, Warwickshire 186 for 3. I'm Richard Wilford. Roland Butcher is taking a breather. This is Dave Bracegirdle.
I think Lyndon James is just thinking, well, why on earth did I do that? He hit the ground with an almighty bump, and he's just inspecting both his knees for any collateral damage. It's a hard old square out there, and in fact he's getting up in bits and pieces. Look, he's hobbling a little bit. He'll be okay, but really flung himself forward to catch it and then just hope that somebody had identified an inside edge onto the pad. Calvin Harrison is turning his arm over a couple of times before the over begins.
Lyndon James is still collecting the pieces of his body. He's not happy.
So it is Harrison. 6 overs, 1 for 14. Bowls to Hayne, drops it on the leg side and says, over to you, young Daniel. Bringing Mosley back onto strike. 187 for 3. And mid-on gets again pushed back to long on.
Just arrived, and you think, who's that poor old lad at mid-wicket who looks so sore? He's in the covers now for the left-hander. He's not an old lad at all. He's still working on that right knee. He's taken a bang there.
Yeah. Fully committed, dived forward full length to catch it. Harrison bowls again. Mosley, partly due to his own efforts, rocking forward, turns it into a low full toss and drives down the ground to Jake Ball, who got the first 2 wickets today on his return to the side. The first one was his 200th first-class wicket for Notts. His first was Steve Moores, the former Lancashire opener who was playing for the MCC in the Champion County match way back in 2011. This is dropped on the leg side. You can say, well, quite definitely his first 3 wickets for Notts were all with a pink ball. His 200th today, very definitely with a white ball.
It's amazing to think that they played some pink ball as far back as that. Feels like it's like a more recent thing, doesn't it? But
yes,
time flies.
Very much deemed as a little bit of an experiment. This one's turned away on the leg side, and they take a single. 189 for 3. Notts did really well, and they were sort of a victim of circumstance in that match in Abu Dhabi in 2011, because they bowled the MCC out for about 170 by tea, and at that point twilight was setting in, the floodlights were on, and you just couldn't see the pink ball. And when Notts went out to bat the last session, there was something like 60 for 7. Steve Kirby, who played for Gloucestershire, Yorkshire and Somerset, fairly distinguished career, got 5 for spit, 189 for 3, and a single taken here. And all the Notts lads, to an exception, they just couldn't see the ball. It was just.
Well, at least it was only a friendly. There was when it was tried in Championship cricket.
Well, it was the first class fixture.
No, but it's still a friendly.
Yes.
It's not for anything. They might have put a piece of wood or a piece of metal up for it, but.
Harrison bowls, and Hayne, well, he pushed it and set off, and Mosley quite wisely sends back his senior partner. 190 for 3 at the end of the over.
That could have been quite a short run, but a couple of years that we played it in the Championship, there was that notorious session down at Canterbury, was it Kent playing Middlesex, where the ball was hooping to the extent that it was like a video game, and it was just impossible to play. I mean, beyond extravagant, the amount of arc that they were getting at respectable pace. When they played Lancashire at Edgbaston, it was a really dire game, but it was played in freezing temperatures for some reason, which didn't help anybody, because it meant nobody came at night, so the ground was pretty much empty, I mean, it made the ground look fuller during COVID.
Yeah, I can only echo that, because Notts had 2 home games, Kent one year, Worcestershire another, and exactly the same. Freezing cold, and after the normal tea time, everybody went home.
Yeah. Basically, they turned up for the first session. As Mulaney will continue round the wicket to the left-handed Mosley, who drives him into the turf, and it pops back into the hands of the experienced Notts captain. Yeah, we saw Andy Umeed opening the batting for Warwickshire, made the most shotless century I'd seen for many, many years. And it took him beyond the 100th over. It was a stubborn innings. As Mosley turns the ball through square leg for a single. Again, Stephen Mulaney will feel that he's turning that off his pads, which are bang in front if he misses the ball. 191 for 3.
I'm not being critical here, genuinely, full of respect, but for a while that was the way Warwickshire went. Mead, Porterfield, Westwood. Wasn't necessarily, we were talking about bonus points earlier. It wasn't necessarily about chasing bonus points with the Bears, was it? It was batting a day and a half and batting once.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't play a lot of cricket. Westwood certainly was that sort. Porterfield was a bit more of a dasher at heart, but struggled a bit with the red ball, made him a bit more circumspect. As Hayne stands up in defence, a shorter ball from Mulaney, one of 2 short mid-wickets, comes into field, Ben Slater.
So it was hugely successful, won a title or 2 playing that way. Of course, Trott came in and got runs. Bell, whenever he was free of international commitments, the same as Trott, he would get runs. And a bit of long handle from the likes of Ricky Clark, and who was the keeper?
Ambrose.
Yeah.
As Hayne is forward and turns it to the leg side. Now there are some oohs and ahs for a potential LBW, but to be fair to Sam Hayne, that is into his strong area, and that was a rather more convincing shot than the one from Mosley earlier in the over. 191 for 3.
And Marker and Wokes would bowl them out. Job done. And Jeet and Patel, of course.
Yep, Jeets if the day was
Good side.
right. Chris Wright had a couple of really good years before moving to Leicester. Forward comes Hayne in defence out into the offside, and then also they had a little bit of shock and awe up their sleeve in Boyd Rankin.
Yes. Yeah.
Who was rarely trusted with the ball in the first 25 or 30 overs because they didn't feel he'd necessarily make the best of the new ball. But when you feel like you've got through that opening wave, and then all of a sudden a fella comes in and starts trying to put it up your left nostril, it was a very useful weapon to have. Hayne awaits once more, straight down the wicket, and a right foot from Mulaney delays the progress of the ball. Jake Ball comes in to do the fielding, but they do come through for a single. Hayne goes to 24. Mosley is 16. We have 6 overs left now until tea, which is going to push it back 10 minutes earlier than it looked like a while ago.
Yeah.
192 for 3. Warwickshire, and look, if you've done all the stuff you were going to do on a Sunday and you're listening to this and you're in the area around Trent Bridge, I presume after 4 o'clock you get a bit of free cricket.
Don't go saying that. I think it's £7 after tea, or at tea, or from tea.
You'll get good value for £7, aren't you?
I think that's what it is.
You'll get good value.
Don't quote me on it. You'll certainly get good value. We're now watching Matthew Montgomery get undressed. I said earlier I was.
Does that mean he can have a bowl?
It could well do. Yes. Some off spin, he'll give it a rip. Yeah, Monty's going to have a go, and the next cab off the ramp, should anybody else be needed, would be Ben Slater, who mentioned earlier he got 4 for 24 for Chesterfield only last Saturday, so he's been doing a little bit of bowling. So Matthew Montgomery to bowl. He was one of those that got big runs on this strip last year. You may remember. I told you at the start of the day, if you were with us, this is the same strip. It's not been used since Notts racked up something along the lines of 650 for 4 declared against Durham last year, when 4 players scored hundreds, the first time since the 1930s that had happened for Notts. 4 players in a single innings reaching 100, and Montgomery, well, he chipped in to the tune of 178. Here he is, bowling to Sam Hayne, who respectfully has a look at his first ball. He was the PCA Player of the Month for May, Matthew Montgomery, which was a terrific achievement for the young man. Hayne on strike on 24. Montgomery bowls driven into the offside, straight to Lyndon James. He's at extra cover now. not a silly extra cover, but shortish, certainly in there to save the run or catch the attempted drive. This one off the outside edge has gone down to third man for 4. That was certainly a false shot from Sam Hain, but brings in 4 runs nonetheless. It just flashed away past slip and has gone for 4, and Stephen Mullaney ruefully lays on the ground and looks where it had gone.
Yeah, although false shot, but from a pretty false ball in that it was a very wide full toss.
We're down to
come off the bottom of the bat.
Yeah, we're down to pre-tee occasional bowlers at the moment, Rich.
Yeah. I'm just saying it was never going to be a chance because it was so wide outside off stump.
Mind you, if he could turn one back sharply, if he can pitch it in the same spot and lead Hain into believing, well, he can't. He's driven it away into the offside, and that will be 4 more. And that's the trouble, isn't it? You just go with a hunch and a gut. What about giving Monty a gap? Yeah, go on, get those pads off. Go on, let's just see if you can. And of course, that's the trouble. Back-to-back boundaries, and that brings the Warwickshire 200 up. 200 for 3, and as we were just saying 10 minutes or so ago, you sadly no longer get any points for reaching 200. You need 50 more. 200 coming up in the 59th over. Here's Montgomery to bowl to Sam Hain, and he'll work this up to mid-on. And there's no run. There was a time, Rich, when you were sat next to me, where you'd be doing the scoring as well as the commentaries, and you'd have made a big note of that somewhere when the 200 came up. Next ball is slammed towards us, won't quite clear the rope for 6, 1 bounce for 4 down below us, 3 4s in the over. Might just be the one and only Matthew Montgomery over for a while.
Yeah, Sam Hain suddenly hits the accelerator after a rather quiet innings so far. 3 boundaries in the over. Yeah, I still do for T20 games, because wherever you are in the country, a T20 match, the last thing you want in full commentary mode, when the game's moving that quickly, is a power cut and the scoreboard goes off.
Yeah, or an advert. Whenever you look up for the score, there's an advert on.
Yeah, so, but I don't for Championship cricket anymore.
We seem to have lost the ball. Dane Patterson, as we can see, those of you watching the live stream, is off an exploratory wandering expedition all on his own. He's not getting any help, and he certainly has no idea where the ball's gone. A member of the public leans over helpfully and says, "It's down there somewhere, mate." We'll have to see if the ball gets thrown back on. But
it's going to be an end change for Calvin Harrison, by the way. But you know, so given that I'm not scoring ball by ball, Dave, it does mean that if I go for the reciprocal ice cream agreement tomorrow,
there's no need.
No, I know, because it was very, very kind of you. I'm very grateful for that. And I would do it in 2 journeys. I'm not doing 6 in 1 trip. But I will look after the production team because they're doing a fabulous job of the stream. But it means I can do that without worrying about missing some cricket, you see, because you'll tell me what happened when I get back.
There's 14 cameramen and women around the ground who are saying, "What ice cream? What's going on? Where's ours?"
They're in the breeze, he said, laughably.
Yeah, they're out there in the fresh air enjoying themselves. Thank you, folks, for bringing us the pictures of Calvin Harrison spinning the ball from hand to hand.
Well, they're doing a grand job, you see, this is the thing. It's
still 5 overs to go until tea. The session that never ends hasn't yet ended. 204 for 3. Are we about ready?
Got Hamid in at short leg. He's making sure he's got everything he can, and there slips his cap down the back of his trousers, so it protrudes slightly.
Mosley on 16, entertaining innings so far. Harrison bowls to Mosley, leaves this one alone, goes through into the gloves of Tom Morse. There was a semblance of Mosley shouldering arms there, which, as we've heard earlier in the day, Roland Butcher doesn't like that.
No,
you've got a bat, use it.
You don't want to upset Roland.
Mosley on strike, advances a pace towards Calvin Harrison and drives it down the ground to Dane Patterson for a single. 205 for 3.
I say you mustn't upset, because of course when he explained why he sees it as a technical flaw, his logic was impeccable.
Yeah.
He was absolutely right. That you can't react. If your bat's up there, you've got no chance to react if the ball does something unexpected. You've got a slight chance of getting anything on the ball, if your bat is at least within range. It was his technical knowledge is excellent, Roland. That's the thing. Well, he's not in the room, I can say that.
Harrison bowls, and Sam Hain just nudges this to where the square leg umpire would be, but he isn't. The umpire at this end, O'Shaughnessy, has decided to stay on the Bridgeford Road side of the square, whether it's right-hander or left-hander, and I can't blame him. Setting sun behind him, so you can see the lines, and that's important really with Keeper standing up to the spinners. They may, they may have 30 overs of spinning, nothing happens, but then that one stumping chance appeal, everybody looks towards it. You've got to be able to see the lines and make a decision with clarity of thought. Reverse sweep is effective from Mosley. It went very fine, but it's gone away for 4.
There we go. You see the T20 shots being played in this form of the game, and the some moves and arts. I think he probably got a bit of edge on that, actually, Mosley, but he's played it with a great degree of confidence as well.
We can say with absolute certainty if Ben Duckett was playing, Ben Duckett was batting, he'd be playing reverse sweeps. So,
I'm genuinely thrilled for the way he's taken his second chance at England cricket, because probably 12 months ago he wouldn't have believed that chance was coming.
210 for 3, Mosley 21. And, well, Haynes come a long way down now then. Harrison shies and misses. I think Haynes probably would have been back, but that was a little bit of a shall we, shan't we moment. Mosley pushed it onto the offside and took one step, which maybe lured Sam Hayne into thinking that he was coming. Harrison in his follow-through quickly got after the ball. By now Hayne was having to put the brakes on and turn and make it back as Harrison just threw the ball in the general direction of the stumps, and Sam Hayne would have got back anyway, even with a direct hit. Harrison in again. Mosley will just bunt it down the ground to Patterson for another single. 211 for 3 at the end of the over, and Harrison 8 overs, 1 for 25.
If they'd taken that run when they first had the opportunity to take the run, just gone for it, they would have been absolutely fine.
Yeah.
But once they hesitated, they got themselves into trouble. We'll have to watch what we say about Roland, because he is now back in the box. Are you going to come in for the last few and all, Scoot, Roland?
What do you make of what's going on away to our right? Because all day you guys have been looking at apps and listening to people saying hailstones are coming, and I've been saying absolute nonsense. Nothing is going to interrupt the day today. But the ground staff have just unfurled a large sheet, a large tarpaulin. I wonder if they are actually expecting something.
I think it looks like they plan to put the hover cover on during the tea interval, because that's starting to get into the window where a bit of rain has been forecast. There is going to be another exploratory over from Matt Montgomery, bowling to Mosley. He tickles him in front of the fielder at mid-wicket for a single. James comes in. Mosley has been keen to push things along rapidly on to 23. These two have added 43 in relatively quick time. Hayne on 37, having been rather vigorous in his previous over against Montgomery when he got 3 boundaries. But he's coming round the wicket to the right-hander. This is almost T20 style. It's very full, and in a similarly T20 style, he just hits it up towards the one at long on, and they come through for another comfortable single. 213 for 3.
Yes, and Warwickshire progressing nicely. And just really sheet anchor. As you said, Mosley's been the more attacking of the two, and the partnership developing nicely.
Have you dared stick your head out of the door, Roland? Or have you been watching on the concourse? Have you been outside?
I was watching from the above side. There's a
back foot drive from Mosley. No power on that. Doesn't beat Hamid at extra cover.
Yeah, when you stand just outside the door there's a nice breeze.
Yeah.
Nice breeze coming across.
Yeah, the flags are moving a bit from left to right as we look, as Mosley comes down the wicket. That's a good diving stop from James. That's got a straight short mid-wicket.
Yeah, I've not mentioned the flags today. Nice to see the Warwickshire one fluttering away as well. Not many visiting teams bring them anymore.
Yeah, it's a shame that, isn't it? It's always good to see them. Forward to nurdle it into the leg side for a single is Mosley. 214 for 3.
Is that Mel Smith's job? It's usually the role of the scorer.
So. Yeah. He's a great guy, man. As I mentioned, Friday was his 400th first team game scoring for the Bears. That's over a period of 10 years. Loves the job. Meticulous, as all good scorers are. And does a bit of research as well. Quite a bit of added value he brings to the role. He knows what landmarks are coming up for sure. As Hayne will clip another single to the final ball of that over. 3 more overs then to go until tea. Hayne on 38, Mosley 24, Warwickshire 215 for 3.
It's nicely worked off the leg, that final delivery. And I think Warwickshire will be really looking to try and get to tea now without any further loss. Then they would have had 2 good sessions and look forward to the last session.
Yep, 1 wicket very early on in the piece this morning, 1 wicket straight after lunch, and then halfway through this session, Alex Davis out for 93. 3 overs to go. Calvin Harrison to bowl this one, the 62nd of the innings. Managed to get an LBW decision against Alex Davis. He also had the umpire at this end, Steve O'Shaughnessy, ticking him off a time or two for perhaps encroaching on the wicket. Maybe that's part of Stephen Mullaney's reasoning for switching him down to the far end. But here he comes from the pavilion end, bowls to Hayne, just turns his wrists, works it behind square on the leg side, but straight to Jake Ball, so there's no run.
Yeah, that first delivery is short of a length, and Hayne just working in on the onside, looking for the single.
Mead gets closer at mid-wicket. Hayne has nicked this one with an open face. I think he was trying to run it away, but maybe it went finer than he thought. They've run 2. Now it's been stopped down below us by Matthew Montgomery, just inside the rope, and they will come back for a 3rd run. I think that probably went a little finer than he intended. He did, I'm sure, mean to just make sure it was well wide of Stephen Mullaney, the only slip, but it went fairly fine.
Yeah, I think you got to give the bowler some credit as well. I think he drew the fault shot, made him play at a wideish delivery. It was wide of the slip, but always.
Mosley on strike on 24, make that 25 as he gathers another single. Got a helicopter just passing by the ground. It's not like
yours, is it?
I was going to say, it's not like Lords where you have played a lot of cricket, watched a lot of cricket. As the 50 partnership, another 50 partnership comes up from 66 balls, 3rd 50 partnership of the innings. Yes, you see those huge, enormous jets going over Lords minute after minute. Next one's drilled fairly crisply up to mid-on. There's no run. 219 for 3. Almost looks like they're hardly moving, because they are just on their finals, aren't they, into Heathrow, and go over Lords so gracefully. Harrison in again to Hayne. We've seen that shot many times already, just dabbing it out onto the leg side for a single. It's almost like not so content to let him have that single. 220 for 3.
Yeah, I think where Warwickshire's been good today is that they're built partnerships, and that's been very important to the position they're in now. Each member that's come to the crease has played their part.
Mosley 25 after this stand of 51. Again, just happy to take the single, rotate the strike. Harrison quickly threw another over though in terms of time taken. 62 overs have now gone, 2 before the tea break, and Warwickshire 221 for 3. At lunch they were 91 for 1, so doing the maths quickly, 130 for 2 this afternoon. Taking that solely in isolation, 130 for 2, you'd say it's another Warwickshire session.
Yeah, most definitely. I think they started off obviously winning the toss, electing to bat, and it's proven to be spot on. Despite the greenness in the pitch, they have certainly got themselves in a good position. Montgomery will continue.
Yeah, he's gone for 4 boundaries so far, hasn't he?
221 for 3. He's going to bowl to Mosley, who's on 26. It's 221 for 3. He's got just a slip and a short extra cover. He's bowling right arm around the wicket. Now bowls, brings him forward, right out in the forward defensive, just plays it out to short extra cover, and there's no run. He's got a backward point, he's got a cover point on the boundary, he's got a mid-off halfway to the boundary, and Montgomery bowls, and this one's nudged into the onside. He's looking for a single, but can't score. It goes to the left of mid-wicket, who does the tidying up. And then just to complete the rest of the field, you've got a deep square leg, got a deep mid-wicket. In this delivery is pushed right back along the pitch to the bowler. Nicely flighted delivery, no run. Deep mid-wicket, there's also a long on, and that straightish mid-wicket. So very much a containing feel as this This is appeal for LBW as he's trying to work this one on the onside, or is it the keeper's? Let's wait and see if the keeper's got the ball into 3rd man. Actually, he was working that one on the onside. I think Not stopped. They had their man
Yeah.
there. I guess the replay will tell us where he was struck. It was a similar delivery to the one that got rid of Davies. It was full,
I think they missed out on a run. There was certainly a leg by.
and
that
he
should
was
have been taken.
he was just clipping it. Bowls, and that's one's hit through the offside. There's runs here. There's going to be at least 2. The return is on its way, and 2 runs completed. So the score now moves on to 223. That's 2 more to Mosley. He's batting pretty well. He's on 28. He's facing this delivery from Montgomery, and he's working it into the onside. End of a tidy over from Montgomery as we approach tea. Warwickshire in their first innings did 223 for the loss of 3 wickets. Sam Hain, he's on 43 not out, and Dan Mosley, he is there on 28.
So the final over of the session. Of course, if a wicket goes down, they'll troop off. They wouldn't finish the over. Ed Barnard is on the card to come in next, former Worcestershire man. Michael Burgess, the wicket keeper, former Sussex man, due in at 7, and Danny Briggs, San Ali, Chris Rushworth, now a Bear after all those years with Durham, and Oliver Hannon Dolby. 223 for 3. Sam Hain on 43, and it'll be Calvin Harrison with the last chapter of this afternoon session. Bowls to Hain, eases it out to the leg side fence. There's a single. 224 for 3. One of the complaints of county cricketers over the years always been the tea interval is just so short. You'd imagine, especially today, maybe 1 or 2 will want to get into the shower, get the clothes off, quick shower and put some fresh clothes on. 1 or 2 just sit down, maybe have a cup of tea. The 1 or 2 that'll perhaps want to take on a little bit of fruit or something to eat, maybe. 224 for 3, but they'll hear that bell go all too soon as this is pushed back to Harrison.
Yeah, I mean the first 5 minutes is used up getting off the field. By the time you get to the dressing room, you are. It's a very short time.
This is not where you want that. All those autograph hunters. Will you sign, please? Will you sign, please? As Harrison bowls, Mosley leans forward, works it into a full toss, and clips it onto the leg side. 224 for 3. You know you can't win, can you? If you desperately, I'm sure, want to get back to the changing room and just get out of your things and just have a 5 minutes to yourself. But at the same time, you don't want to be rude if there's people there. Will you just sign this, please? Or can we just have a photograph, please? There's Harrison bowls, and this is chopped away onto the offside by Sam Hain. 226 for 3. Joe Clark doing the fielding. Not mentioned Joe Clark's name too many times today. You may remember back to 2018 when you came and watched some of the cricket at the Kensington Oval, the North v South. Joe Clark was the man of that series with a whole glut of runs for the North as Mosley will push this into the offside. There's 1 ball left in the session, Roland.
Yeah, and doing it nicely and easily. Warwickshire just nudging the ball around, picking up the singles.
Rhodes and Davis, I think, will feel they've left some runs out there, won't they? Rhodes shouldering arms, which you made your comment on at the time, and Davis 93, he'll be heartbroken. I mean, it's one of those. At breakfast time, you're happy to take 93, but when you get that close, you're disappointed. As Hain defends 227 for 3 to end the session. They will head off. Warwickshire in a good position.
Yeah, 2 very good sessions there for Warwickshire, as you said. 91 in the first session. And then this second session here, they go to T2 27 for 3. 2 batsmen set at the crease in Hain on 45, and with him obviously Mosley quite a breezy 30. So Warwickshire, the happier of the 2 teams at this point.
Thank you very much, Roland. More from Roland Butcher, from Richard Wilford, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, after tea. When they come out in about 18-19 minutes time, it'll fly by, I'll guarantee it. Just so long as the bad weather doesn't come in, we'll be good to go again, and I hope you'll join us then. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. BBC Radio Nottingham's Dave Bracegirdle with you, and it's the start of very shortly we'll have the start of the final session of this first day of this Division 1 County Championship game between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire. Visitors Warwickshire right now, you'd say, in the ascendancy. They'll be the happier of the two sides. 227 for 3 at tea, with Sam Hain always gets runs against Notts, of course, doesn't he? He's 45 not out. Dan Mosley, the exciting young protege, he is with him on 30. Just sorting out my my headphones and my microphones here. We've got a couple of microphones. Just have a little switch over. Talking through one, coming out the other. What on earth have I done here? What have I done? Pick the wrong ones up. There we are. I'll pick one set of headphones and microphone up and talking through another one. There we are. Richard looks at me, and I don't think he actually tottered, but
No.
You know there was a. You know there was a.
you know it's at home, and sometimes when your wife looks at you and she's not sure what you're talking through.
I know that he knows he's working with an idiot. That's. Welcome back, one and all, both in the commentary box and far and wide. Whether you're listening, whether you're viewing the live stream and listening to the BBC commentary, whether you're here on the ground and you've managed to get us on the BBC Sport website and app, albeit we're a few seconds and maybe even a minute or two behind, so it's sometimes weird if you're watching the cricket and then hear what we commentate on whilst you're watching a different delivery. But anyway, you know what I mean. Warwickshire 227 for 3. Enough rambling from me. Here's Richard Wilford.
Dane Patterson is going to be restored to the attack for the first over after the tea interval, bowling to Dan Mosley, who defended up towards mid-on and there's no run. Really bizarre symmetry. At lunch, Davis 45 and Rhodes 31 with a not out batsman. At tea, Hain 45 and Mosley 30, so very similar, but not crucially got a wicket in that first over after lunch when Jake Ball had Will Rhodes leave one and lose his off stump, and he was out for 37. So Mosley and Hain with the briskest of the 3 half-century partnerships so far today. Patterson in. Not a sprinter, it's a gentle approach, but then all shoulder that delivery, and a bit of bat and a bit of pad about Mosley's defence. Roland Butcher in the middle, having enjoyed a little bit of relaxation during the tea interval, but for Notts, they're worried about another 2 hours in the field here.
Yeah, it could be a long, hard session for them, especially if they're not getting wickets. Warwickshire well set on 227 for 3, so they're very much in the ascendancy, so really Notts have got to do something special this evening to get themselves out of this.
It's a good test of a team if you can come back and win the final session, as Mosley pushes the ball out in the offside. Given the weather, it might have been quite an even afternoon session when you look at it. Normally you'd think 136 runs, 2 wickets, but it looks a flat one. I know it's got a green top surface, but it looks a pretty flat surface.
It's much easier for batting now. Obviously the chances Notts would have had would have been earlier this morning when the ball was new, the pitch was fresh. What Warwickshire have done pretty well is that they've really stuck in there. They've had their luck, but at the same time they've rode it, and now they've built a good platform.
Mosley wrapped on the pad, looks a bit high for an LBW shout, and Patterson, having had a good yell, pulls, I reckon, out 3/4 of the way through the appeal, because he'll accept that was a bit high. I know Jake Ball is stretching his hamstrings a bit at mid-on.
I was just going to say there, Jake Ball loosening up for his next bowling spell by practising his golf swing. He's just driven 3 down the fairway there as he stood. Very keen golfer, but he was stood in his golf stance, swinging his arms as if he was on the 4th green tee.
Patterson had he was in the best position to see that one.
Yeah. It didn't look a goer. But it's been a good over so far, not so much this. It's onto the pads of Mosley, who on the short boundary has got enough on that to beat the fielder who is out on the fence, and that's going to be 4. Hamid made good ground, but he couldn't cut it off, and Mosley goes to 34. 231 for 3 in the partnership now into the 60s.
Yeah, sweetly timed around the leg stump area, and he's just made good contact with it. Doesn't really have to hit it hard, just the timing was perfect all along the ground, and while Hamid made good ground. He had no chance of cutting that one off.
Batsmen of real potential. There are a few young batsmen in this game on either side who fit that brief. As Mosley is driving into the offside here, and that'll beat Montgomery. Real sprint around from the boundary from the substitute fielder Martindale, and that restricts them to a single after the final ball of the over. 232 for 3. The other factor, of course, Dave, is that we're 15 overs from the second new ball.
Yeah.
So if it is indeed going to be, it's not going to be ball, is it? So that I was going to say they will presumably want to save some overs from the likes of Jake Ball and also Brett Hutton for that second ball.
Yeah, Calvin Harrison's done a pretty good job. 10 overs, 1 for 35. He's going to continue. But, you're absolutely right. Yeah, 15 overs away. So maybe just preserve the energy of Ball and Brett Hutton. We've got the first signs of a floodlight shadow encroaching on the outfield, and as this session wears on, it'll move all the way across the square. It's going to be quite some time before it actually reaches the strip we're playing on, which is on the Fox Road side of the square. Quite a long way across. Dan Mosley's countered and countered and countered. He can't. I'm going to say he can't settle himself that there's only 11, and now he can't be ready because he thinks the committee balcony is wide open at the far end, and is asking people to shut the doors in the committee balcony. Young Mosley. These Warwickshire lads. Were you one of those? If somebody moved behind the bowler's arm, Roland, or somebody moved in the next parish, would you flinch and ask him to sit down?
Not that finicky unless it's
somebody that would see a fly move.
Somebody walking up and down.
But to be honest, where he's pointed to, that is the sight screen for this match.
Essentially.
And the door being open is no good at all.
It's up in the air though, isn't it?
Well, where he's looking, it's going to be right behind the bowler's hand, isn't it?
Either way, we're now ready, and Calvin Harrison can begin his over, the second after tea. The leg spinner bowls to Mosley, and he just pushes it to sort of a silly mid-on position where Ben Slater's fielding. He's one of those that have worn a white floppy sun hat all day. Keeps the sun off the back of the neck. Mosley chips this one on the bounce back to Harrison, who's very careful not to stamp down hard on a length as he fielded that. We'll work out in the fullness of time who Martindale is on the field for, as the next one is on the sweep down to Dane Patterson, and comes the throw right into the gloves.
Is it Clark now, or no, he's Clark now, I think it might be. Is it Clark?
33 for 3. So Mullane is at slip. Could be a good shout. No, Clark's a mid-wicket, isn't he?
That's Slater, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Harrison to Hayne. He's played that shot a few times, hasn't he? Just nudging it to where the square leg umpire would stand, or just in front of square. Gets another single, Hamid doing the fielding.
I wonder whether Joe Clark's not feeling the best today. The fact that he'd been out grazing in the deep most of the day, and maybe they'll feel with the score on the board that they won't lose anything if he doesn't field this session.
Harrison bowls, and Mosley uses his feet and drives it nicely past the diving Hutton and away for 4. Lovely looking shot. Doesn't matter how many you've got, it's always nice to start a fresh session with a confident stroke off the middle of the bat and away for 4. 238 for 3, and Warwickshire very much within sight of their first batting bonus point.
Yeah, I think Hutton got his angles all wrong here. He didn't realise it was so sweetly timed. The ball got to him a little bit quicker than he thought.
Lovely looking shot indeed. Umpire at the far end is Peter Hartley. Watches on as Mosley guides this out onto the offside for a single. T's been in touch at Brace Cricket. Dave, can you please thank Roland for sitting in on comms today? It's been a pleasure to hear his reminiscences and views on the modern game, and yourself and the other guy have been all right too. It's Richard, the other guy, but totally understand and appreciate that too, and I'm sure Roland and Richard will as well. 239 for 3.
In that way, just a note hello to Tony, who's listening in New Hampshire today. He's a Warwickshire and Birmingham City fan, and I hope he got up nice and early for play today. But good to know that we're loud and proud in New Hampshire.
Patterson will continue. It's going to be bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Mosley, who he's moved swiftly on to 41, 57 deliveries, so probably the quickest of the day in terms of balls or runs. He's looked in good touch, and he's provided good support for Haynes as this first delivery is going down the leg side, and really Mosley would feel that he'd missed out on that. It was in the slot, full on the onside, tried to clip it through mid-wicket, struck on the pad, stifled appeal by Patterson, obviously given not out by the umpires. 239 for 3. Haynes is there on 46, he's batted resolutely, 97 deliveries so far, and still some 30 overs remaining as Patterson, right arm, fast, medium, over the wicket. That's driven solidly up to mid-off, but it goes straight to mid-off, and there's no run.
I think I've said this about Sam Hain any number of times over the years. He'll play an innings and he'll get runs against Notts, and you think at the end of the day, how many shots can you genuinely remember? And I guess it's testimony to him in a way that he's just so workmanlike, puts the ball in gaps and he'll run away for 4 and whatever, without the big flashy shots. You can't remember the enormous hits, the dance down the tracks or anything. He just puts it in the gap and gets his runs.
It's best not to have too many shots but to score runs, and that one is played on the front foot. Back to the bowler, he does the fielding, and there's no run.
I think the fascination is that he's a brilliant T20 player. Last week against Notts, it was 97 not out off 43 balls.
Yes.
That's what, and he can hit it all areas, and yet he comes back so disciplined. 48 hours after his last T20 game, got 16 off his first 60. He's now accelerated 30 off his last 37. But it's not flashy, but he's playing the situation, which is the key.
Superb player.
Effective. Patterson bowls, and this time he doesn't. Oh, that's an excellent piece of fielding and water. Yeah, that's good cricket. It was a good shot. Thought it was through. Diving save there at mid-wicket to the left, and then almost in one action, return to the stumps. Mosley has set off already, and that was Harrison there, and that must have been close to being a run out.
A hit. I think he was in trouble. He'd gone 3 or 4 paces down, expecting to be able to get a single, and by the time he turned and got back, that would have been as tight as anything. It really would.
And that's probably just the spark that Notts would have needed straight after tea, as Patterson in once more to Mosley and bowls, and he drives. Can't beat extra cover. Goes on the bunks. Fielded that extra cover. Just one slip in place at this stage now for Patterson. Just really bowling within himself. Just trying to contain this pair who have come together and batted very well.
What do you make of these thunderstorms in Nottingham then, Roland?
I will pass and let Richard
well, at the moment
Richard explain.
Right. Well, the wind has died at the moment, so with a bit of luck they're going to miss us.
Trust me.
Patterson in bowls, drives, nice timing, but again tumbling stop there at extra cover. Can't get a single, so the over comes to an end. A good solid over there by Patterson. Score stays on 239 for 3, with Mosley on 41, Haynes 46.
I trust you implicitly, Davide, the much heralded
Davide,
the much heralded international cricketer, still celebrated on the matted wickets of Rome.
You're laughing, Roland.
It's
Sorry.
It's true. That's the problem. Disappointingly, it's true.
Just saw that replay, and he wasn't in the picture, Richard.
No, it was a brilliant piece of fielding, and you're right. It's what you need on a day like today. 67 overs in the field, 3 wickets that have been hard earned. You need one of your younger players coming up with a piece of fielding like that, and it just keeps everybody on their toes and reinvigorated. There's quite a long debate about what field they should have for Calvin Harrison there. They're not going to have a man down at third man. Instead, they're going to have a backward point in Patterson. They've got a deep point in front of square, about 10 yards in from the boundary, as Harrison comes into bowl to Hayne, who pushes it, well, I could say past the bowler, but a lovely outstretched left hand to grab hold of that.
Well, how about a man at square leg where he's got all of it, well, not all of his runs, but he's got an awful lot of singles, hasn't he, there?
Let's see if he does it again. Thought he was going to, but no, he's played it too straight this time, and it's picked up at mid-wicket by Slater. 239 for 3, Warwickshire. Stands of 74, 72, and now 70 unbroken for the second, third and fourth wickets respectively. Hayne forward in sturdy defence there. The maker's sticker flashing as the sun catches it, as it lowers in the sky. I'm ashamed to say I've been in sunglasses all day, but this is part of my hay fever defence mechanism, as Hayne is in defensive mode again to this next ball. Good length from Harrison, nothing loose so far in this over. And a pull and count so high that pills alone are not going to solve it today for me, so get the sunlight out of the eyes if I can. It's Hayne. He's forward a bit late on that, actually. He was halfway to being forward, the foot movement a bit limited. That wouldn't have passed the muster on the Roland Butcher technical guide, for sure.
Not had a maiden for ages and ages and ages. Here we go, last ball.
I'm going to put the commentator's curse on it as Hayne goes onto the back foot and cuts it behind point. There's a chase round here, should be cut off just in front of the hover cover, but I'll come back for 2. It's Joe Clark doing the fielding there, so he's back on. And those 2 runs, the only ones off the over. 241 for 3, Warwickshire, with Hayne now 48 and Mosley 41.
You can have that one from me, Warwickshire supporters. Leggies in your day, Roland, there weren't that many around English leggies, were there? Robin Hobbs, you'd have played against Robin.
Hobbs, Middlesex, we had Harry Lashman.
Oh, of course, well, he played here, of course, Harry.
Yeah. Let's think of a
So when did you begin at Middlesex then? What was your first?
72 when I started.
So Harry came here 74, didn't he? Pasty Harris had come a couple of years, and Bob White, so they'd come a couple of years earlier.
And Patterson will continue. 241 for 3, and Mosley on strike. In now, and Bowles drives. Doesn't quite time it. It's the ball hard into the ground. It bounces a couple of times before it's fielded by Mullaney there at mid-off.
If you think of somebody my age, sorry, Roland. If you think of somebody my age who started watching cricket as a 5-year-old in 1975, I wouldn't have seen a leg spinner at all in the flesh or on TV until Abdul Qadir came along in the early 80s. There's nobody around on the county circuit that I can recall. There may have been 1 or 2.
Mushy?
Yeah, Intercam.
Mushy?
Intercam.
Okay, Intercam, yeah. Too early for Mushy though, isn't it?
As this delivery is worked into the offside, he's looking for a single, but there's not one there. Goes to
Mushtaq Mohammed
position.
Mushtaq Mohammed, but
Mushy was around at that time with Intercab.
But I think Mushy had stopped playing county cricket quite early though, didn't he? Mid-70s. So Intercab I would have seen. Yeah. But I mean, it's a real exception. When Abdul Qadir came, it was the rebirth, and all of a sudden young players had a role model, didn't they? That they could look up to and think, well, okay.
Something you practice with a tennis ball.
Oh gosh, yeah.
And Patterson now in his 15th over in Bowles, and that one is worked away from probably about middle stump. He gets it down to fine leg, and Patterson thought he had his man there, but Mosley good enough to get some bat on it. He gets a single, goes to 42, brings Hayne on strike, too short of his half century. Workman-like innings so far by Haynes. He's been there quite a while, and he's very content to just sit in and just bat, showing good temperament. 242 for 3 as Patterson switches now to go over the wicket to the right-handed batsman, and the third man has come up to short third. There's just one slip, so there's a huge area there between back short third man and first slip, and obviously the man on the point boundary. Patterson in Bowles, and he allows this one to go through, and that one must have come back, and I think that leave alone again. I would like to see that. I think his bat was up on that occasion.
This is his third year. This is his third year with Notts Roland. He's got no end of wickets like that, shouldering arms, and they come back and clip the off stump.
He nearly paid the price. I'm sure we'll see the replay in a minute and just see how close that was. But it's certainly cut back to the right-handed batsman.
He's got away with that by luck, not by judgment. Trust
Yes,
me.
of course. And this delivery now has him defending as a ball again, bang on target. Plays it out to shortish mid-wicket. Can't score, stays on 48. Some good tight bowling here by Patterson, just really settling into this situation where he's got to deliver a few overs and keep them as tight as possible. He's scored pretty well today. He's been quite honest in the amount of work that he's had to do, and he's done it well. Haynes, too short of a half century, and this delivery is worked into the offside. He's only going to get a single as the ball straightens and it's played up to point. Takes him to 49, and he will keep strike for the start of the over. That was the final delivery of the over, and it's now 243 for 6.
I don't know if we get a chance to see that replay again. Producer Kirsty, it'd be nice just to see how close that was. Was it the 4th or 5th ball, the leave that was close to the stumps? Elsewhere in Division 1, Essex 272 for 3, Sir Alistair Cook 95 not out, Kent 233 for 8 at home against Surrey. Hampshire have been bowled out for 142 at Southport, Lancashire 33 without loss. Division 2, Yorkshire with a healthy lead already. They're 200 for 3 at Chesterfield, replying to Derbyshire's 111 as Calvin Harrison comes in. Oh, false start, somebody wasn't ready. Glamorgan are 274 for 4 at Chesterley Street. They're just waiting for the rest of the scores.
Mosley dropped his bat. That's what happened at the non-strikers end.
Sussex 246 for 7 at home to Worcestershire, and it's still raining in Bristol, bless them. Harrison bowls, and Hayne on the front foot digs out a ball right at the bottom of his bat, plays it back to the bowler, and Warwickshire 7 runs away from a batting bonus point. Knots over 8 is now -1, so good work from the spinners and Mullaney in the latter part of the afternoon as Harrison bowls into a chorus of oohs and ahs. Hayne drops it out on the leg side. 243 for 3. Be quite pleasant for those on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground now. The sun's setting behind them, so they're very much in the shade as Hayne, there's a surprise, works it to square leg for a single, and that takes him to 50. Very well battered indeed, Sam Hayne. He's been at the crease for, well, what's that in real money? Getting on for 3 hours, faced 109 balls and hit 4 fours, just 4 fours, as Richard was saying. He's such a fluent player in T20 cricket. You know, can hit 4 fours in and over against you, let alone 4 in the best part of 3 hours, but that's been a great knock.
Yeah, nicely controlled innings, never looked in any trouble whatsoever, just played its ball in its merit, and obviously building a good platform for his team.
Stephen Mullaney just tinkering with his field. As Harrison round the wicket, Mosley on the sweep, decent enough connection out to deepish mid-wicket to Joe Clark, and just a single, 246 for 3. That shadow of the floodlight just starting to move now. It's moved on a strip or two since I last spoke. It's got quite a journey to go before it starts to cover half of the playing strip as Harrison in the 40th over bowls, and Sam Hayne with complete indifference lets this go past his bat and the stumps and through to Moores. He didn't move a muscle there, Sam Hayne. .245 for 3. Harrison bowls, and this has eased into the offside. There's no run. We're through 70 overs. Scott says, Dave, what's Richard's Twitter? There we are.
Do you want to berate me? Listen, there are enough football fans who do that. At Wilford WM, Wilford being WILFORD, like Wilford Village down the road. I rather enjoy driving in past Wilford's co-op on my way, because he actually says that, so I feel it's my personal co-op.
You didn't jump out and take a few photos?
Many times I've been through that way.
I don't think there's a Bracegirdle village anywhere, or I'd be doing that all over the place.
There's another sort of place, there's a Wilford place over in Suffolk called Wilford Bridge as well, not far from Ipswich. It's got a rather good pub that does a steak and ale suet pudding, which is a thing to behold. Yeah, so I'm not going to criticise that. Here's Patterson coming to bowl to Dan Mosley. Takes a couple of steps down the wicket as Patterson approaches, and then defends it back to the bowler in his follow-through. Has a good stare at Dan Mosley, as if to say, oh, come on, son. Don't do that to me.
I'm sure we've all been very close to the ground, and indeed in the ground at Chesterley Street, and of course the two villages very close to that. One's No Place and one's Pity Me. I mean, great village names, aren't they? Pity Me and No Place.
There's a really decent little pub in Pity Me I've been to as well.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. I think Mr. Howell's next door will know about that one. As down the wicket again comes Mosley and defends it. Patterson feigns to throw the stumps down at the batter's end.
He won't have had his wallet with him.
I'm pretty sure he paid his way.
Good grief.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he did. I won't hear a word said against him.
No, he's not. He's not biting. I think he's listening to
A different
Sir
game.
Alistair Cook. Yep.
Yeah.
He's not biting next door. The headmaster.
Yes. Sir Alistair's hunger for runs remains unsalved. He just goes on and on and on. Brilliant. As round the wicket comes Patterson again to Mosley. He stays in his crease this time and defends. And Patterson tries to stare at him with his hands on his hips, which is all well and good. But Dan Mosley's facing entirely in the opposite direction, has gone for a wander to square leg. Not getting engaged in any of the psychological warfare.
I don't think Dan's that sort of. Dane Patterson's that sort of person either. Doesn't sledge, doesn't stare, doesn't really do anything other than get on with his work.
Well, he did stand there with his hands on hips looking at him. So I think, it wasn't an angry stare. I think it was a little bit of a nonplussed stare. Full delivery, driven into the offside up to Mullaney at mid-off. He gathers two-handed.
Of course, not just the one overseas in Dane Patterson and Warwickshire the same. Was that always the plan?
Tends to be the case in Championship cricket. I mean, they have two in place for the one-day games. Glenn Maxwell, Paul Sterling has played some games as well. But they back the batsmen that they've got to make runs, and they've got batsmen waiting in the wings who want to be in this side. And the bowlers, because they've not had so far, touch wood, any injuries, they've been well placed from that point of view as well. As Mosley will play a square drive here, and the fielder just points in the direction, Slater, of where the ball is going to go, because there's no chance of anybody catching that. And Mosley moves to 47, and the Bears on the brink of a batting point there. Because even when you're going well, it takes 70 odd overs. 249 for 3.
One of those young players, Jacob Bethel. Is he ill? Is he injured? Is he out of form? Not selected? Where is he?
There isn't a place in the team at the moment for him. He played the first Championship match because Danny Briggs had an injury, but Briggs is the first choice spinner. In terms of the top 7 in the batting order at the moment, he can't force his way in now.
Because I'm sure Roland knows. I mean, he came through the Franklin Stevenson Academy.
He's a tremendous young cricketer. He would probably benefit from a red ball loan, if the truth be known. Had one last year at Gloucestershire as the final ball of the over. Is defended by Mosley. 249 for 3. Roland, do you remember last year you said that you knew?
Yeah, I know him very well. I mean, he was a Barbados under-15 captain when he was 13. So he played regionally for Barbados. So yeah, I know him very well. He's a good player. Batter, then a left-arm spinner as well. Very good fielder.
Just waiting for his next opportunity, and a little bit of time
had,
in the game, a little bit of time out of the game.
I mean, I suggested to his family last year that he should try to get as long a loan as possible, because if you're not, you'll come back a better player because you'll be playing first-team cricket. He just had a one-game loan at Gloucestershire.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
And he actually, I think he got 60 or 70 in that game as well. And this first delivery is short of a length, and it's played off the back foot firmly up to mid-wicket there by Hayne. Can't score, so Harrison in his 14th over, he's got 1 wicket so far. He's got slip, bringing 3 fielders on the offside, and this delivery is tossed up, and it's good delivery, defended back to the bowler there by Hayne, just coming watchfully forward. He's on 50, Hayne, exactly 50. It's 249 for 3 as Harrison in now and bows, and Haynes flicks this off his pads, a shot you've seen a lot this day. Goes out to deep square leg. Hamid does the fielding, gets the single. The 250 up for Warwickshire. They've only lost 3 wickets in that. He goes on to 51, and we now shift back to Mosley, who's now just 3 short of his half century. He's played pretty well as Harrison bowls. He's down the wicket and drives. Can't beat mid-off. He hits it quite firmly. Perhaps he would have liked to hit that ball a little bit straighter, with the bowler coming across to cover that area. If he'd got it straight on the ground, he easily could have got a boundary. As Harrison in bowls, and he sweeps out again. He strikes it firmly. He hasn't missed any of those sweeps, but he's only going to get a single. It goes all the way out to deep square leg, but it takes him 1 run closer to his half century. He's now on 48. Brings Hayne back on strike. 251 for 3. As the deep square leg also now comes up to backward point, as Harrison now to Hayne bowls. Oh, and that's well bowled. He's looking to nudge it into that square leg position and almost ended up playing it back to the bowler. The over is completed, and at the end of the over, it's 251 for 3.
Just on Jacob Bethel, this will be a really frustrating season for him, because he did have an injury as well early in the season, but he played the one game, hasn't played in the T20 Blast, has been in the squad a few times, but without having a game, because they've been playing 5, sometimes even 6 people who could bowl spin, and he's a spinner. So that will all be frustrating. He would benefit this year if in the 100 they finally release that rule where players can't play for their counties in the One-Day Cup during the 100, when they're not getting games in the 100. Because he and Dan Mosley had very little action in the 100. I think Bethel faced 4 deliveries or something in the tournament. But they're not even allowed back to their counties for coaching. And that to me makes no sense at all, because these teams in the 100 aren't interested in developing players. They're interested in trying to win matches and putting teams out there. And different coaching staffs will put more effort in or less effort in. But players have got to be allowed to get the consistency of coaching. Young players need that consistency of coaching to be able to continue their development, rather than losing a month. They say, yes, it's good to be around some really talented players.
They need game time as well.
Yeah. So Bethel would benefit from playing some Royal London One-Day Cup matches this year, which he didn't last year. As Lyndon James is going to come on now, as he'll bowl probably the next few overs from this end as they get towards that second new ball, which is Nott's next main thing. As Mosley slaps this off the back foot, he'll certainly get 1. They'll think about 2, but it's not there, so he'll have to wait for his half century. He's 49, 252 for 3.
Alistair Cook has just reached his 74th first class 100. He got within 1 run the last match here. He was dismissed for 99 here the last time. Nott's played a championship match, but he's gone 1 better, 100 not out.
And 74 first class 100s in his playing time is probably worth 120, 125 first class 100s in the 60s and 70s, in terms of how little cricket you get in comparison, especially with him having been an England player for so many years. The amount of first class cricket he's played is not huge. Full ball outside off stump, left alone by Sam Hayne. When you look back to the last few players to get 100 hundreds, their tail end or the early part of their career in some cases, or a lot of their career, would have been during the time of 22 or 24 championship games. So Mark Ramprakash, first half of his career would have been. Graham Hick played an awful lot of cricket. You could still get 1,000 runs before the end of May when he was playing.
But he played a lot of county cricket, obviously, because of the qualifying rule.
Yeah.
But, I mean, somebody like Graham Gooch has had to play a lot of Test cricket.
All tremendous batters, of course, as Hayne uses that little flick through square leg again, and he runs hard, and he's going to chase back for 2, and they timed that well. It was a tight 2, but he gets there.
Yeah, good cricket, nice shot, good pick up and throw, but good aggressive running also by Hayne.
Hayne 53, Warwickshire 254 for 3. This is the largest of the 3 half-century partnerships now in this innings. They've put together a stand worth 85.
Don't know what the Tannoy announcement and the round of applause was for, whether they announced that it was Mosley's 50 or some such, I'm not sure, but there was a Tannoy announcement and a round of applause.
And that brings up the 85 run part. No, probably not. And that takes the run rate to 3.5. Hayne awaits. Lyndon James once more pushed out into the offside. Another sharp piece of fielding from Harrison, who then balletically strides with a lovely pointed toe over the wicket to avoid treading on it.
He looks like he enjoys his cricket, doesn't he, Calvin Harrison? Unless it was Sam Hayne reaching some individual milestone. I've got the Notts ones, but I haven't got all the Warwickshire ones. But, by the by,
2 centuries, 2 half centuries for Sam Hain in this season's championship so far. Clipped in front of square this time for a single. He's to 54, 255 for 3. Dan Mosley tantalising. He has 1 ball left in this over to get his mini-man landmark. He's just got 3 first-class 50s so far, Mosley. Got a 94 earlier in the season where he holed out on the boundary because they were chasing quick runs for a declaration in a game that they won. So he put the team ahead of a personal landmark, which went down well, I think it's fair to say, with his colleagues. Born and bred Bear is Dan Mosley, who awaits Lyndon James now. Guides it down to point, but there won't be any run there, because that's where Slater is housed. End of the over. And we have 7 more until the second new ball. Warwickshire 255 for 3.
Yes, Lyndon James come back over. Leaves him with figures of 10 overs, none for 39. Just the 2 wicket takers today. Jake Ball with a couple, and Calvin Harrison, who's going to continue from the pavilion end. It's been tough work for the Notts bowlers. We've seen a little bit of Stephen Mullaney, just a handful of overs. No Liam Patterson-White, so Harrison bowling the bulk of the spinners' overs. Thought we might see a little bit of Ben Slater as well as we got towards this second new ball, which we may yet do. Still 7 overs before it becomes due. Everybody settles and play will resume with Harrison's leg spin bowling to Sam Hain. Just drops the ball 3 strips in front of him. Matthew Montgomery comes and does the fielding, does the retrieving.
I mean, that would be a very important decision to be made by Notts as to whether to take the new ball, because
Harrison bowls to Hain and he pushes it out into the offside.
you know, whilst you may have a brand new ball to bowl, it, 2 set batsmen, you could also leak runs quite easily as well, so you'll have to weigh that up.
Harrison bowls, and again Hain will nudge it in the general direction of Montgomery. Those 3 just playing a little game of their own at the moment. Harrison bowling, Hain pushing it to Montgomery, who's picking the ball up and lobbing it back to the bowler. That's good for the over rate. I can only presume they are intent on taking it after 80 overs, with Bourne and Patterson not having bowled since tea. This one's floated up, and Hain will feel he's missed out there by working a full toss to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Jake Ball's looked good again, his first red ball game in a year, but he wouldn't think so. He's been right on the money, the pick of the bowlers, not only in terms of his wickets, but what he delivered. Hain plays this out into the offside, a misfield from Joe Clark, and they'll come back for 2. Made the cardinal error there of taking my eye off Joe Clark, because the ball had almost stopped as it reached him, and the next time I looked up he'd misfielded it and it was behind him, and he hangs his head in shame. Harrison in, and Hain now on 56 defends it. Anybody see what he did there?
Yeah, he just went casually to stop it, probably took his eye off the ball and it just went through his legs.
End of the over, 257 for 3. Have we got 4 days of this, do you think, ahead of us, with the bowlers finding it increasingly tough?
Well, it certainly looks this way at the moment. I think the pitch is playing really well, and as you can see from the batting lineup so far today, all of the batters have been able to get some sort of a start, and
I guess weariness comes into it, Roland, if Notts are out there for a day and a half. It's possibly the route Warwickshire are going to go down. Bat once, bat big.
yes, James now will come in to bowl to Mosley, and he drives, and his runs here, it goes up towards the extra cover position, and he gets 2 and gets a round of applause here from this very knowledgeable crowd here who enjoyed that innings by Mosley. A half century. He is now on 51, and it takes the score on Dan Mosley. There's 78 balls, he's hit 5 fours and 1 6, so he has done his job really for the team. He's assisted in fashioning an excellent partnership here, which is unbroken at the moment Score now is 259 as James round the wicket to the left-handed Mosley bowls, and this one's, I think there's a bit of bat involved with that batting pad. It lobs up to mid-wicket, who's a little bit deep on that occasion. The ball doesn't carry, so while James was going to more of a strangle appeal, he thought he had his man there, but I think there's a big inside edge on that. Perhaps if the fielder was a bit closer, they might have been able to at least dive forward and try and take the chance. He stays on 51.
Most fluent of the 350s scored by the Bears today, Dan Mosley.
Yeah, most definitely. James bowls, and Mosley looks, he was shaping as if he was going to pull that ball, and then at the last minute just defends it back along the pitch to the bowler.
Announced his intention very early on when he came down the wicket and hit Calvin Harrison for a straight 6 for his only his second scoring shot, and he's been bright since then. Talented young player.
Yeah, he now settles into his stance, wants it in place as James in bowls, and he's working this one off his hip straight to mid-wicket. Can't score, so another good tight ball there. 259 for 3.
Another Centurion today is Jamie Cox of Kent. Kent playing Surrey, and they're 277 for 8.
3 Centurions so far today. It feels like a batting day, doesn't it? Kyron Carlson with a quick one for Glamorgan against Durham.
Very much.
Craig Miles has taken a couple of wickets up there on loan from the Bears.
As this delivery is squaring them up somewhat. Good delivery, comes off the outer half of the bat, runs to backward point, and there's no run. That's well bowled there by James. Just nothing more than military medium, but just trying to bowl a good line in length. Just trying to at least get the scoring rate, keep it in check, as both of these batters are set at the moment. Both in their 50s, Mosley 51 and Hayne 56, as the final delivery of his 11th over in James bowls, and Mosley has to defend a shortest delivery fielded at mid-wicket, end of a challenging over, but at the end of the over, Warwickshire are 259 for 3.
That's the voice of former England Test batter Roland Butcher. Played ODIs as well, didn't you? Played was your first at Edgbaston?
Yeah, I played ODI before I played Test.
Yeah.
So Edgbaston was my first game. Yeah.
Holly stand packed, was it?
Yeah,
raucous.
The ground was. There was a standing room only, if you can say that.
And that was that the Aussies?
Yeah, that was against the Aussies. And we won the game, so that was a bonus.
You weren't eased into your international career, were you? ODIs against Australia, Tests against the West Indies.
Well,
here's Harrison to bowl to Hayne. Back of a length. Hayne can only steer it up to mid-on though, and there's no run. It's Hutton who's up there, isn't it? Who does the fielding?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you don't choose who you play against.
No, just grateful when the chance comes along.
When the opportunity comes, you've got to try and take it.
Hayne awaits again, just kills the ball in front of him. Don't want to take any liberties at this point. They don't want to surrender the initiative in this final session. Just over 20 overs left in the day. And as much as anything, you want 2 set batsmen to face the second new ball. Harrison onto the pads of Hayne, will run a quick single. This time it's gone through the legs of the fielder for 4. Well, you've got to back up your bowlers a little bit, but that was a stiff piece of fielding from Brett Hutton, who is often in the slips when the seamers are on, and he's got through his fair ration of overs today, but that was not one that he'll want to look back on later today with any fondness.
Yeah, very frustrating for the bowler. It wasn't the worst of delivery, it was just driven firmly, and I don't think he even got a hand on it. It went straight through his legs.
Yes, it did. Just look at the replay. And Hayne hits it towards him again. It's good applause from his teammates.
Predictable.
Yeah, and there would have been a big ironic cheer if it had been a T20 game. So the last thing you want is the ball hit back at you again. Hayne dinks it out into the offside this time for a single. It's eventually picked up by Montgomery, had to chase a bit to get there. 264 for 3 now, Haynes 61. 5 away from 100 partnership, this pair.
Yeah.
Harrison's not bowled badly, you know. There's a leg spinner, it's always going to be the odd ball, but not too many. Ball is being sent a little bit deeper. A lot of conversation involving Slater as to who should be where doing what.
Yeah, the good thing is he hasn't pulled down too many deliveries, so that's a plus.
Some stretching going on in the outfield. It's Patterson trying to keep his body supple.
Is that how you do it?
I don't know. I try using the settee to keep mine supple. As onto the back foot goes Mosley, can't get it past the bowler, end of the over. Harrison 1 for 55 from his 16 overs, and on comes some little bits of refreshment for somebody. I think it's fresh pairs of gloves for the Bears. Henry Brooks has got, I think, some water and a towel as well. 264 for 3 Warwickshire. Sam Hayne has 61. Dan Mosley is on 51 in 12 overs since tea. They've added 37.
As Rich said, they're nearing a century partnership for this 4th wicket for Warwickshire, and if anybody thinks this is a substantial partnership, which it is, it pales into contrast with the highest 4th wicket partnership against Nottinghamshire. In fact, it's the highest partnership for any wicket against Nottinghamshire, put on by a couple of Bears. In 1968 on this ground, you'll know all about these two players. Warwickshire had West Indian Test player Rohan Kanai. He scored 253, and Pakistan's Billy Ibadullah, he was 147 not out, and they put 402 on for the 4th wicket here for Warwickshire against Notts. You'll know both of those names.
Yeah, most definitely. And Rohan, very underrated player. Didn't get the same acclaim as the likes of Sobers, etc., but fantastic batter.
Why was that? From Guyana?
I don't think that was the reason. I just think he was around at the time when, Sobers was at his pomp and other great players before. As James comes in once more now to Hayne, bowls, and Hayne drives beautifully past mid-on for 4. Over pitch delivery and played with a straight bat all along the ground to the left of mid-on and out to the boundary for 4. Sweetly timed shot. He now moves on to 65 and score now to 268 for 3.
And listeners and viewers might well have heard a huge cheer then for the quality of that shot. There's quite a lot of Warwickshire fans here, Richard, aren't there?
Yeah, short journey.
In the breaks, I see in the concourse, no end with the Warwickshire shirts on. Good to see them.
Yeah, Warwickshire are nuts, really. You must appreciate a shot like that. It was a terrific cricket shot, just beautifully executed. As James in now and bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and Hayne allowed that one to go through and then practice stroking it off the back foot.
Have we lost the sun?
Yeah, it's just going a little bit hazier, isn't it, at the moment? But because the rich tradition of West Indian cricketers playing for Warwickshire at that point, Derek Murray had a spell, and
he played
Lance
here
Gibbs
as well. Murray played here before he went to Warwickshire.
Yeah, and obviously Lance Gibbs, and then you would have had Calichuran.
Alvin was my favourite when I first became a Warwickshire member as an 11-year-old. Saturday mornings, Warwickshire win the toss and bat. Right, come on, it's Alvin there.
James, 45 on his back, in now and bowls, bunker, and allowed to go through outside the off stump.
I'll tell you a true story. I would have been about 13 or 14 here, and before the first morning of a game against Warwickshire, and I was over at the far side, and Calichuran came out with his bat and a bag of balls, and he went, "You," pointing at me, "can you bowl?" And I went, "Yes, can't, but yes." Right. And we went in that far corner from here in front of the Hound Road stand, and he just got me to turn my arm over with this bag of balls at him, and 1 or 2 other kids came in and they're trying to grab balls, and he kept going, "No, he's bowling."
James in once more, and that's a good delivery. Just bunks a little, comes back at the right-handed.
But the reason I say that is just to contrast with what happens now, because The nets are up on the edge of the square, whichever ground you go to. The coaches are there. They all go out and have, proper setup. But it was Alvin with his bag of balls. Here, young man, you come and log me a few down.
And afterwards, you said to him, "I'd love to be an international cricketer one day," and he looked at you with sort of dismay and said, "Yeah, maybe for Italy."
These days, a lot of the teams also have an arm specialist now, who has James Imbos and Nasabanksa again, and no shot offered there by Haynes, just tucked under that one, allow it to go through to the wicketkeeper more.
I came to a Middlesex game once and asked Roland for his autograph, but he said no, but I've put that right today. He's given me his autograph today. No, that's sure. Did you like all that? All the the young boys lining up, queuing up for your autograph?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't mind. I mean, listen, we were all young boys and we all hero worship somebody in our younger days as we were growing up. James in again bowls, and that's worked neatly off the pads out to deep square leg, so the easy single taken.
Well, the follow on from that is obvious then. Who were your heroes?
Yes, and the fourth wicket partnership now has gone to 100, and very well played, and Mosley getting 51 of that 100 really, so he has to some degree dominated the partnership of late. Haynes has caught up with him, but at the end of that over, the total was 269 for 3.
They've dragged them back a little bit there of knots, because the first 50 of that partnership was in 66 balls, the second 50 in 93 balls, so they've done a good job of just slowing the scoring rate down there.
Just before Dave comes back in, it looks like, Dave, your light has gone out. So it was the sun, I would imagine, that was shining on the...
Harrison's going to bowl. Yeah, who were your heroes then, Roland?
As a small kid in Barbados, Colin Bland was my hero.
It's Harrison bowling and Hayne defence, former South African, probably better known for his fielding than his batting.
I think that's what attracted me really, the exploits of what he did in the field.
269 for 3. This one is pushed back to the bowler. It's always said, I think it was performance on this ground. I wasn't here. It was just a little early for me, 1965, 3 years before I first came here. I think he ran a couple of England players out in a test match on this ground as Harrison bowls, and this is dropped on the leg side. But that's sort of the early days of watching Test cricket on the BBC, and that South African side had a lot of star names, didn't it? Both Pollux and Colin Bland.
Yeah, he was a fantastic fielder, absolutely fantastic.
269 for 3. Calvin Harrison wheeling away with his leg spin, bowls to Hayne, pushes it out onto the leg side, fielded by Hamid, and he gets a single. Now, was that from radio broadcast back home? Was that from TV coverage? Word of
mainly
mouth?
radio, and I read a lot of my books really. So I just read about sort of things that he did in the field.
273. Mosley has 51. Comes down the track, lifts it over extra cover and away for 4. Again, he's taken the aerial route, not afraid to attack Calvin Harrison. Plays a lovely shot and brings him a little bit closer to Sam Hayne. Hayne 67, Mosley 55 now. 105 this partnership. They came together with the score 169 for 3 when a crestfallen Alex Davis had to go, giving out LBW to Harrison, 7 short of his 100. 274 for 3. There's 1 ball left in this over, and then 2 more overs, and at that point Stephen Mullaney can, if he so chooses, ask for a shiny new hard red ball. As Mosley drops this on the leg side. He walked the first 2 steps and then suddenly realised there might be a chance of a second, so sprinted, but then as he got halfway down he realised he'd be on strike because it was the end of the over, so he slowed up. 275 for 3. Been a lovely day, unless I guess you're in the heat of the sun, the direct heat of the sun, in which case there is going to be a few red noses and red foreheads around.
Well, it's not a case of telling tales out of school because it doesn't involve anybody else. We don't know the names of the people involved, but there was a consensus amongst some of the members at the top of the stairs when Roland and I headed off to go and get a refreshment during the tea interval. You going? Yeah, I'm going. Oh, it's hard work out there today, isn't it? Hard work? I mean, it's hot, but it's not hard work. They just sit there. Montgomery is going to come back for an over before the new ball's due. 3 overs for 18 so far. Had 3 boundaries off his first over from the bat of Sam Hain, but he's flicked through square leg for a single by Dan Mosley here. He's 57, 276 for 3. But it is, I mean, it can be quite sapping sitting out in the sun, you know.
Yeah.
You need to make sure you do some sipping while it's sapping.
But as I said to Richard, it's a lot hotter working in the sun. Sitting in, at least when you're sitting, you can decide to come inside if you want to.
Sort of leading edge here for Hain, some oohs and ahs. They'll get a single in front of point. A false shot from Hain. That might have been a slightly weary one. He goes to 68.
Yeah, just looking to nudge it onto the onside. Played a little bit too early. The ball probably went straight on with the arm.
Plenty of ways to get out if your concentration's not quite right. This is really a little bit too full from Montgomery. Mosley would have liked to have swept it rather finer, but he picks out the man who's down on the long leg boundary for another single. 278 for 3.
Not let him settle at all, have they, Montgomery?
No.
Took him for 3 boundaries in his first over and just not let him settle.
Hain and the field are actually changing position at the moment. Hain is rather oblivious to it, but turns it round the corner in front of square on the leg side. Slater is across to field. The floppy hat count generally today has been around the 5 or 6 mark, but it's gone up to 7. There are 7 fielders in floppy hats, which I think is my season high. That's good effort from Notts. Mosley making room on the back foot to slap another single out towards the deep cover fielder, Joe Clark. 280 for 3.
Singles coming at will, really, just working the ball into the gaps, and that will further frustrate Notts.
Let's see, he's got the energy to have a bowl with the second new ball. Will it be taken straight away? This should be the final ball with this one. If it is, then it's going to be 6 balls, 6 singles. They do set off quickly, but Clark also gathers momentum as he approaches the ball. So Hain gets his 70th run. Mosley has 59. This duo have now added 112 for the 4th wicket. Warwickshire 281 for 3, and the new ball will wait. So it may be as much as anything that Stephen Mullaney is thinking, well, how many overs do I really want to give Jake, Brett or Dane here? Maybe 3 or 4 each max before the close of play. So let's see if we can get a bit closer to the close of play before we do it.
No, I think they'll take it straight away myself.
Oh, there's one more over, isn't it? Sorry, I was one early then, wasn't I?
Yeah, ball's already.
I was one early.
You've also got to be mindful that this first delivery is on the full toss and driven to mid-wicket, and I think Hain will feel he's missed out on that delivery either side of the mid-wicket fielder, and he had runs, but instead it went straight to the fielder. No run. He stays on 70. It's 281 for 3 as Harrison, left leg spinner, in now, bowls down the wicket. This one's hit high in the air. Let's wait for the call, and it's gone all the way. Beautifully played shot there by Sam Hain. Just used the feet, had enough of just striking the ball up to mid-on. Just gets a bit of elevation on that one and deposits it into the stand. He goes to 76 and scored most of 281 for 3.
I can only imagine the cheer was for somebody catching it.
It was a brilliant crowd catch because he's lined it up. He's known very early it was coming to him. Two-handed, comfortable as anything.
Harrison again half volley leg stump. Again he missed out on that one as he plays it firmly to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 76 to Hain. A very controlled innings. He's looked very much at ease on this pitch as Harrison once more in. Bowl to Haynes, and he brings him forward defensively, pushing the ball into the offside. Just very watchful on that occasion, and he can't score. He stays on 76. Mosley is on 59. Good day so far for Warwickshire, and I think Notts are going to have to be careful with this new ball. And again, he uses his feet. It's a misfield at mid-wicket, which means he gets a single. That one was struck quite nicely.
Josh the Bear says if this was Warwickshire fielding, I'd prefer them to save the new ball for start of play tomorrow. That's not the way they normally do it, is it? Have a dart tonight.
No, but that could be 60 or 70
Yeah.
ball runs on, couldn't it?
Could easily. That you've got to be careful. As Harrison into Mosley now, and that's one's pulled away, and he's going to get 4. Timed perfectly, placed perfectly. There's a deep square leg and there's a deep mid wicket. Gets it between the two and gets a boundary off that final delivery. Harrison, he has no figures of 1 for 72, and at the end of that over, Warwickshire now 292 for 3.
I think that puts pay to any debate as to whether they need to take the new ball, as they have some pre-new ball drinks, knowing that we've got 16 overs left in the day right now. I mean, Harrison has done okay on a surface that isn't going to give him an awful lot of help, but it was almost as if Hayne and Mosley thought, right, let's fill our boots this over, took 11 runs off it, and put themselves in a good position now. But it's how not to finish the day, David. They've got to get their heads up and believe that this second new ball is going to give them the 2 or 3 wickets that would even up the day.
There's just 2 sets of bowling figures on the board there. Montgomery 4 overs and then a naught after it, and Harrison 18 overs and then a naught after it. So that's 22 overs of spin. Not a single maiden between the two of them. They've not let either of them settle, have they? If there's not been a bad ball, they've still been content just to work it around. And Harrison 18 naught 72 1.
A difficult day for spinners because can't have fielders around the bat. If you pitch is far too easy right now at the moment to bat against spin, so it means either the spinners can't have a 4 short leg, they can't have a bat pal on the offside, so they really have to bowl in a more defensive way.
Stephen Mullaney's got his troops together and not quite laying the law down, but he's going through one or two things off his chest, it seems.
It's more like a timeout than a drinks break, this one, from that point of view. I've got to say, hats off to Kent today against Surrey to rescue themselves from 41 for 5. They're now 299 for 8. That would be, I mean, to get beyond 300 from that situation against that attack with Jordan Cox 133, Wes Agar's 50 not out as well, and they've put together a stand worth 100 for the 9th wicket. But that's pretty impressive going. Amazing the day they've had at Chesterfield, isn't it? For Yorkshire to be 240 runs on the board, batting second on day 1. We've taken a couple of wickets, Derbyshire, just lately, but it's a big lead as Brett Hutton is the man who's going to revive himself, James Brown-like here.
And it's been taken.
Yeah,
but the signal that the new ball has been taken. Yeah, Derbyshire, I think they rely on a really good Chesterfield festival every year to bring the pennies in. So they'll not want that done in 2 or 2.5 days, will they?
No.
Against Yorkshire, lose out on a lot of maybe 3rd and 4th day commission.
A little bit of extra revenue, of course, this year by allowing their first home game in the Blast to be staged as part of the Blast off at Edgbaston.
I would imagine they've been nicely looked after by the ECB for doing that, or nicely looked after by somebody.
There was some sort of deal done to make it worth their while. It was a good occasion, to be fair.
So here we go, second new ball. Brett Hutton, who's not bowled since tea, in his first ball. They take a single, although Mead shies at the stumps. And from the reaction by Asiba Mead, he felt he was fairly close. It always seemed as if it was going to be a relatively comfortable single, judged by Hayne, but it was Mosley running to the danger end. And is he going to go down and have a little word with it? No, he's just prodding something down on the surface. 293 for 3. So we've got an extra strap line, or an extra line up on the board, top right hand corner now, ball age. So we can see that we're in the 81st over, but we're in the first over with this second new ball. Of course, it's nice and easy to follow when it's taken as soon as it becomes due, but we've all seen enough cricket. Sometimes it's taken after 87.3 overs and all the rest of the nonsense, and you're sort of left guessing a little bit as Hutton bowls to the left-hander. Mosley clips it to mid-wicket and there's no run. So 5:30 is upon us, and we've got around about 16 overs to go, so 6:30ish finish, gents, if we're lucky. But thankfully the rain has stayed away.
Yeah, let's hope it stays that way. Let's hope it stays that way. I think we're going to need a full 4 days of cricket to get a positive result here, I suspect.
Comes Brett Hutton. Bowls, Mosley playing positively again, drives through the offside, and that'll go for 4. The new ball, the hard ball, runs away very quickly, as Roland suggested it might do. It's not always the case that you take a second new ball and instantly you'll get 2 or 3 wickets. Sometimes it will go round the park. Generally after 7 or 8 overs it then starts to do a little bit, start to hoop round corners. It should be a fun little passage of play, this.
Yeah, that's the chance that you take. It's a dangerous one when you've got batters who are set, pitch not offering a lot. You know, if the new ball goes around the park today, then in tomorrow morning you don't have that same threat of having fresh bowlers coming out to bowl with the new ball.
Hutton's put a shift in today. This is his 16th over. Bowls now, and well, that's a leading edge out onto the offside by Mosley. Gets a couple more. I think he's going to catch Sam Hain up before too long. He's on to 69 now. Hain is on 78. May well be a little battle to see, provided they can keep their wickets intact. Who's first to 100? Josh the Bear has come back. I may have misjudged this. I always feel when you take the new ball just before close of play, you waste the usefulness of it. It's not new first thing. Maybe I'm wrong. Thank you, Josh. My new friend, Josh the Bear, keeps getting in touch. Lovely to hear from you. As ball's edged 4 more down to third man. Notts have only got 1 slip in, and it flew away to the left of Harrison and quickly down to the fence in front of the pavilion. And that's going to bring the Warwickshire 300 up instantly on the board. Ian Smith's got a second point on against Warwickshire, or Walks, at the bottom of the Batman board, and a bit of a streaky 4 for Mosley, but he moves ever closer to Sam Hain.
Yeah, and 10 off the over so far.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would have carried that one if the second slip had been in place. First slip is quite wide.
Yeah. Should have been, well, probably would have been stopped. Hutton bowls again. This has helped back to Brett Hutton, traps it, and the first new ball, as the guys are saying, has delivered nothing other than an increase in the tempo. 303 for 3 Warwickshire.
So you mentioned you're getting a lot of correspondence from Josh without looking him up, right? He's Josh Yelts Bear. What football team does that mean he supports? Who are the Yelts? That's going to test you.
Is he not the one earlier that had the Birmingham City logo? No. I don't know. Yelts?
It's not a league club.
Ah. It's going to be Jake Ball anyway. We'll hand that one over.
We'll let Roland concentrate on Jake Ball while he tries to look at anything else. They were promoted this season, so he's a very happy Yelts supporter.
I don't know.
It's Halesoe in town.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Fine non-league club just outside Birmingham. Just the other side of Quinton, if you ever come in that way off the M5. But yeah. So they had a gold.
Promoted to what? National League North now?
No, they're not quite that high.
Okay.
Rushall have got promoted there, amazingly. So Jake Ball is driven immaculately through extra cover by Sam Hain. The chase is on. It's not one that Stephen Mullaney wants to extend. And 4 more, and the second new ball has been met with some meaty blows. 307 for 3.
He gave that one up very early, chasing that one out there. He really didn't want to chase that.
He heard me saying, didn't he, Sam Hain, that Mosley was going to catch him up.
Well, they're giving each other pretty good support so far. The running between the wickets has had its moments, I think it's fair to say. But they've been positive here against this second new ball. This one will tuck Hain up though, and he goes down on his haunches and then picks the ball up and throws it to Ben Slater. Gets up, checks that he's got all of the relative component parts that he started the game with. And I think it's fair to say it's missed the more delicate areas of the abdomen. I'm doing everything to talk around this carefully.
Yeah. Worth an appeal for handball. It's about the only way they're going to get him out today, it seems. Because he was quick to pick that up, wasn't he?
He surpassed his season average of 72, Sam Hain, as he just drops this ball down in front of him, a shorter delivery from Ball.
mentioned this morning is, what is it? Is it 470 or something like that? His average on this ground in the blast. It's something of those.
It's
of that
a lot of not
magnitude.
outs here, a lot of
Yeah.
good scores not out. He's a very fine cricketer. He's got all the shots in his armoury. Today it was a really steady build, 16 off his first 60, and he's accelerated after that. So he defends this fuller delivery from ball outside off stump as the sun comes back out, which is rather nice.
In COVID, in the big lockdown, actually rang him up and had a good old chat with him, because I was doing Luke Fletcher's book at the time, and obviously supporters, I'm sure, of both sides will remember it was a drive from Sam Hain that hit Luke Fletcher on the head and caused him that very nasty injury, and of course Luke wanted to have a chapter on it in his book, so I rang Sam up for his perspective on it.
As he awaits ball, clips this to square leg out towards the boundary for another single. I mean, it affected Sam Hain,
Yes.
not just on the day but longer as well.
That was the reason for doing it, Rich, because you see somebody injured on a cricket field like that with the ball struck at them, and you tend to forget that there's other people there witnessing it. Affected a few of the Nottinghamshire players as well, but Sam Hain, oh my word, he didn't mean to hurt Luke Fletcher, he didn't mean to hit it in his head, and so we had a bit of a chat during lockdown, which passed a few minutes away.
He's a really lovely bloke,
Yeah.
Sam Hain. He's very humble, very hungry for runs this season, beyond 500 championship runs now for the campaign, as this one comes off the thigh pad of Dan Mosley. Suspect it'll be a leg bye down to long leg. Indeed, that is what is awarded. 309 for 3 at the end of the over. Just, I might say, 519 runs he's got so far in the championship. This is his 8th innings. So, again, it does spell out the fact that you get to mid-June and you're playing your 8th first-class innings of the season. Times have changed, Roland.
Well, certainly has, and that sort of form, it means also that if you continue, you will have an excellent season. Mosley will stay on strike. That's 309 for 3, and he's batted quite beautifully also for his 73, which has come off 96 deliveries. As Hutton will continue, he's going to bowl. He's going to go over the wicket now with the left-handed Mosley. One slip in place, no, bowls, and this one is whipped off the pads. Only going to be a single because Hamid is out on the deep square leg boundary. Return comes in and a single taken, so he goes to 74.
Are the Bears the sort of side, Rich, that if a wicket goes down 5 or 6 from the end would send out a night watchman, or a nice day, nice wicket, plenty of runs, will Ed Barnard be fancying it himself?
Yeah, I don't think they'd be considering it until it was maybe 2 or 3 overs. And if they did, Danny Briggs would be the man.
Hutton in now to Hain and bowls, and he's forward and just defends the ball right out in front of him, and the ball goes to short mid-wicket.
Where were you with that,
And
Roland?
there's no run.
Sorry, where were you with that, Roland? If you were next in and a wicket went down 4 or 5 from the end, was it down to the incoming batter? Was it a captain's decision?
Well, the captain really made the decision then, in terms of whether there was a night watchman or not. It wouldn't have been made at that point. You would have made a decision before. As Hutton in bowls, and this one's leapt. He's going to get 2 here at least. It's running down towards the fine leg boundary. It won't get there. And comes back for 2. Just on the front foot. That ball just came in, and Hain just showing a little bit of extra bounce, but again safely negotiated. He picks up 2. Goes to 85. 312 for the loss of 3, and it's been a hard day at the office for Notts. Really, they haven't at any stage been in the ascendancy. They've had to watch performances by all the batters, as Hutton now bowls outside the off stump, and on this occasion Hain's very watchful, just allows this one to go through, obviously conscious of the fact that he needs to try and bat out to there, come to more and continue and put a huge score on the board.
There's an email from Adam in South Wales, who's a Bears fan. Good to hear you back covering county cricket after all the blast games. Good to hear all 3 of you enjoying the game, which means we're doing our job. I'll read the rest of it after this ball's rolling.
As Hutton's in now, Bowles, and that one has just worked into the offside again. He's looking for the single, but won't get it. That's Hamid, who's stationed at extra cover, comes in, does the fielding. 2 slips in place for this new ball, and there's a wide third man, extra cover mid-off, and then on the onside 4 fielders on the onside, a straightish mid-wicket, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a man on the long leg boundary. As Hutton in, Bowles outside the off stump, no shot offered. That's taken cleanly by wicketkeeper Moores. Over comes to an end of another over by Hutton. He's now completed 17 overs, and he has none for 61. It's 312 for 3.
And Adam says, sorry to hear about the hay fever. Because I said I'm wearing my sunglasses most of the day as extra protection. But perhaps an indulgence in an afternoon light treat is needed. Maybe a bit of lemon drizzle, fairy cake, French fancy or the like can aid recovery. He and I do like cakes.
How is that going to help that hay fever?
Well, I don't know, but he is a doctor, but I don't know what he's a doctor of, Adam. He does sign himself as doctor. He could be a doctor of cake. But we did indulge in a light scone, and I felt a bit better since. Here's Dave.
It's Jake Ball from the pavilion end. He's struck Mosley on the pad. They're asking umpire Hartley, not out. May have been high above the knee roll. Jake Ball with hand on head. Unusually, the umpire turned and was having a word with the not skipper there, Stephen Mullaney, at mid-on.
Yeah, looking to clip this one through mid-wicket. It was obviously a foolish length.
2 noises, maybe?
And no, obviously because of that, the onside field is being strengthened now. It's a dangerous play also to leave mid-off open.
Yeah.
Is anything pitched too far up?
First semblance of encouragement for Nottinghamshire with this second new ball as Jake Ball comes in once more in his 12th over, and this one's driven away into the offside. Work for Mead to do. Again, immaculately fielded though by Hasib Mead, and a good throw in. Finding the gloves of Moores. 313 for 3. Mosley 75. Hayne 10 ahead of him on 85. We've had Alex Davis out for 93. Will Rhodes made 37, and poor old Rob Yates, I would imagine he's still feeling that he's missed out today. Was the one dismissed in the morning session for 13. 2 wickets for Ball and 1 for Harrison, but nothing for a long time. The last wicket went in the 51st over. We're now in the 84th as Ball bowls again to Sam Hayne. At the Jake Ball grunt there. That's normally the ownership of Brett Hutton, to let out a loud grunt as he's releasing it, but Jake Ball has developed one.
Dave, you've triggered a very fond memory for somebody today. Maurice Granger has been in touch on the email, thanking us for the excellent county cricket coverage. He was there to see the record partnership between Kanai and Ibadullah.
313 for 3. Next ball through to the keeper. Again, a grunt from Ball back in 1968.
Yeah.
Who was your correspondent? Morris?
Yeah, and he says it was tremendous batting by both. It was wonderful to see Rowan's batting duel against Gary Sober's bowling. Both players in their prime, he says.
Sober's first year here at Trent Bridge, 68 to 74, so Garfield was here.
Thank you, Morris, for that. It's lovely,
Yes,
isn't it?
yeah, it
When
is.
people join in like that. Game of memories.
313 for 3 is Jake Ball in, and Bowles, and this is pushed out on the offside. Harrison will field. Is that an email address you've got that the Nottinghamshire listeners can correspond to as well? Says,
Well, it's a fairly standard BBC one, so
fire away.
Richard.wilford@bbc.co.uk.
There we go.
Look, Morris, I don't recall having had any correspondence from Morris before. I may have done Morris, by the way, but he's not regular.
Richard.wilford@bbc.co.uk.
You got him to write that by what you said, you see. You brought back memories. It's great.
Jake Ball in and Bowles, and this is whipped to mid-wicket. There's no run. 314 for 3 after 84 overs. Yeah, we've gone down a few rabbit holes today. We've covered a multitude of subjects. I'm sure we'll find one or two things to talk about tomorrow as well. What have we got here? We've got now, is that a Spitfire or a Lancaster? A lot of air shows going on at the moment, but Is that one of the other Rich? I think it is. The Battle of Britain Flight's not
something
too
like
far
that.
away.
It's a thing of beauty,
Yeah.
whatever it is.
I think that's a Spitfire. One of the last remaining ones from the Battle of Britain flight based at Coningsby now. Scampton's closed, but passing over. But yeah, there's an awful lot of air displays on in this area at the moment.
As Hutton begins a new over, wraps Hayne on the pad. They contemplate a leg bye, but the fielder is quick to move towards the ball. This stand now worth 145. This third 50 has gathered momentum. There's a dozen overs left in the day, and credit to the Nottinghamshire bowlers, they're running in hard. You can't ask any, if you're Stephen Mullady right now, you can't ask any more of them than what they're doing. It's an unresponsive pitch. At the moment the ball doesn't appear to be doing an awful lot, as this is left alone outside off stump, as we're rejoined by listeners to 5 Live Sports Extra at Trent Bridge on a really steamy afternoon, with Warwickshire 314 for 3 in the 85th over. Big stand ongoing between Sam Hayne, who's in form in all formats at the moment. He's unbeaten on 86. Dan Mosley with him, the youngster, providing more than support. He's been very positive about his 75, and they've added 145 for the 4th wicket. Brett Hutton is soldiering on and bowling just back of a length to Hayne, who tucks it into the leg side. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Dave Bracegirdle is here from the BBC in Nottingham. Roland Butcher, former England Test and One Day star, between us, and the listeners just joining us. I mean, Notts have battled really hard all day, but it is not a lot of help for them, is there?
Not at all. It's been Warwickshire's day from the moment they won the toss, really. They have really controlled what has been going on.
Hutton charges in once more. Haynes slightly advances down the wicket as he's approaching, but then plays with a very straight defensive bat into the offside, and Hasib Hamid does the fielding.
Yes, and the key really to the day has been the partnerships developed by Warwickshire. They've got good partnerships in place all the way through, and that really has not allowed Notts to get into the game at any point in time. And now here with this second new ball, they're trying to see if they can prize one of these batsmen out.
Hutton without reward yet today. He's none for 61. Again, Hayne is advancing and drives immaculately straight. He holds the pose as well with that perfectly perpendicular bat, and it only missed the stumps by about 3 or 4 inches, but that's a beautiful strike. He's up to 90, Hayne, 318 for 3.
Yeah, and he can hold the pose as long as he likes. That's the shot of the day. Really beautifully executed straight push. It wasn't a full-blooded drive. It just really was a push into a good position, straight bat, good timing all along the ground. The moment it left the bat, there was never any doubt that that was going to the boundary.
Beautiful strike from Hayne. Final ball of the 85th over now from Hutton, and Hayne clips it through square leg. That's been the most familiar shot of the day. They run the first hard, but to be fair, Joe Clark is in quickly from long leg. A single, and that brings up the 150 partnership between Sam Hayne and Dan Mosley. It comes off 207 balls, which means the last 50 has come off just 48. Impressive stuff, Roland.
Very impressive, and they're almost matching each other, 74 against 75. So both players have certainly played their part in this partnership, and it could well be a match-defining partnership.
They had 2 healthy overs, didn't they? The last one before the second new ball, where Hayne hit the 6 into the pavilion as they looked to make the most of the old ball, and then they got 10 from the first over with the second new ball.
Yeah, and since the new ball, really, the scoring rate has increased significantly. We now start with ball coming into Hayne bowls, and he's going to get runs here, probably 2 as he comes onto the front foot and squirts it down to a wide third man. It's fielded by the fielder coming around from cover point, so he gets 2, goes to 93. Score now to 319 for the loss of 3, and Hayne really has played well today. He's just shown good temperament, good technique. I think he summed the pitch up perfectly. He's realised it's a good pitch, and really it will be a disappointment to be sitting in the pavilion watching somebody else get runs when you've got the opportunity to get them yourselves. So the way he's gone about it today has been really, really top draw. He settles in now with 2 slips in place as ball is in now to Hayne and bowls, and that one's whipped away on the onside down to deep square leg. He's only going to get a single, as struck too firmly. Returns well taken by the keeper, so he gets another run. Goes to 94, 322 for 3.
It's been very, very hot out there today, Roland, hasn't it? And I think we've probably lost at least half of the attendance over the last half an hour. Plenty have decided that it's just been too warm for them and gone. The last time I sort of directed you towards the Fox Road stand, there were a heck of a lot more in the back few rows where there was a little bit of shade, but there's hardly anybody there now. I think they've given up. They've gone for a nice cold drink somewhere.
Yes, and why not? Mosley's on strike now, and ball goes to Mosley, and he's flicking this man down to fine leg. He's only going to get a single because there is a fine leg in place. Ball return comes to the wicketkeeper. So he, with that single, now he moves on to 76. And it'd be interesting to find out, since the new ball, how many runs have been scored and in how many overs.
Well, it was 292 for 3, so that's 31 in 5.3 overs. There we are.
Yeah.
I've not been much help to you today, Roland, but I've got that one for you.
And that's probably the highest runs per over of the day, which can happen when you've got set batters. Haynes on strike now, as this delivery is worked into the onside, and he's going to get a single because Hamid has to come off the square leg boundary, and he goes to 95. Rotates the strike, brings Mosley back on strike.
They've not sought to block off that little tick over single in his entire innings, Hayne. A number of times he's pushed the ball for a single through square leg off, whether it be the pace bowlers or the slower bowlers.
I've just wondered why they maintain Hamid in that position to the right-handed batsman, because the bowlers haven't looked to bowl short, or they haven't looked to bowl that straight. Ball now to Mosley, bowls, and Mosley pulls, and he's hammered that one for 4. Short, and he gets inside and keeps it down to the right of the man on fine leg. No chance of getting around, so he goes into the 80s for that boundary, and that one was shortish delivery and beautifully put away.
It was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Just too short from Jake Ball, who got the first 2 wickets to go down today. First one in the 10th over of the morning, dismissing Rob Yates, caught behind for 13, and then straight after lunch a real miscalculation from Will Rhodes, who shouldered arms and lost his off stump. He was out for 37. That was 97 for 2. Became 169 for 3 when Alex Davis missed out on his 100. He went for 93. It's now 328 for 3.
Yes, final ball of this over, as this delivery is a good one. It's a Yorker, and well dug out there by Mosley. Over is completed. At the end of that over, Warwickshire in their first innings, they're 328 for 3. Hayne, he is on 96, and with him Mosley on 80.
Well, in the time-honoured fashion, Richard, it's always down to the home commentator just to try and ease their guy to an important milestone. Sam Hayne is very, very close to registering another century against Notts. He's a terrific player, and as you were saying and reminded me earlier, he made 97 not out against Notts only last week in the Blast, so they'll be sick of the sight of him.
He's nearly there, 95 not out. He's 101 runs since tea in 22 overs. So they've been going just over 4.5. If they maintain that rate till the close of play, you're looking at 370 odd in the day, and then they'll have the difficult decision to make in the morning as to whether 450 is important to them, and really the game situation says it shouldn't be.
No.
And that's where I just think that number is getting too high. I don't know, but it's going to be Hutton to bowl to Sam Hayne on 95, and he'll help the ball round the corner for a single, which takes him off strike. 329 for 3. But
leg by call.
The hashtag that Warwickshire fans are very used to this season is hashtag Hayne Train. Everybody's on the Hayne train. Everybody's saying, well, how come this guy isn't getting England honours? He was away with England Lions in the winter, but you look at the way he's playing in all forms of cricket. We're seeing a guy who's beyond 500 runs in the Championship this season, his 8th innings. He's got more than 400 runs in T20 cricket in 8 matches. I'm not sure what more he's supposed to be able to do.
No.
And when asked about strike rate, and he scored over 200 runs per 100 balls against Notts last week, but he'll say, I play the situation. Here's Mosley coming down the wicket and launching it as he got enough on it. Mulaney has to turn to run, That's a miscue from Mosley, but Mullaney will collect it and they'll settle for 2. 82 to Mosley, 331 for 3, and you draw your encouragement from somewhere if you're Nottinghamshire right now, and that was a false shot from Mosley.
Yeah, but obviously Mosley deciding if it's in the slot, he's going to be positive. Really, he was hitting that one down the ground.
That's been his mantra since he walked out of the wicket, hasn't it? As Rich said, his second scoring shot was a big 6.
And he awaits Hutton again, and he's looking to guide it down towards third man, but he gets it too tight to the point fielder, who flops on the ball in a slightly dry area there, off the back of one of the wicket ends, and there's no run. So the Haynes still on 95, so was that scoring shot at the start of the over off his pad or something?
Yeah.
Okay. I could be on comms for a while the way this is going. That's always the problem, isn't it? Mosley awaits and clips it wide of mid-on. Patterson, actually, that's a really good one-handed pickup for a bowler who's done a lot of work today, and he's stiff in the field. Mosley gets another single. He's 83, 332 for 3. When you had a long day in the field like this, when you're grinding, Roland, what was the first thing you wanted to do when you get back in?
Well, just get those boots off. That's, that's the first thing.
Sit there with you.
Just have a sit down and get those boots off.
Bare feet or socked feet, flexing them a little bit, let a bit of air onto them. I can imagine. Much more lightweight these days, a lot of these boots. Hutton bowls full to Hayne, who just defends back down the wicket, picked up by the bowler in his follow through. Still 9 overs after this one. Let's did catch up the over rate quite well with the amount of spin that we saw from the youngsters Harrison and Montgomery. But we've had what, 22 overs of spin today?
Yeah.
Not a bad effort. Stephen Mullaney with 3 or 4 overs as well. Off his short run up, his medium paces. Taylor waits. Hutton tucks it into the leg side. There's no run. He's not even going to be on strike at the start of the next over. Something else can do. Warwickshire 332 for 3 with 9 overs to go today.
Yeah, but Dan Mosley's approaching a career best. Also, Rich, you don't want to miss out.
He's 11 away from that. 94 is his career best earlier this season.
Yes, Warwickshire winning the toss at 10:30 this morning. Actually, wandered out to the middle there, and there was 5 or 6 seconds of deliberation in his mind before he told Stephen Mullaney, we'll have a bat, please. It would have been, I guess, a surprise had he chosen anything else, because it was already sweltering out there by 10:30. Dane Patterson, the former South African international in his 3rd year for Notts, is going to come back into the attack. The committee room balcony door is wide open, and Dan Mosley, who is clearly one of those that will notice if anything is out of place or irregular, not for the first time today, says, can somebody shut that door, please, because it's right in my eye line.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I think it is fair where that particular door is.
Yeah.
That is going to be right in his line, and it's a dark area with a red ball coming out of it.
So it's Patterson to bowl to the left-handed Mosley with 2 slips, works this one off his hip. The field's set deep, so a comfortable single, and that brings Sam Hayne back onto strike. I think we'll presume he's not going to hit a 6 here, which maybe an early call, but we'll follow the action for a moment. Hayne on 95. Of course, he was at the other end, and we'll have seen how crestfallen Alex Davis was to get out for 93 earlier, and he'll not want to make that mistake. And as we were saying earlier, Sir Alistair Cook, who's got a century today, in the last match played here, the last county championship match 3 weeks ago, Sir Alistair Cook was dismissed for 99. He's never had a century on this ground, and everybody was saying that would be the moment, and he was dismissed for 99. There's Patterson to Hayne, just moves across his stumps and defends it back to the bowler.
An email in from Neil, who says, having moved to Michigan, USA some 20 years ago, I never thought I'd be able to watch and listen to my Warwickshire team playing county cricket live. Enjoying all the commentary and the memories, I well remember delivering the Birmingham Evening Mail as a paper boy, scanning the pages for the cricket scores as I delivered. My, how times have changed. Thank you, Neil. That's lovely.
Yeah, I used to do that. The Nottingham Evening Post in around the little villages where I lived as a boy, and latest scores in the bottom right-hand corner is Patterson bowls. This goes through to the keeper. It's a superstitions nightmare at the moment, the scoreboard. And also, if you don't like, there is a name for people who don't like the number 3, but an absolute nightmare it would have been for the late great David Shepherd, because it's 3-3-3 for 3. Triple Nelson. Superstitious, Roland?
Not that superstitious. I think David Shepherd would be hopping from
He
leg.
would.
He'd be hopping
He would.
from leg to leg right now.
You salute a magpie in the morning? Avoid walking under ladders and all that sort of stuff.
Well, I could understand not walking on the ladders.
Hayne has 95. Patterson bowls to him. Oh, he gets a beauty. Now that really is a lovely delivery, just short of a length, and that one took off. Hayne in no position to play it because he was on the walk forward as well, and it just nipped away and missed kissing the top portion of the bat on its way through to Moores. That was the first moment of alarm really Sam Haynes had for quite some time.
Yeah, that was a good delivery. Length was good, and obviously the bunks. And he needs to produce a few more like that.
Terrific bowling from Patterson. Wicketless, which is it's a rarity for Dane. Bowls, and Hayne gets in a position to drive to mid-on, where a tall young man who went to Oakham School, as did Stuart Broad, Lyndon James, does the fielding.
Yeah, that previous ball, if Sam Hayne does indeed suffer from triskaphobia, Dave, then that might have added to the fear. That you know,
I was going to say, is it tridecaphobia, but I think that's 13, isn't
something
it?
like that.
So
but the number 3 is triskaphobia, and of course,
Fabulous.
I would immediately confess I did look it up at a popular search engine.
Next ball on its way. Hayne eases it into the cover region, fielded by Joe Clark, and it's the end of a tidy over from Dane Patterson, which brought, well, one delivery certainly, which at least made me skip a heartbeat. I don't know if it did to Sam Hayne or not, but it was a good bit of bowling, Roland.
Yeah, it was, particularly that 5th delivery. So, certainly making Hayne work hard for this 100, but I don't think he's going to be too bothered whether he gets it today or tomorrow. I think the important thing really is that both of these players look to be at the crease at the end of the day's play.
Which should be now, because it's smack on 6 o'clock. We should be saying thank you and good night, but we're going to have at least another half an hour because there's 8 overs still to be bowled.
So we could just say goodbye unless we get time and a half. I don't know.
Well, I'm off. Well, James will take over. He's going to bowl from our commentary position. He'll be bowling to the left-handed Mosley. Mosley is on 84, and he'll probably be he'll be ironing 100 this evening as well. So he'll feel that with 8 overs remaining that he also can get 100. So ideal for Warwickshire would be that both batters get to 100 and be there at close of play. That would be the ideal situation for them. So he's going to bowl James. He's going to bowl around the wicket. 2 slips he's got in place now as he's in to Mosley. Bowls short, and Mosley cuts, but he's only going to get a single. Gets on top of that. The man at point moves around to his right, returns to the keeper, so there's a single. It goes to 85.
The difference for Dan Mosley is, of course, he's never done it. He's never got to 100, so the pressure will be a little bit different on him. And if he did find himself 93, 94 not out overnight, that's on a hot, sticky night as well, where the temperature's not going to go down. That is going to be sleeplessness, isn't it?
Well, I would sleep very well. The chance of a big one tomorrow.
You're cut from different cloth.
For the very first time, as he's in now in bowls, and this one's worked off the pads neatly out to deep square leg. He's run hard for the first. He won't get the second, as the fielder from fine leg does very well to get around in front of the deep square leg fielder.
I don't know him, I've not spoken to him, but I don't think he has nerves at all.
And he gets a single. But I guess,
or Roland?
Dan Mosley. The situation is really, you get into this position, the pitch is good, you've got to be thinking, boy, I may never get a chance to get not just only 100, but a big one. Whether I go to sleep 93 not out or 100, I'm thinking about tomorrow not getting a good delivery, as this one is way down the leg side, and try to clip it down to final leg. Didn't get a touch, goes through to the keeper. He takes it quite smartly, the ball dying before it got to the keeper. So it's 335 for 3. 85 to Mosley and Hayne on 96. So, as I said, it's time for both of them to complete that 100 today, as James, he's in his 13th over. He's been working quite manfully. 45 on his back, runs away from us now, approaches the umpire and bowls, and that one's worked out to the man at deep point for an easy single. Batsman literally walks the single, and it brings Hayne on strike. He now goes with that single. That takes him up to 86. It's 336 for 3. So very good day so far for Warwickshire. Having won the toss, elected to bat. Had to get through some tricky session. That first session really could have lost a couple of wickets there, particularly Davis getting quite a bit of luck. Rode it well and then played quite well in the afternoon to bring up his half century, falling in the 90s and bowls outside the off stump, offers no shot, and still showing good judgment even late in the day. And he's not really going outside of his game. He's been very watchful the entire day, just playing his game at his tempo. He hasn't tried to up the tempo at any stage. He's just really been very calm. And I guess when you've had the sort of season that he's had so far, as you said, in both white ball and red ball cricket, then you breeds a lot of confidence in now. And this one's wide outside the off stump. It's a no ball call, so he's going to have to bowl that again. And he offers no shot. Goes through to the keeper.
After 6 o'clock in the evening, 26 degrees. You're bowling your 13th over. You've fielded like a dervish, and you force yourself to bowl an extra ball at the end of the over. I've never seen him look more weary as he's come back here.
Yeah, I think he's probably he was certainly enjoyed taking off his boots tonight and putting his feet up. It's been hard work, but that's what happens sometimes. He's in now to Hayne, bowls, and it's a good delivery. He has to defend. Looking for a single, can't get the single. It's fielded there at extra cover. Over comes to an end, and at the end of that over, it's 338. Hayne remains on 96 and Mosley on 86.
Sir Alistair Cook has eventually been dismissed for 128 for Essex, but they've got another Centurion, Matt Critchley, the former Derbyshire skipper. He's reached 3 figures. Essex 350 for 4 at Chelmsford. That's against Somerset. Kent all out, 301 century there for Jamie Cox. Surrey just starting their reply late in the day. Lancashire at Southport 115 for 1 against Hampshire, who were bowled out for 142. They're the other Division 1 scores. They're off for rain late in the day at Queen's Park, Chesterfield, where Yorkshire 272 for 5. That's after bowling Derbyshire out for 111. Glamorgan 372 for 6 at Chesterley Street. Big century for Kieran Carlson. They've eventually got back on at Bristol, where Gloucester are 78 for 1 and Sussex 338 for 8 against Worcestershire.
Patterson to continue from the pavilion end to the left-handed Mosley, just guides it out into the offside, out to Hamid, who comes in from the boundary. Another single for Mosley. He's 87, 339 for 3. The man out here today, Rob Yates, made 13 before he was caught well low down by Tom Moore's off Jake Ball. Stand of 74 for the second wicket, ended with Will Rhodes, bowled by Ball for 37. He left one that hit his off stump. And a stand of 72 before Alex Davis was trapped LBW, a ball that hit him on the full from the leg spinner in front of off stump on the boot, and he was out for 93, whacked his bat away in frustration. As Patterson tucks Hayne up, it dribbles out on the offside. He looks ruefully at his left leg and adjusts his pad. Since that departure of Davis, Hayne and Mosley have added 170 for the 4th wicket, both closing in on 3 figures. Hayne looking for his 3rd championship century of the season. Mosley looking for the 1st of his career. 5 years, maybe 5.5 years younger than his batting partner at the moment, Mosley. But it's Hayne on 96 who faces Patterson, turns him into the leg side for a single. Quite the yell from Patterson. Nobody else was terribly excited. Probably would have hit him in front if he'd missed the ball, but Sam Hayne on 96 That's a pretty comfortable single for him, 340 for 3.
Yeah, he also advanced on the pitch as well. And as you said, he's been there most of the day, so was able to get a bat on it.
Warwickshire players on the balcony are not moving, not going anywhere. A couple of members of the staff who've been circling the ground have been stopping regularly because they don't really want to arrive. All the superstitions are coming out now. As Mosley is back on strike to face Patterson, and that one hits him in front-ish, and the umpire is indicating that he thinks it was going down leg side. He's come down quite a long way down the wicket, so I think it's hit him outside the line. Certainly Peter Hartley was giving a fairly clear indication of what he thought was wrong with the verdict, and there wasn't a lot of support from behind the stumps.
No, from the bowler. I think Patterson was quite happy that the decision was the correct one. He immediately turned away and started back to the end of his mark.
340 for 3, Warwickshire. Patterson approaches. He's come down the wicket again. Has he got an edge, Mosley? There's an appeal and he's been given. Well, Mosley, looking to drive him over the top there, has missed out on that first-class century. And reward for Patterson for coming in again and again deep into the day. He breaks up that partnership that was worth 171. Mosley caught behind for 87.
Yeah, really having a rush of blood there. Mosley dunged the wicket, trying to hike that over mid-wicket. Really gets the thin edge and really cost him his wicket there. When he looks back at this dismissal, he will decide that it really wasn't the best of shots to have played in the circumstances. No pressure at all in terms of, he hasn't got scoreboard pressure, he hasn't got time pressure. Bowlers wilting in this sun, and really he's gifted his wicket away. So really missed out on a certain 100, and another wicket now for Notts. They'll be happy to get the wicket at the end of the day.
Well, we're not going to get a night watchman, Roland. Ed Barnard, in his first season as a Bear after moving from the Pairs, a close season move from New Road, Worcestershire, is going to come out to bat on a ground where I think it was 163 not out he got last year for Worcestershire. It was in a losing cause, but terrific performance nonetheless. Ed Barnard. We've got 6 overs and 1 delivery left in the day as he comes out to join Sam Hain. That partnership 171 for the 4th wicket between Hain and Mosley. Not quite Kanai Abdullah proportions, but it's dominated the bulk of the day. It's occupied just about 40 overs of this particular innings, and it was top stuff from the pair of them. Mosley, the ball previous was a huge LBW shout by Dane Patterson, and if his heart blinked a couple of times then, he didn't let it show, because he continued to play in an adventurous vein, didn't he, really? When, yeah. As you said, he almost tossed his wicket away.
Yeah, that was probably the worst shot he's played today, really. He just ran down the wicket and tried to swing it over the top.
113 balls he faced in all. Dan Mosley for his 87, a 6 and 10 fours. Very positive innings throughout, but now Ed Barnard comes in, and that's a very wide ball outside off stump. Patterson suddenly looks weary again, having been given a new lease of life by that wicket, but he's worked hard for that victim. 1 for 48 in 18 overs. Patterson, of all the bowlers, he's the one who's done the best to try and keep a lid on the scoring rate. Warwickshire 340 for 4. And Roland's going to take a break on what's been a very hot day. So he can't just kick off his boots at the end of play today, so he's going to have to choose something else. I've got to say, my post on a day like this, well, we've had a wonderful day in the commentary box, it's going to be a shower and a pale ale somewhere. That's kind of the plan. I'm not going to lie.
Always important to rehydrate after sport.
It is.
This could be a big moment. This could be a big over for you, and for all your followers and listeners, with Sam Hain on 97.
Well, look, with Davis having gone for 93 and Mosley for 87, somebody needs to convert. On this season's evidence, the man most likely always tends to be Sam Hayne, who faces Lyndon James now and steers him into the leg side. He'll do it in ones, Dave, is what he'll do, because Mulaney is across towards square mid-wicket to pick the ball up. 98 for Hayne, 341 for 4. I think with that dismissal goes any thought that even lingered that the Bears might try and get to 450 in the overs tomorrow for maximum batting points. It would have needed those two to be together and to take them over that line, I think. Whereas now they'll realistically think, well, we need to make sure of 400.
Yep.
And then after that, it's about playing the game situation. Barnard, who was close to 100 himself before the rain saw a day lost against Hampshire at Southampton, he then perished in a quick run chase to try and make a declaration before Hampshire folded against some brilliant seam bowling, swing bowling really, from Chris Rushworth on the final morning. Again, earned his spurs in the camp with the fact he was willing to sacrifice 100. And he's trying to play a pull here and gets nothing on it. There's some oohs and ahs, and for a moment he thought that was going to be 2 in 2 overs. That's the 1 over shoulder height, says umpire O'Shaughnessy.
Long old day for the officials as well, isn't it?
Yeah, not enough is said about the guys here. If the weather stays like this week, 4 days of being on their feet for 7 hours really, because we're running well over today. James to Barnard, pushes it out on the offside towards point, and there'll be no run.
We always see bottles of drink being brought on for all the different players, and batters and the fielders. Of course, easy for the guys on the rope as well to have a bottle of water there, but poor old umpires, they tend to get forgotten, don't they, with the little mini drinks breaks.
And the powers of concentration, it doesn't help if you're weary and a bit dehydrated, making the right decision. Barnard awaits James and then steers it wide, a backward point for 4 on that side of the ground. You get full value once it beats the infield. Patterson there, who tumbled to his left to try and cut it off. It was always heading then to the fence. Warwickshire 345 for 4, closing in on the 3rd batting bonus point. Barnard off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, and on the flip side of that, lots of work to do really in the morning, certainly, to try and get some more bowling points. Only 4 wickets in the first 91 overs here.
Yeah, I want at least 5 more in the next 19 and a bit, as Barnard leaves the ball outside off stump. Ball just following its natural angle, delivered from quite close to the stumps by James, and through, nice height through to Tom Moores.
I think bowling units always feel a little deflated if they don't get maximum bowling points. They always back themselves to get at least 9 wickets in the first 110 overs, don't they?
Surface today that when we arrived you think, well, it's quite green, but it never quite gave you the impression that it was going to be a problem.
I've seen this many times before. That colour still plays well.
And Barnard leaves another ball alone outside off stump. 5 overs left in the day. Barnard 4, Hayne 98, Warwickshire 345 for 4.
Yes, it's 2 away now. Alex Davis made 93. Dan Mosley made 87. They'll be ruining the missed runs. Will Rhodes 37, he left some out there. He played very nicely before lunch, and then straight afterwards shouldered arms to one that clattered into his off peg. And early on, Rob Yates just nibbled at one from Jake Ball and feathered it through to the wicket keeper, Tom Moores. That was in the 10th over of the morning. 2 wickets to ball, 1 to Harrison, and in the last over, Dane Patterson getting his first wicket with Hayne on 98. There's another opportunity to see him reach 3 figures.
2 slips in place. There's a deep gully as well. That one lifts a bit from Patterson. He's coming in with great energy at the tail end of the day. But it's gone through well above hip height past Hayne. It wasn't dug in ridiculously short or anything. There has been some pace in this surface. Very much look at ground staff here in the same light as I do at Edgbaston. The amount of tracks that they have to prepare is enormous. You've got a women's Ashes test coming up here. It's going to be a magnificent occasion. So many tickets sold for it. Hayne clips the ball behind square, but he'll only get a single. Hamid cuts it out. Another 5 yards to his right. It might have been hard work to get to it 'cause it's slick out there. But Hayne to 99, 346 for 4.
Rest your voice for a second or two. I'll look after things whilst Ed Barnard's on strike as
Glad you offered that.
a motorbike roars past the ground. As we mentioned earlier, we can no longer see up or down the Loughborough Road because of the building being constructed just across the road. So as we glance to our right, our view's totally obscured. There's Patterson then into Barnard, drives crisply up to mid-off, takes a single, one more, 347 for 4, and Sam Hayne now on 99. So everybody coming in, you'd imagine that would be the way to go for Notts.
Looking to see whether they're going to do that or not. Doesn't look like they're going to change the field at all.
Yeah, they brought Joe Clark up from third man. Look, he's saving one.
That deep gully or very backward point position is increasingly it's a backward point position as he continues to move in. And there are 2 on the single on the leg side now. Hamid has come in from the boundary, so they'll make him work for it. Patterson to Hayne on 99, and he leaves the ball alone outside off stump. Tumbling take backwards by Tom Moores, who has largely kept wicket very well. 2 good catches. Not spectacular, but the first one was one of those awkward heights. The ball kept through a little bit low. Nottinghamshire at no point have ceased to find things to try and keep battling. The reward has been 4 wickets so far. They look for a 5th as Hayne on 99 gets it round the corner, and that will be a 3rd championship century of the season for Sam Hayne, who continues to impress in all formats of the game, increasingly trying to make his case that they should have an England opportunity, whether it be in red ball or white ball. But it was a calm start, his first 16 runs off 60 balls, and then he started to accelerate through, and he brings up his century off 190 balls with a 6 and 8 fours.
He's just a terrific player. Every time I see him, I'm impressed by him. Every time I see him, he's scoring runs against Notts. 97 not out in the blast last week. Now he goes to another 100. Barnard's on strike here as Patterson bowls outside the off stump through to the keeper. The really surprising thing is, I just had a little look, that's only his 17th first class 100. I would have said, you know, he's got 25, 26 maybe, but there's still plenty of time. He's only 27 years of age, and plenty more will come. What a player.
He's had some barren seasons where he hasn't gone through for 3 figures and where he's made a lot of white ball runs, and perhaps there was a time that he concentrated more on his white ball skills, but increasingly he's become a far more rounded player last season and this season, scoring runs with enormous consistency. His conversion rate has improved. He's passed 54 times this season, 3 of them he's now turned into 100s. First 50 today, 109 balls, second 50, 81. Again, that's not untypical with Sam Hayne.
Going to be Lyndon James. He's looking for his first wicket of the day. 4 wickets have gone down, 2 to ball, 1 to Patterson and 1 to Calvin Harrison. James runs away from us, bowls wide of the pegs through to the keeper. This season Lyndon James 13 wickets at 27 apiece, so thereabouts. Fully recovered from a side issue that's handicapped him with regards to his bowling over the last 2 years. He didn't bowl the last 6 or 7 weeks of the 2021 season. Ironically, the last time he bowled in that season was a 5-for in the Royal London at Edgbaston against the Bears. Here he comes in again. Bowled him! Terrific delivery, and Hayne, well, we'll never know if it's the momentary lapse in concentration, having just reached 3 figures, or whether it was the quality of the delivery. An absolute beaut from Lyndon James, and he sent the off stump toppling out of the ground. A fine sight for a fast bowler, and Hayne goes for an even century And that is just 2 deliveries after reaching 3 figures. 192 balls, 8 fours, 1 6. And the Bears 348 for 5 with 3.5 overs left.
And that's the virtue of keep on coming in, just keep on battling, because good end to the session, good final hour, and on a surface where it looks like there's going to be plenty of runs, not to be thinking, okay, we can get them out for under 400 or 425 here. We've got a chance to bat on beyond that and get ourselves into the game. So crucial they've done what they've done, and Patterson and James have defied a fair level of weariness, I think it's fair to say, to drag them back into the game. It's a good score at 348 for 5, but a quarter of an hour ago it looked in danger of being considerably more than that.
New man is Danny Briggs, so he's come in just ahead of Michael Burgess. Wouldn't have thought that's a significant promotion. They're both very fine players. Briggs is another one who pretty sure in the past has had runs against Notts, often in the night watchman role. We've got 22, or a maximum of 22 legal deliveries left in the day. Well, that's a lovely bit of bowling from Lyndon James. 348 for 5. Give him a little bit of a lift going into these closing moments. He's got figures of 1 for 56 now in his 15th, but always a nice sight for a quick bowler to send that off stump cartwheeling out of the ground.
Notts will feel right. There are 1 or 2 more in it for us. 22 balls to go.
There's James then. Bowls and struck him on the thigh pad. Drops out on the offside. I mean, that's the sort of board that they're glancing up at that they've not seen since, well, pretty much the first over of the day. Briggs 0, Barnard 5, 2 batters starting afresh. Very quickly, runs came this morning, and there's been at least 1 set batter all day. An innings so far dominated by that huge stand of 171 between Mosley and Hayne, who've now both gone in relatively quick succession to each other. Briggs on the front foot. Oh, that's a no ball, so that's going to bring up the 350 and another point for Warwickshire, and sort of a low-key way to get there. Many of the crowd won't even have noticed probably, but it's just going to sneak up on the board any second now. I'm presuming the scorers have seen it. There we go, 350 for 5, and instantly it changes from 2 bonus points to 3. 350 for 5.
Giving himself a bit of extra work again there. Lyndon James, second time he's overstepped.
15 extras now in the day. He bowls to Briggs, withdraws the bat inside the line as it goes through to Moores. I think you're right, Rich. Notts haven't at any stage really stopped running in, stopped trying to find ways to try and pick up a wicket. Stephen Mullaney's got a little funky with his fields now and again. He's changed the bowlers round. Plenty of options used, both with pace and the slower options, the leg spinner, a little bit of the off spinner. Had a bit of a bowl himself with what he calls his dibbly-dobblies. There's Lyndon James in, and Briggs make sure it's well outside the off stump as he lets it go through to Moores. We've got 3 overs and 1 delivery left in the day.
These two will be happy enough to just get through if they can now. And that's a tribute to Notts. It could have been 375, 380 for 3 at the close of play, and that would have looked very different to this. It gives them something to really go at tomorrow, to try and finish on a high this evening. And that was the whole theory. You need to win as many sessions as you can, however hard you have to strive.
Lyndon James bowls now, and Danny Briggs again, I think he just made sure he'd not gone chasing after that one. Kept his bat fairly close to his pad there. 350 for 5 at the end of the over. Lyndon James has success. 15 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 58.
Nice email here from Brian Gardner, who writes, "It's only in the most recent 3 weeks of my 76 plus years that I've discovered county cricket on YouTube. might even pick it up. It could totally wreck my summer and my life. I've followed Warwickshire since the days of my late father's namesake Fred Gardner of the Sports Argus. I've not been able to get to Edgbaston much in recent years, although I did have a membership for a few years in the days of Andy Moles, Alan Donald, etc. Many memories, among the best of which is the 1993 Nat West final. There was also a Saturday when Warwickshire were playing Durham. My son and I turned up, but there was no play, and on the Monday when I was at work and my son was at school, there was Brian Lara.
Dear.
Thank you for your interesting, informative and humorous commentary. Crikey, he's easily pleased that you and your colleagues are providing. As I'm convalescent with a chest infection, I hope to spend much of the next 3 days in your company. As Patterson rolls in again towards Barnard, who doesn't offer a bat at that, and it goes through to Moores, who does well to capture that.
That's lovely, isn't it? That's really lovely. Thank you, sir.
We can keep you companion while you get better, Brian, and we wish you a speedy recovery from that chest infection. And that's our honour. Roland's taking his boots off at the bat. Honestly, yes. Putting a little bit of tape round his bat for tomorrow. Patterson into Barnard, driven up towards mid-off, and there'll be no run.
350 for 5 it remains. I think pretty much everybody would be more than happy to walk off right now, or would not. Maybe not, so just thinking, come on, one more tonight. One more. Let's start afresh with a brand new batter tomorrow morning.
Patterson's had quite the workload, hasn't he? If he bowls the rest of this one and finishes the last over from that end, he'll get through 21 overs in this heat, which is a big ask, and he just keeps on coming back for more. Into bowl to Barnard, steered into the leg side, but he's picked out the fielder at mid-on. No run.
I mean, to say he's a find is incorrect, because he was a test bowler for South Africa, but to talk about the qualities he's brought to Trent Bridge over the 2 and a bit seasons he's been here. I mean, more than 50 wickets each of the 2 years. He's fitted in, very likeable. He's enjoyed Nottingham, he's enjoyed his teammates, just gets on with it. He just runs in and bowls all day and gets wickets. Terrific clubman.
In once more, left alone, ball back of a length outside off stump. And we're not in the days where Franklin Stevenson could steam in and take 100 wickets in a season. These days 50 wickets is the benchmark. 50 wickets is a good season for any bowler. And if you're doing that consistently, which means it also means you're staying fit, and it means you're coming in situations like this at the end of a long day, trying to add to your haul.
His first year he went under the radar a little bit because Luke Fletcher had such a good season, scooped all the awards, PCA and club and what have you, with 66 wickets, and Patterson's 50 just under the radar a little bit.
Patterson once more into Barnard, defends it out into the offside. Roland Butch, I'm pleased to say he's put his sand shoes on now, so he can come back in, because I'll duck out at the end of this over.
Well, just in time for the yellow belly to say, Dave, the bowlers have toiled all day and some much deserved wickets. Really pleased to hear Roland Butcher today on commentary with you. Thank you, yellow belly.
It's a £5 review fee you're not getting back, Roland.
Another of your family members, Roland, getting in touch.
Yeah.
Patterson into complete. The over guided down towards third man. Barnard will get a single. Steals the strike off the night watchman, which is not quite the point. He goes to 6. Warwickshire are 351 for 5. There are 2 overs left in the day. I'll leave you in the company of these 2 fine fellas and get myself ready for the tour of the ground for the post-play interviews.
Thank you very much, Richard. Very much enjoyed your company and your commentary today, and we'll hear more from Richard in the morning. The last knockings are with us, and I'm sure Roland will be heading off for 1 or 2 of the clubs of Nottingham.
It's called Club Hotel Ibis.
Your digs are all right, are they?
Yes, I'll certainly be resting up this evening.
Do you want this over or the last over, sir?
Well, it doesn't matter. I will come in now in Europe, and James will continue, and he is bowling to Barnard, who is on 6. He's in bowls, and it's a bouncer, and that's pulled away out to deep mid wicket. He's only going to get a single. That ball just probably got up around head height. just helped out to deep square leg, but he gets a single.
And that's the captain on the deep square leg fence there.
Goes to 7.
Stephen
Yeah, I
Mullaney.
guess the captain has been in the thick of things most of the day, so he wants a bit of a breather the last couple of overs. Single taken, and the night watchman Briggs comes on strike. Obviously the field now closes in with there's 2 slips and then a ring of 3 fielders on the offside, so backward point, extra cover mid-off, then a mid-wicket and a mid-on, as James is in now and bowls to Briggs, and Briggs drive in uppishly. Ball went just looking to play down the ground, and obviously the ball moved into him, ended up at mid-wicket. No damage done.
Enjoyed the day?
Yeah, it's been a good day.
Been a warm one, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been warm. We've seen some good cricket. I think we've seen Notts hang in there, work very hard, and they've got their reward at the end of the day, picking up a couple of vital wickets. As James in once more to Briggs and bowls to Briggs, and Briggs allows this one to go through outside the off stump. Just watching the line, they're staying inside the line of the ball, and there is no run. So it's been a good day all around. I think to score 350 plus on the day, that's also good entertainment for the crowd. It wasn't a bad crowd today. I think they would have appreciated not just the weather, but I think they would have appreciated the quality of some of the batting today, as James is in his 16th over. He's just got 1 wicket to his name so far. In, bowls to Briggs, and Briggs trying to flick that one down the leg side, and Moore's thought there's a little tickle there. Ball gathering good pace off the pitch, but didn't get a touch on that one as he tried to glance it down the fine leg. So just 2 balls remaining in this over, and then James's job is finished.
Can I just point out for those of you that have been watching the live stream coverage today, obviously many thanks from Kirsten, the production crew, but if you are still watching the live stream, if you continue, once we've said goodnight here, if you continue watching the pictures, you'll see all the interviews first.
And this delivery is outside the off stump, and my word, looking to leave that at the last minute, and just got a bat on it. Could easily have gone onto his stumps there, and Briggs very cautious in that shot, but he survives.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the media team will be down there. They'll have the camera, they'll have the microphone, and they'll get whoever they can just to give you the thoughts on the day. There'll be 1 or 2 weary people, I'm sure, and then don't forget, tomorrow morning before play starts, Aaron Lord will start the day on Trent Bridge Live, and I think Roland's going to pop down and have a word with Aaron before the start of play as well tomorrow morning, which is something we can look forward to.
Yes, and talking about weary, no more so than Lyndon James. He's got through a few overs today. He's tiled hard now, obviously looking to get a single here as the field goes back, deep square leg and cover point, as James in to Briggs, and he's forward, defends back to the bowler. That was the final delivery of the over. That's the end of James's job for today. He will be ever so happy to take that sweater from the umpire, knowing that he doesn't have to go back to his mark and bowl another over today. He's completed his work. At the end of the over, it's 352 for 5.
Yeah, he did at some stage in the afternoon throw himself forward full length to try and, as it turned out, he did catch it, so it clearly just came off the bat, but there were cries of catch, and they just wondered at the time if it was bat and pad, and he threw himself forward from short extra cover, and he didn't half come down with a bump, and he was rubbing himself and limping and hobbling for ages, and I think he's got 1 or 2 battle scars out there, but he's come through the day. 16 overs, 1 for 59. It's going to be Dane Patterson to bowl the last one. And as well, a word today for our fabulous camera crew. The ladies and gents have been round and about, bringing you the pictures from all the different angles all day here at Trent Bridge out in the heat. Many thanks to you all, folks, as Patterson bowls, driven crisply by Barnard, stands still, Roland, doesn't even bother running. He knew just from the second that left the bat that was going for 4.
Yeah, the placement was right. It was over pitch, and just really stroked it between cover point and extra cover all along the ground, and no need to chase that one once it gets into the outfield. Certainly going for 4.
356 for 5. The ground staff will be very pleased with Ben Slater there, because he made, I presume he's got spikes on, he made sure he didn't run on the covers. He ran round the the tarpaulins over there, which are all laid out between the rope and the stand on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. The poor old groundsman would have gone doolally had the spikes gone on there and punctured a few holes in it. 3.56 for 5 as Patterson comes in to Barnard. 5 balls left in the day, and now 4 as Barnard leaves this alone. Poor old ground, very much in need of a drink. Some dry patches forming. Had a really warm summer last year, you may remember, and there were certainly parts here at Trent Bridge towards the back end of the season where it looked like the old oval pitches in the 70s and 80s. You always used to see those in the test match, didn't you? And they were just brown. 3.56 for 5. Patterson. His 21st over, and that's a good delivery to get past Ed Barnard there. That one just nipped away off the straight with Barnard playing down the line of off stump. Sort of almost gave the game away a little bit there, Ed Barnard, because he slammed his glove, his right hand, against his thigh pad as if he sort of felt, oh, I was nearly tempted into that.
Yeah, and Patterson putting in a lot of effort right at the close of play, still running in, still trying to make things happen.
He's got 3 balls left to try and get the 6th wicket of the day for Notts. Bowls now, and this is well defended by Barnard, who's on 11. Danny Briggs on 0. So Warwickshire won the toss, opted to bat first at lunch. They were 91 for 1. They'd lost Rob Yates for 13 to Jake Ball. At tea it was 227 for 3. Will Rhodes out at the start of the afternoon for 37. Alex Davis out for 93 towards the back end of the session. Big partnership of 171 between Hayne and Mosley. Mosley out for 87. Hayne out for 100. And that brings us to the penultimate ball of the day, to be bowled by Patterson to Ed Barnard, who works this on the leg side, so he's going to be safe overnight because he's gone down to the non-strikers end. That leaves the night watchman just to finish things up. 3.57 for 5 with 1 ball left. So we'll be back on air. Those of you that follow the audio commentary on the BBC Sport website and app just before 11 o'clock. Those of you that follow on the live stream, if you tune in about 1:45, Aaron Lord will set the day up with a special guest, one Mr. Roland Butcher Esquire, and I believe listeners to 5 Sports Extra are going to be joining us as well throughout the day tomorrow. So very much look forward to your company. We've just about got to the end of the day. Huge thanks to Richard Wilford, who's been with us all day. It's been a hot, warm one, and if you've been with us since the start, thank you very much. As Patterson bowls and runs for Briggs to finish the day. That's almost put an underline on the day for Warwickshire. It's been their day, and that has sent them off with even more of a spring in their step as Briggs works it through mid-wicket, and that is the close. 3.61 for 5. Barnard on 12, Briggs on 4, and we'll go again in the morning. Roland, with Warwickshire in a very strong position, and they'll be looking to push on 450, if not 500, if they can.
Absolutely, and that shot by Briggs really as good as any shot you've seen today. To get off the mark with that firm delivery, really, that was a top-class shot. Just through the mid-wicket area, all along the ground, so he will also feel that's the confidence from that shot. But at the end, it's been a very good, hard day, really, for the field inside. There's no question about that. Apart from the early exchanges, the pitch really hasn't offered them a great deal. Occasionally, a ball has gone past the bat, but generally it's been pretty difficult for the bowlers. Batters have capitalised, and at the end of the day, they've come back, picked up a couple of wickets. So 3.61 for 5. I think they'll be quite pleased that they managed to get half the side out. Obviously, tomorrow have to come out and try and finish the innings. At the same time, Warwickshire will certainly be looking to get past the 400 mark to try and make themselves safe in the game.
Thank you, Roland. The thoughts of former England Test batter Roland Butcher. Very much enjoyed Roland's company and commentary today. A reminder once again, just for the last time before we leave you, if you're watching on the live stream, if you continue to watch the pictures, folks, the media team will grab somebody just to have a bit of a chat about how the day has gone, and a final thank you to all the camera crew and production crew led by Kirsty, and most of all, sincere thanks to all the listeners and the viewers, everybody who's taken the trouble to get in touch or just to be there there. That's the reason we do it. Hopefully we can do it all again tomorrow morning. Hope you'll join us then. From us all at Trent Bridge, a very good night.
Jake, thanks for joining us after a long and hot day. What do you make of the way that Notts battled throughout that day?
Yeah, it wasn't easy at times. I think the Warwickshire batters battered really well, battered time, and at times made it very, very difficult for us. But I think we actually stuck at it really well throughout the day. I think we probably would have liked another maybe 2 or 3 wickets, obviously, but I think as the day went on, I think we'll take on being 5 down.
How important is it that you do keep plugging away, even if you're not getting wickets, by keeping that run rate a bit tight, so that if 1 or 2 do come, you're actually still in the game?
Yeah, I mean that's one of our things that we like to work on as a bowling group is keeping that run rate under control. Obviously the outfield's it's lightning best, and we've got a bit of a short side, so obviously we have to be a little bit more realistic about that. But I think we did it relatively well for most of today. I think we had a couple of periods where we wouldn't be happy with what we delivered, but I think that's part of 4-day cricket.
It's your first 4-day game since September. How happy are you to be out there playing this format?
Yeah, obviously really pleased. I think I've been watching the lads all start of the season and just wanting to be out there playing. So to get the opportunity in this game to get out there and get a few overs and obviously take a few wickets has been nice.
Is your drive to play this format as strong as it is for all white ball stuff?
Yeah, I love playing this format. I think it's the true test of your skills and ability. So it's nice to put those to test today, and happy with how I bowled actually.
And you probably feel vindicated when you get a couple of early wickets, especially the second one where shoulders, arms, it knits back in. It's probably quite a good feeling.
Yeah, it's nice. I would say I'm coming from T20. I haven't seen many leave, so it's quite nice to see a leave. And yeah, it was one of those pitches where you just sort of had to keep it in and around the area. I think there's a little bit of extra bounce, so just trying to keep it in the right area, and hopefully something like that happened.
And you're pretty well versed at chopping and changing between formats as a side now. It's been the way for a number of years, but how have you found it over the last week? I suppose changing it in 2 days actually between the white ball stuff and the red ball. Yeah,
it's not easy. I say having had such a tight block of T20s where we're playing 2-3 in a day and times, and only having a day off in between. But that's what we train for, it's what we practice for, to try and switch between the 2 formats, and I think we did it relatively well today.
And how do you look to rest up and recover again tomorrow so that you can come back, I suppose, and bowl a few more spells? Yeah,
there's a nice ice bath up there for me. I think I'm going to get in that, get some food in, get a good night's sleep, and come back and hopefully clean them out tomorrow morning.
Thanks, Jake.
Thank you.